Hello and welcome back to my channel, Fanfic Fantasy. Join us as we delve into the realms of fanfiction and fantasy, bringing you the best stories and discussions. Today, we're kicking off the second part of our series, What If Demon Tanjiro Concured the Sun with Special Powers? If you enjoy this video, please give it a like and subscribe for more content in the future. The author of this story is OMG4 from fanfiction.net. All the relevant links are in the description. Feel free to say hello to the author on their profile. Now, let's dive into the fanfic. Chapter 7 The Demon Slayer. Demon. Tanjiro Kamado. Open field near Tanazawa. Training. Demon Slayer swordsman ... me. Tanjiro asked Kani, who nodded excitedly. That's right. You see, before I left for the mission, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps shared with me in secret that he wanted to recruit you as one of our swordsmen, and he assigned me to be your trainer. Kani explained, proudly pointing to herself. Wait, he wants me, a demon, to join the Demon Slayer Corps, the organization whose sole purpose is to kill demons. Tanjiro summarized. Exactly, Kani replied as she took a folded-up piece of paper out of her pocket. He even gave me this letter to you. Tanjiro took the paper from Kani's hands and unfolded it. Tanjiro read the letter. Greetings, Tanjiro Kamado. I am the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kage Yubayashiki. I am delighted to finally have this opportunity to reach out. Tameo has told many things about you and I hope that we can meet in person one day. But, on to more important matters. This letter is not just a letter, but an invitation to join the Demon Slayer Corps. If you accept this offer, you shall serve as Lady Kani's temporary Tsuguko, the pupil of a Hashira. You will go on multiple missions under Kani's supervision as a test run. Usually, swordsmen must undertake a recruitment process known as final selection, where you must survive for a week in a demon-infested area. However, this area is surrounded by wisteria trees, which prevents demons from both leaving and entering on their own, so it would be difficult for you to take final selection. Even if you could get in, the test would be redundant, considering that you can't be killed through normal means. And so, I've come up with this alternative just for you. After going on and completing a certain number of missions, Lady Kani will judge your ability, and, if deemed ready, recommend you for Mizunoto status, the lowest rank in the corps from which all slayers start at. Once you officially become a demon slayer, you will be assigned a Kasugai Crow, given a uniform, and deployed on multiple independent missions all over Japan to exterminate any demon threat and protect the innocent. You will also be paid for each mission you complete depending on its difficulty, your rank, and your efforts. I understand if you are unsure whether or not you want to join us. I won't force you into anything, but I recommend that you think about it. Being trained by a Hashira is quite the honor and you will learn many skills that will help you tremendously in battle. I won't lie, it will be hard. You will likely experience pain and loss greater than anything you've ever felt. You will meet and befriend new comrades only to watch them die in front of you. You will try your best to protect everyone you can, but there will be times when you fail to protect those people. You will feel many different emotions, not too many of them good. You will suffer, that is what it means to be a demon slayer. I don't want to scare you, I just want you to know what you're signing up for. But also know that your power is special. You can hold in that power and hide away, or you can use it to protect others. I may not know you personally, but I think I know what you would choose. You've already suffered so much, Tanjiro. That is because you are kind, and the kind people of this world are always stepped on by this cruel reality. You suffer because you try to protect others from that same suffering. You can't help it, that's just how you are. I wish I could tell you to decline this offer. I want to tell you to try to live a normal life until Tameo turns you back into a human, to stay away from all this. But, I can only imagine all the innocent lives you could save as a demon slayer. That is why I sincerely hope you say yes. I look forward to your response. Please stay safe, my boy. Sincerely, Kage Yubayashiki. This was a lot to unpack on the boy. He must have read the letter 3 times. Tanjiro never knew being a demon slayer was so ... grim. Tanjiro looked up at Kani, who was still smiling at him, as he wondered if she and Shinobu went through the same thing. If so, then it was a miracle that Kani was still this sympathetic towards demons. No, it was a miracle that she could still smile. Well, what do you say? Do you want to join the demon slayers? Kani asked. Tanjiro looked at the letter again. Even though they hadn't met, this Kagea person had the young demon all figured out. Tanjiro knew he would suffer, but there were hundreds of demon slayers who were also suffering. So many innocent people have been killed by the demons for no good reason, and there were just as many who died trying to fight them. That is why he, someone who could not be killed through normal means, had no excuse to sit back and hide while good people sacrificed themselves for the greater good. Tanjiro looked at Kanny with a determined look. I accept. I will become your Tsuguko and become a demon slayer. Please train me, master. Tanjiro bowed. Kanny smiled brightly. Excellent. Also, you may be my pupil, but we're still friends. Please just keep calling me Kanny, okay? Kanny asked as Tanjiro raised his head. Yes, Kanny. Tanjiro answered back before Kanny's smile became darker. That said, don't think I'll take it easy on you just because you're my friend. In fact, I'll treat you even more harshly since you are a demon. Just wanted to let you know, Kanny said with an innocent but menacing tone. Tanjiro gulped as he broke into a cold sweat. What on earth did he just agree to? Shinobu Kacho, Forest. 5 hours later, Shinobu had finished buying the herbs and travel food, so she dropped it off at the room Tameo and Yushiro were in. Unfortunately, she was unable to find anything that could properly protect Tameo and Yushiro from the sun. In hindsight, they probably should have requested boxes to carry the demons in. Shinobu was now surveying the area. She wanted to get a decent knowledge of the land and any vantage points for finding demons. Cling, plink, slice, whoosh, clang. Shinobu heard the sounds of swords clashing nearby and went to investigate. She silently landed on the branch of a tall tree as she saw a clearing, along with 2 figures sword sparring. One of them was her sister, Kanny. The other was the demon, Tanjiro Kamado, who was now wielding a Nichiren sword. Why am I not surprised? Shinobu sighed. So this must be the package she was talking about, she thought, her attention on the demon's blade. She listened in on the two. Not bad for a beginner, you're putting my teachings to good use. Kanny praised the demon. Kanny blocked his overhead slash above her head as the two engaged in a sword clash. Not to mention that your overhead slashes are quite impressive. You mentioned that you had experience with an axe, yes? Kanny asked casually, a little too casually, even for a spar. That only meant one thing, Kanny was crushing Kamado. She was obviously holding back a great amount against him, and the fool was still struggling. The demon's body was covered with sweat and dirt. If he were still human, he'd probably be panting like a dog and covered in blood. Of course, it was only natural for a rookie swordsman to struggle against a Hashira. The gap between their skills was as wide as an ocean. Kanny pushed back Kamado's sword and threw off his balance, immediately kicking him in the gut and right into a tree. The young demon lost his grip on his sword as his body slid down the tree onto the ground. He laid on his bottom, looking a little dazed from crashing into the tree. Oh my, you should really keep a better grip on your sword, Tanjiro. Kanny instructed her sparring partner, still casually smiling. I know what you're thinking. I knew she was strong, but she's completely overpowering me. Even though I'm a demon and she's a human. How is that possible? Am I correct? Kanny asked. Kanny must have seen right through him as Kamado's eyes widened. Kanny got into a certain stance that Shinobu recognized as her sister's signature breathing technique. Let me show you then. By the way, you might want to duck, Kanny warned before briefly vanishing. She then reappeared in front of the extremely surprised Kamado, who immediately ducked his head, likely due to his demonic instincts. Total concentration, flower breathing, fourth form, crimson Hanagoromo. Kanny elegantly swung her sword through the tree Kamado crashed against, allowing it to curve and twist gracefully. Soon after, Kanny twisted her body along the trees as her momentum carried her body forward. The 7 trees she had passed fell down one by one, sliced cleanly at the base. Kamado watched in awe as he observed Kanny's work. That was amazing, Kanny. How did you? He tried to ask before Shinobu jumped down from her branch and interrupted. Total concentration breathing, Shinobu answered. Or in this case, flower breathing, one of the many breathing sword techniques utilized by the Demon Slayer Corps. Kamado stood up straight at the sight of the insect Hashira. Miss Shinobu, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were watching. Tanjiro apologized. Shinobu responded with a HMPH. What you and my sister do in your spare time is your business, Kamado. I was merely surveying the area around Tanazawa when I heard the sound of swords clashing. Shinobu explained. Oh, I see. Wait, what's total concentration breathing? Kamado asked while tilting his head to the left. Shinobu began to walk around the demon. It's a special breathing technique that demon slayers use. We take in the maximum amount of oxygen in our lungs with a distinct breathing pattern to increase our physical and mental prowess to their utmost limits. Shinobu continued. Total concentration gives us superhuman physical traits like strength, speed, endurance, and stamina. We also gain a faster thought process, maximizing concentration and hyper-information processing. There are more advanced versions of this that increase your stats tremendously, but you don't need to know about that now. Shinobu stopped in front of Kamado. My sister uses flower breathing, which focuses on agility, mimics fruits and flowers, and replicates with her movements, techniques, and abilities. I, on the other hand, use insect breathing. This technique mimics insects, of course. Specifically, it mimics their lethal stings and movements. Shinobu looked at the young demon with a menacing grin. Would you like to see an example? She asked. Kamado smiled and opened his mouth to answer before Kanny came from behind him and put a hand over it, stopping him. I think he's fine, sister. Kanny answered with her usual smile. Kamado looked up at her, confused. Kanny then leaned down and whispered in his ear, causing the demon to drop his jaw. Looks like Kanny saw right through Shinobu's plan. Oh well. Very well, now, on to more important matters. Shinobu adopted a more serious look as she looked at the sky. The sun had almost completely gone down. I've got a decent lay of the land. I already came up with some vantage points where we can catch any demons trying to come in. We don't know if there's one demon or multiple, so we'll have to split up. Shinobu started explaining as Kamado and Kanny put on serious faces. Kanny, I think it's best if you stay in town, just in case the demon or demons try to get in from the inside. Shinobu stated as Kanny nodded. Shinobu turned her gaze to their demonic ally. Demon, she called out to Kamado. Where? He suddenly turned around and got in a fighting stance, his hand on his sword. Shinobu almost facepalmed herself as she gave an annoyed glare to the demon before looking at Kanny, who gave a look that said, "What did you think would happen?" Soon, Kamado ceased his foolishness and realized that she was addressing him. Oh, you meant me. Sorry. Tanjiro bowed in shame as Shinobu sighed. Kamado, you and I will patrol the forest. You'll take the east area, I'll take the west, understand? Shinobu pointed in the corresponding directions as she instructed the demon, who nodded. Yes, ma'am, he replied before Shinobu gave him another glare. So help me, demon. If I find out that you disobeyed my orders or hurt another human, I'll show you that example I was talking about. Shinobu threatened. The demon gulped as he nodded. All right, get into position, Shinobu ordered. Kamado ran off towards the designated area. Soon, Shinobu was left alone with her sister. After a bit of awkward silence, Shinobu spoke. So, you're training it to become a demon slayer, she summarized. I assume this was a request from the master. Kanny nodded. We both think Tanjiro would be a great addition to our ranks, she explained with a smile. I see. Well, if it's an order from Master Yubayashiki, I won't say anything. But, you know, the other Hashira won't accept this. Hell, I don't accept this, Shinobu admitted as Kanny frowned. This is a direct order from the master, they will have to at least accept that fact. Kanny retorted. Well, there is always a chance one of them acts out of turn. Like that boyfriend of yours, Shinobu said with a smug look as Kanny sighed. I already told you, sister, Seini is just a friend, Kanny stated as Shinobu rolled her eyes. Just a friend? You're literally the only person that he actually calls a friend. Hell, the only reason he even talks to me is because I'm your sister. Shinobu shot back as Kanny continued. And secondly, he couldn't even kill Tanjiro if he tried. She stated, I just want you to know that you and Master Yubayashiki are playing with fire, Shinobu said before turning her back on her sister and walking away. Don't blame me if you get burned. Shinobu heard Kanny yell out to her before she was out of earshot. Before you go, you should know that Tanjiro has become my friend. If you give him the chance, he could be your friend too, Kanny yelled out as Shinobu leaped into the forest. Tanjiro, east of Tanazawa. 1 hour later, evening. Tanjiro's solar power level, 9.8%. Tanjiro was perched on a tree branch, looking around and sniffing the air for demons. All clear here, so far, Tanjiro thought as he decided to move somewhere else. As he jumped through the trees, the young demon pondered something. Total concentration, a special breathing technique. Why does that sound familiar? Kanny Kacho, Tanazawa. Kanny patrolled around the entire town, checking for any ways the demon or demons could get in. She left no stone unturned as she repeated these trips multiple times while checking around the middle from time to time. Shinobu, west of Tanazawa. Shinobu waited patiently as she jumped from tree to tree at rapid speeds, never missing a beat. We're not letting a single person die here tonight. This ends now, Shinobu said in her head as she heard a faint rustling sound. She immediately looked towards the source of the noise and saw a bush with something inside. Shinobu dropped down from the trees and picked up a rock before throwing it into the bush. Almost immediately, a rabbit came running out of the bush and fled somewhere else. Shinobu smiled to herself. Huck, guess I'm getting kind of jumpy lately, she said to herself as a demon snuck behind her and swung its claws at her neck. Tanjiro. Tanjiro continued sniffing the air, trying to pick up any demon scent. Unfortunately, he came up empty. Where could it be? He wondered. I have to find the demon before someone gets hurt. I also have to be prepared for the possibility of multiple demons. Tanjiro began jumping off of tree branches once again, taking short breaks to sniff out any trace of a demon. Soon, Tanjiro picked up a scent, but not what he expected. Wait, this smell, it's human, but it's not from Miss Shinobu or Kani. It must be a civilian. Tanjiro realized as he picked up another scent in the same direction. A demon. Someone's in danger. I have to help. Hurry. Tanjiro told himself as he leaped from tree to tree, his right hand now on his sword. As Tanjiro neared the scent, he saw an opening through the forest. There were 3 children backed up against a large boulder on his left, and a demon reaching out to them on his right. He recognized the 3 kids from this morning with the missing posters. There were 2 long black-haired twin sisters with red kimonos, and a slightly older boy, who stood in front of the girls, with spiky black hair and black robes. The demon in front of them wore a black, sleeveless tunic and red pants. His skin was a grayish-green color. His eyes were yellow irises and slit pupils. He had a mohawk made of bone-like spikes, and had more bone spikes sticking out of his exposed shoulders and elbows. The demon's right hand almost reached the boy's face as Tanjiro jumped high into the air with his sword drawn above his head. Before the demon noticed him, Tanjiro swung his sword through the monster's arm. Before the demon could recover from his shock, Tanjiro threw a right side kick to the demon's chest. The spiky demon was sent back a few feet before recovering. He glared at the boy. You son of a bitch. I'll have your fucking head for that. This is my kill, go find your own. The enemy demon yelled as Tanjiro faced him while assuming his stance. I won't let you hurt these kids, Tanjiro stated as his pink eyes turned into their plum red, cat-like counterparts. Huh? Who the hell do you think you are, kid? You're obviously a demon too, so don't act like you're better than me. The spike demon yelled back. The boy behind Tanjiro started speaking with a tremble in his voice. Please, Jay, just leave us alone. You already took our parents away. Isn't that enough? The boy pleaded as Tanjiro's eyes widened. Wait, so he's the one who killed these kids' parents? Tanjiro thought as the spike demon scratched the top of his head. Your parents. I don't remember eating anyone's parents. Then again, it's hard to remember every person you eat. At some point, the faces all start to blend together, the demon said before laughing. Tanjiro felt his blood boil inside of him, literally. He gave his enemy a death stare as he got ready to charge. But first, he had to calm down. Remember, Tanjiro, you must never let your emotions guide you in battle. That is the #1 way for someone to get killed in battle. But even if you can't die, you can still be put out of commission through injury or knockout. You must always remember that there are people counting on you to protect them, so do not get reckless. Tamayo's words rang through Tanjiro's head as he took a deep breath. Once he felt himself calm down, he stood in stance and didn't move. You demons are all the same, you're nothing but cowards. You go after the weak and hide when someone strong comes along. Tanjiro taunted the demon, who was not happy about it. The fuck did you just say, brat? The spike demon yelled, the scent of hostility intensifying. His right arm had already started to regenerate. I've said it before, and I'll say it as many times as I have to. I am nothing like you demons. Don't think that we're the same, because we are not. Tanjiro stated confidently to the angered spike demon. Cocky bastard. I'm gonna tear you to shreds. The spike demon threatened before charging at Tanjiro, not knowing that that was exactly what he wanted. This demon seems weaker than the last one I fought. Good, I haven't fully recovered my strength from that fight yet, so I doubt I could take on another one like that, Tanjiro thought as the spike demon neared him. The demon's right arm hadn't fully regenerated, so he threw a left punch at Tanjiro's face. Tanjiro sidestepped the attack to the right and lifted his arms with his sword in both hands. Tanjiro brought his arms down in an overhead slash as the spike demon was thrown off balance. Tanjiro sliced the demon's left arm off before kicking his left ankle and forcing him to fall on his knee. Tanjiro then immediately turned his sword horizontally and brought it next to his neck on the right side before swinging it to the left, targeting the spike demon's neck. The spike demon looked up from the ground to see the blade coming towards him. He tried to stop it with his right hand, which had just regenerated, but Tanjiro simply cut through that as well. The Nichiren sword cut through the spike demon's neck, causing the head to fly off of its body. The head landed with a thud as Tanjiro sheathed his sword. The spike demon's body went limp as it fell forward. Tanjiro looked down at the headless body, then at the head itself. The spiky demon had a shocked expression on its face which was soon replaced by a look of anger. You cut my fucking head off. You piece of shit, now I can't fucking regenerate. The spike demon cursed out Tanjiro. You used one of those fucking sunlight swords, didn't you, asshole? You fucking demon slayer wannabe. Like they'd accept a demon like you. The spike demon kept screaming. At this point, Tanjiro had pretty much given up on cleaning up demons' language. It was clear that most demons were naturally foul-mouthed. Tanjiro stared at the spiky demon's head with a look of kind sadness. The spike demon seemed to confuse this for pity. Stop looking at me like I'm some wounded animal, dickhead. I don't need your fucking pie, was the last thing he said before his head finally faded away along with his body. Tanjiro put his hands together and prayed for his fellow demon. Rest in peace. Tanjiro looked back at the 3 children by the boulder who looked at him in astonishment. Tanjiro smiled warmly at them. Don't worry, you're safe now, he assured them. Why, you're one of them, aren't you? Why did you save us? The younger boy asked as his sisters hid behind him, holding onto his legs. Tanjiro's smile remained. You're right, I am a demon. But I would never hurt another person, nor would I stand by and watch an innocent person get eaten. That would go against everything I stand for, he stated as the children all seemed to loosen up at the sight of Tanjiro's smile. It seemed like everything would be okay, until Tanjiro picked up a new smell. Another demon. There was more than one, Tanjiro realized as he and the kids heard loud footsteps approaching them. Tanjiro turned around and looked at the kids. Get behind the boulder. Don't make a sound, he told them. The kids did as they were told as Tanjiro faced towards the direction of the smell, assuming his stance again. Soon, a large demon was in front of him. He was at least twice as large as Tanjiro and wore a large, stretched out, dark blue samu with the long sleeves torn off. The demon had huge muscles, even for a demon. He also had pale skin, a bald head, and eyes with red irises and black cat-like pupils. Tanjiro picked up a horrible stench from the large demon. This guy's strong, much stronger than that other one. I don't think I'm strong enough to beat him, Tanjiro thought as the enemy demon stood over him, his shadow covering the boy's entire body. Well, what do we have here? The large demon said with a sneer as he looked down on Tanjiro. His voice was deep and gruff, a little demon acting like a demon slayer. Guess you must have escaped his control. Ha, lucky you. Tanjiro kept a firm grip on his sword while keeping eye contact with the large demon. The name's Asahi, and this little town is the feeding grounds for us demons. What's your name? The demon named Asahi asked, earning no response from Tanjiro. Not much of a talker, eh? By the way, no point hiding the fear, kid. I can see it in your eyes. Not the fear of death, no. This is the fear of failing to protect someone, Asahi says while nodding his head towards the boulder behind Tanjiro. Damn it, he already knows that those kids are back there. I can't let him near them, Tanjiro said in his head as he glared at the buff demon. Asahi cracked his knuckles. Look, kid, I'm gonna give you a choice. You can either step aside and let me eat those little bastards that you're hiding, or you can get beaten to a bloody pulp and left to rot away in the sun. Your choice, he said in a menacing tone as the 2 demons engaged in a stare down. Shinobu, the insect Hashira, stood in a field of poisoned demon corpses, completely unscathed, as the demon who first tried to sneak attack her crawled away in fear. The demon was a blonde female in a purple kimono and black tabi socks. Its skin was gray with a touch of purple from Shinobu's wisteria poison. The demon looked back at Shinobu with terror in its eyes as the Hashira got closer. It gagged, coughed, and wheezed as the poison slowly and painfully killed it. Shinobu looked at the demon with disdain. Maybe next time, you'll know better than to sneak up on a Hashira, Shinobu said before giving a confident smirk. Oh wait, there won't be a next time. Pee please. Cough cough gasp please. Just gag cough just kill me already, the demon begged. Oh, I don't think so, Shinobu responded with a cruel look on her face. You see, I became a demon slayer to make sure that each and every one of you filthy demons all suffer for the lives you've taken. Now, do me in this world a favor and rot in hell. The blonde demon continued to crawl like the filthy beast it was, and it continued to crawl until its body fell limp. Shinobu walked up to the demon and flipped it with her foot. The demon had a look of pure horror which brought Shinobu great pleasure. That was a bit excessive, sister. Shinobu heard Kani behind her and turned to see a disappointed but concerned look on her face. We've been over this, Kani. You have your methods of dealing with the demon threat, and I have mine. Shinobu shot back with a neutral look. Kani sighed. I assume these are the last of them, Kani asked as Shinobu nodded in response. I'm sure of it. How were things in town? Shinobu asked. There were quite a few demons who made it to town, but I disposed of them before they could hurt anyone, Kani replied. Good. And what about Yushiro and Lady Tameo? Shinobu asked again. They were able to convince everyone to stay inside. Everyone is safe, Kani said with a relieved smile. Shinobu sighed, also in relief. Any word from Kamado yet? Shinobu asked. Kani shook her head. I was just about to check on him, she stated. Shinobu nodded in response. Well, it seemed pretty quiet over there. Let's go see if that thing actually made itself useful, Shinobu said, earning a frown from Kani before hopping through the forest to town to meet up with Tameo and Yushiro. Tanazawa Motel. Tameo and Yushiro stood in front of the motel that they were staying at and noticed the two Hashira heading towards them. Lady Tameo, Yushiro, I am glad that you are both okay, Kani said with a warm smile before looking around. Has Tanjiro not come back yet? Tameo shook her head. No, I think he might still be patrolling the forest. Is the demon attack over already? She asked. This time, Shinobu spoke. Yes, Tanazawa is now a demon-free zone. Crash. Everyone's eyes widened at the sound of a distant crash coming from the east of Tanazawa. What the hell was that? Yushiro asked in alarm. They all jumped onto the highest building nearby and looked towards the direction that the noise came from. That's when they saw something get launched into the sky, something white and red. Suddenly, a larger figure appeared beside the first. This one was a bit easier to describe. It was a buff pale male demon in a torn-up hakama, and it kicked the small figure down to the ground with an axe kick before descending back into the forest with another loud crash. Shinobu looked beside her to see looks of horror on Tameo's and Kani's faces. Tameo was a demon, which meant she had enhanced sight. Kani had always had better vision than other people. Even if not nearly as good as Kanao's, it was still useful in battle. It seemed that the two women knew exactly what the first figure was, and Shinobu could probably guess as well from their expressions. Yushiro was the first to speak. Do you think that was? Yushiro tried to ask with slight concern in his voice before Kane finished the sentence for him. Tanjiro, Kani answered before leaping off towards the direction of the figures. Damn it, Shinobu thought before leaping after her sister. So there was another demon in the east. That demon looked tough too. We have to hurry and kill it before it hurts someone. Tanjiro versus Asahi. The giant demon looked down on the crater he created in the ground, and the young boy at its center. Asahi was completely unscathed, excluding some dirt and cuts in his hakama. Tanjiro was not as lucky. His right arm and left leg were torn off and, along with his sword, thrown away. His right eye had been smashed by one of the muscle demon's punches as the young demon's blood covered it. His left eye rolled to the back of his head, leaving only the white bloodshots clear. His broken body twitched on the ground, unable to move after being kicked into the ground with such impressive force. This is your last chance, kid. Give up and step aside, Asahi told Tanjiro, who was starting to raise his body from the ground. His left leg was already in the middle of regenerating and was soon able to get up on both legs with his right arm not far behind. Tanjiro looked up at the larger demon and glared at him. His right eye had healed, but the sclere became redder due to the blood dropping into it. I won't give up not now. Not ever, Tanjiro replied with steeled nerves. Asahi wasn't very happy about this, however. Your funeral, brat, Asahi said coldly. Tanjiro jumped up and threw a kick at his opponent's jaw. The kick landed, but the muscle demon completely tanked it. Tanjiro then grabbed the buff demon's head with both hands, including his regenerated one, and headbutted him. But Asahi simply laughed it off. Ha ha ha. Did you really think that pissant attack would do anything to me? He taunted Tanjiro as the demon parried his head with his own. Tanjiro was left in the air, defenseless, as he realized Asahi's head had turned metal. Asahi, whose fist also turned metal, threw a left punch to the boy's chest as Tanjiro held up his arms to guard. The punch made contact with Tanjiro's arms, which were shattered upon impact. Tanjiro was launched into a nearby tree next to the boulder where the kids from earlier were hiding. Tanjiro's back hit the tough bark with devastating force, nearly knocking the tree over. Tanjiro managed to land on his feet in a crouched position, his pain tolerance becoming slightly better. Tanjiro's broken arms hung by his sides as he struggled to stand. Unfortunately, Asahi did not give the boy much time to rest. Asahi turned his chest metal and jumped into the air in an attempt to body slam Tanjiro, who immediately jumped out of the way upon seeing this in time. What the? Was that a blood demon art? Tanjiro wondered as he landed away from Asahi, who had just hit the ground. Tanjiro's arms were still broken as Asahi was already recovering from his failed attack. You've probably figured it out by now. This is my blood demon art, Asahi announced as his entire body was being covered with metal. Blood demon art, Iron Man. Tanjiro watched in awe as his enemy encased himself in a coat of iron. This is bad. It's gonna be really hard to cut through his neck with a sword, Tanjiro thought as he came to a conclusion. Asahi charged at the boy, each footstep creating loud thuds. I have no choice. I have to fight fire with fire, Tanjiro said in his head as he charged at Asahi. Heh, you've got balls, kid, I'll give you that, Asahi thought upon seeing the young demon charge at him. But you don't stand a chance. Asahi got ready to throw a right punch while Tanjiro did the same, his arms now healed. However, as he did, his scar started to glow orange and his irises became bright red. Sorry, Miss Tameo, but this is definitely an emergency, Tanjiro thought as he sent his solar blood cells to his right fist. Blood burst out of the knuckles in the form of fire and covered Tanjiro's entire right hand. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Solar Fist. The two demons' fists collided, resulting in a small shockwave moving through the area. Asahi immediately noticed something was wrong. Not only did this kid set his hand on fire and matched his strength, now his own hand seemed to be burning. He reeled his fist back from the sharp pain and checked his right hand. Despite his iron coat, his knuckles had been burned to the bone and were not regenerating as quickly as usual. Not giving Asahi the time to heal, Tanjiro leaped towards the larger demon's neck and prepared his next attack. Tanjiro's left leg was set ablaze as he threw a left roundhouse kick to Asahi's neck with the intent to behead him. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Flaming Kick. Tanjiro's leg neared Asahi's neck as Asahi leaned his head back to avoid the attack, his body still covered in metal. The kick barely grazed the neck as the flames caused the metal on it to fade away. Those damn flames. They're negating my Blood Demon Art. It feels like I'm being burned by the sun. What the hell is this kid? An alarmed Asahi wondered. Tanjiro observed the cut he made on Asahi's neck in midair. Miss Tameo told me how sunlight negates Blood Demon Arts, meaning that my Blood Demon Art can stop other demons from using their spells. Asahi reached out with his left hand, trying to grab Tanjiro. But Tanjiro headbutted the hand to push himself upwards over the hand, allowing him to land and jump off of Asahi's arm. Asahi stared at the boy with wide eyes as Tanjiro landed a few meters away. The two demons glared daggers at each other before Tanjiro stepped forward. He stumbled. What the? Tanjiro wondered in panic as he felt his strength leave him. His scar stopped glowing and his eyes returned to plum red. Damn, my body's already getting tired. I only used Sun Conqueror twice. It's probably because I haven't regained my original strength from my fight with the six-armed demon. I went too far. Asahi grinned at this sight. Gotcha, he said in his head as he charged ahead and grabbed the stumbling Tanjiro by the head, reactivating his Blood Demon Art. He lifted the young demon off the ground and threw him into the boulder where the three siblings were still hiding behind, peeking their heads to watch the fight. Tanjiro's body left a human-sized crater on the side of the boulder. He bounced off of it and fell on his face. He tried to get up before his nose told him that Asahi was already standing over him. Asahi picked Tanjiro up by the collar of his shirt, lifted the boy over his head to throw him into the ground before stomping his stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Tanjiro was given a moment to breathe as he rolled onto his belly, but this was only because Asahi was busy chopping down a tree with a single chop. Tanjiro noticed this while struggling to get on his feet. What is he doing now? He wondered as Asahi picked up the fallen tree with little effort. Asahi immediately threw the tree onto Tanjiro's back, forcing him to drop to the ground again. Tanjiro tried to push himself up, but his strength failed him. I can't move. Damn it. Get up, Tanjiro. Tanjiro told himself as he tried to crawl out from the tree. Asahi crouched in front of the boy. He had Tanjiro's sword in his right hand and grabbed the boy's wrists, pinning his hands on top of each other. Asahi then took Tanjiro's sword and impaled both of his hands, sticking them in place. Tanjiro let out a pain grunt before glaring at the large demon who gave a confident sneer. That's some annoying-ass Blood Demon Art you got, you bastard. But now it's time that you had a little time out, Asahi taunted before walking towards the boulder and the kids behind it. Stay put, I'll deal with you later, Asahi said as he picked up the boulder and threw it to the side, revealing the three crying siblings holding each other. No, stay away from them, Tanjiro yelled, but Asahi simply ignored him. Asahi smiled cruelly at the children, the eldest of them holding his arms out to defend his sisters. All right, kiddas, who wants to go first? Asahi asked. Tanjiro could only look on in horror as Asahi made his way to the defenseless children. I have to protect them. I have to get up. I have to. Tanjiro tried to use his impaled hands to pull his sword out of the ground, but his efforts were fruitless. Come on, this isn't the time to be weak. Get up, please. Just leave us alone. Tanjiro heard the other boy plead to the buff demon who seemed to be in no mood to talk. They'll die if you don't hurry. Get up already, Tanjiro told himself, not noticing the movement of his lost blood. I'll protect them. I'll protect them all. I swear. I won't let anyone else get hurt. Asahi reached out to grab the little boy in front of him, also not noticing the blood moving in a circle around the children. Tanjiro's scar started flickering between its normal red and glowing orange like a broken light bulb. Tanjiro's eyes became brighter as he felt his strength return to him. He focused his mind on protecting the children at all costs and unleashed the fire within him. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Hinakami's Protection. The blood around the children began to glow as Asahi's hand almost reached the little boy's face. Suddenly, a wall of fire appeared around the children and burned Asahi's iron-coated hand. He screamed in pain as he pulled his hand back and watched the wall of fire spiral around the children and close up into a protective sphere of sun fire. Fuck, Asahi thought in frustration. That little shit must have manipulated the blood he lost so he could use his blood demon art to protect these brats. Tanjiro used his enhanced strength to push the tree off of him and get up while tearing his sword out of his hands with his teeth. Asahi smashed the fire barrier with both fists, only for them to get burned up and pushed back. Asahi stumbled backwards as he looked at his burned-off hands. While Asahi was distracted, Tanjiro managed to take his Nichiren sword, which was covered in his blood, out of his hands and held it again. He leaped at incredible speeds at Asahi, who turned his head to look back. Despite Tanjiro's sudden burst in speed, Asahi managed to figure out Tanjiro's intentions from where his eyes were looking. He's staring at my legs. He wants to cut off my legs and knock me down, Asahi realized as he quickly covered his legs in metal. I can't dodge or counter in time, but that doesn't matter. He's probably using a sword because using his other tricks makes him too tired. But he'll never cut through my metal coat with that tiny thing, Asahi thought, not knowing that Tanjiro had a plan. I can use Sun Conqueror, exploding blood to turn my blood into fire made up of sunlight while setting whatever it's on ablaze, and Nichiren swords absorb sunlight. So, what would happen if I covered my sword with that sunlight? Tanjiro wondered as the blood on his sword began glowing. Tanjiro neared Asahi's metallized legs and swung his sword at them from the right. It's useless, brat, Asahi announced. Your puny sword can't cut through. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Red Hot Blade. Tanjiro's sword suddenly burst into flames and turned from its normal metallic color to a bright red color. The sword ended up negating Asahi's Blood Demon Art and cut through his tough legs like butter. Asahi's upper body was slightly sent upwards as Tanjiro passed through the opening. Asahi landed on his back hard, cracking his skull on the ground. Asahi became dazed, trying to refocus his eyes. He lifted his head to look at Tanjiro, except he wasn't there. It was only the three children from before. Asahi looked around frantically before looking up. Tanjiro was in the air above Asahi, descending with his sword in hand. Fuck, fuck, fuck. He's going to cut my head off. I have to get away, Asahi thought as he panickedly tried to recover from his daze. But it was too late. Tanjiro descended quickly, only about 100 feet from Asahi's neck. Asahi could only cover his neck in metal as Tanjiro took a deep breath. For some reason, the memory of his father went through Tanjiro's mind as he closed his eyes. Mount Kumodori, Kamado household. Over 1 year ago, Tanjiro had fought his illness for many long years, but his battle would soon be over. A 12-year-old Tanjiro sat in Seiza beside his father's deathbed with tears in his eyes. His siblings had been sent out of the room. Kai left Tanjiro and Tanjiro to have some alone time. Tanjiro held his father's hand tightly, the same hand that touched his head when he was a baby. Tanjiro looked at his son with a sad smile. Tanjiro ... it's time, Tanjiro said to Tanjiro, who nodded. He knew exactly what he meant by that. Tanjiro removed his Hanafuda earrings and gave them to Tanjiro. I passed these earrings ... onto the new head ... of the Kamado clan. Tanjiro chanted as Tanjiro put on his father's precious earrings, the family heirloom of the Kamado bloodline. I also entrust with you ... the sacred cough. Hinakami Kagura. Tanjiro's heart broke a little after hearing that cough from his own father, a man who single-handedly killed a giant bear only a week ago. Is there really nothing we can do, father? Tanjiro asked, trying to find even the tiniest bit of hope. Tanjiro kept smiling while shaking his head. I'm afraid not, my boy. The doctors have tried everything, but it is useless now. Tanjiro suppressed a sob after hearing that. This was actually happening. His father was dying. It seemed that Tanjiro noticed this. Don't cry, my son. Please, smile. I've lived a good life. You should be happy, Tanjiro said, catching Tanjiro off guard. Happy? What was there to be happy about? The man he looked up to for the last decade was leaving his family much too soon. You must keep smiling ... for your mother and siblings ... You must be cough. You must be strong for them, Tanjiro said as Tanjiro looked at his knees. But, father, and not strong. I'll never be as strong as you. I can't do this without you, Tanjiro said while shutting his eyes tightly, holding back the tears as best as he could. That is not true. Tanjiro scolded the boy's modesty. Tanjiro opened his eyes in surprise at his father's words. You are strong, Tanjiro. Do not say otherwise ever again. Understand? Tanjiro hesitantly nodded as Tanjiro's smile returned. You don't realize it yet, Tanjiro ... but you are actually quite special. I can tell. You will likely go on to do great things. You are a protector, Tanjiro. It's in your nature to help others in need ... even if you get hurt in the process. Or have you forgotten how you got that scar? Tanjiro grinned while pointing to the burn mark on Tanjiro's forehead. This caused the boy to give a small smile himself. Tanjiro, I want you to promise me that you will use your strength to protect not only your family ... but anyone else who needs your help. Promise me that you'll comfort those around you ... with your warm smile ... and that you'll never let anyone else get hurt. Tanjiro looked at his father's eyes for what would be the last time and nodded. He opened his mouth and said, Yes, father, I promise. Tanjiro's eyes snapped open as he was near Asahi's neck, his red eyes shining through the darkness, the fire on his blade burning brightly. He held the long breath he took earlier and exhaled as his breath became hotter and hotter until it became as hot as the flames on his sword. I will protect whoever I can. I will keep smiling for those around me. I will stay strong. I will never stop fighting. Tanjiro held his sword with both hands and prepared a mighty horizontal swing. Asahi looked on in horror as he couldn't do anything to defend himself. Inakami Kagura. Tanjiro was right above his neck and swung his sword through Asahi's neck while twisting his body with the swing. This allowed Tanjiro to do a 360 slash, resulting in an upright ring of fire that expanded in all directions. Clear blue sky. Tani, east of Tanazawa. Half a minute ago, Kani and Shinobu ran through the forest as fast as they could. We're coming, Tanjiro. Just hold on a bit longer, Kani said in her head. The two sisters eventually made it to the site of the battle to see a large demon on the ground. His legs were ... cut off. Burned off, both. They also noticed some sort of bubble made of fire. Was Tanjiro inside of it? Was this his blood demon art at work? That's when they heard a battle cry and looked upwards. It was Tanjiro, his clothes shredded and bloody, his scar glowing, and his sword red and on fire. Tanjiro was descending upon the demon and prepared to cut through the demon's neck. The demon turned metal, likely his blood demon art. Before Tanjiro finished off his foe, Kani heard him yell out one thing. Inakami Kagura, clear blue sky. Tanjiro made a 360 slash and released a ring of fire into the other demon's neck, cutting it off with no effort. It was so bright and, in Kani's opinion, so beautiful. I have never seen such an intense sword technique. Where did Tanjiro learn that? Kani wondered. The force of the technique boosted Tanjiro forward into the air until he bounced off of the ground, dropping his sword in the process. He came to a stop on his back. Kani ran to his side and lifted his head and torso with her hands. Tanjiro's eyes were closed before they opened to see Kani over him, revealing their usual pink. Tanjiro gave a weak smile. Hello, Kani. I didn't worry you, did I? He asked as Kani returned the smile. A little bit, yes, she replied. Oh, sorry. Is everyone safe, at least? Tanjiro asked with a little embarrassment in his voice. Yes, all demons have been taken care of. It's finally over, she answered. What about ... the kids? Tanjiro asked, causing Kani to tilt her head in confusion. What kids? Kani asked back as Tanjiro looked towards the sphere of fire he created, which was starting to fade away. As the flames died, they revealed 3 children. The same ones from this morning at the missing posters, hugging each other tightly. I see. Tanjiro used his blood demon art to protect those kids. Kani realized, her smile growing wider. Yes, they're fine. Kani finally answered Tanjiro's question before looking back at him. Thanks to you, of course. Tanjiro looked ready to argue, but he seemed too tired and gave up. That's good to ... hear ... Tanjiro replied before slowly closing his eyes and falling into a deep sleep. Kani's shut-eyed smile remained. Tameo had already told her about how Tanjiro's blood demon art caused him to pass out from exhaustion. Get some rest, my little demon friend. You've earned it. Kani looked around and watched the larger demon fade away to ash with a look of shock on his face. She felt sorry for him, but found that she couldn't help but glare at him for hurting Tanjiro, a child, so badly. She also spotted a severed arm and leg lying around and fading away, leaving 2 puddles of blood. Tanjiro's sword, still on fire, was stuck in the ground. Kani observed the red blade until the flames died out, leaving no blood on it. The Nichiren sword returned to its original metallic color. Kani then noticed Shinobu looking at Tanjiro over her shoulder. He used a breathing technique, she stated. Kani nodded in response. There was something familiar about it. It sort of reminded me of Rengoku's flame breathing. But this was different, Kani said in response. Hinakami Kagura, Shinobu said while holding her chin in her left hand and her left arm in the other. I will need to send a message to Master Yubayashiki to ask him or Rengoku about it. Kani nodded before picking up Tanjiro and placing him on her back. She went to pick up his sword, placing it in his sheath which she had untied from his hip. Kani sees Shinobu comforting the children. It's alright, you're safe now, she said with a warm smile. The eldest of the three, the brother, held his sisters close to him. He looked at Tanjiro with a look of concern. Are you going to kill him? The boy asked, referring to Tanjiro. Both Kani's and Shinobu's eyes widened at that question. Please don't kill him, he's not like the other monsters. He protected me and my sisters, he saved our lives. He's a good person, I swear, the boy said, his little sisters nodding in agreement. Kani once again couldn't help but smile as Shinobu looked at her. She gave the insect Hashira a smug look as if to say, I told you so. Shinobu gave her an annoyed look before sighing and looking back at the three kids. Don't worry, we're not gonna hurt him, you have my word. Now, let's get you home. Do you have any parents? She asked, earning a saddened look from the kids. They were taken by those monsters. We're living with our aunt and uncle, the boy answered, earning a look of sadness from the two Hashira. If anyone knew what it was like to lose their parents, it was them. Shinobu patted the boy's head with a sad smile. I'm very sorry, I've lost my parents too, so I know how much it hurts. But you have to keep moving forward for them. That's what me and my sister did. Kani felt proud of her little sister. She could be overly aggressive with demons, but she still had a good heart. The kids seemed to cheer up at those words and were led back to town. The children's uncle expressed his gratitude to both Hashira, and especially to Tanjiro, whom the man seemed concerned about. Kani assured him that Tanjiro was tougher than he looked and left. They soon ran into Tameo and Yushiro. Tameo looked at Tanjiro with concern and relief. What happened? She asked. There was a strong demon that attacked some children. Tanjiro protected them and killed the demon. It seems that he used his blood demon art. Kani explained. Yushiro sighed. Yes, that certainly sounds like him, he said in annoyance. Tameo smiled with a bit of pride at Tanjiro. I see, well I'm glad you're all safe and sound, Tameo said. Kani and Shinobu nodded in response before the two demons went back to their motel room. The two Hashira followed them. Kani looked at Shinobu with a victorious smile. Shinobu noticed this and slightly glared at her. What? Shinobu asked, earning no response but a shut-eye smile before sighing again. Fine, maybe his intentions are pure, she admitted. But we cannot let our guard down. Even if he is on our side, we cannot ignore the possibility of him going berserk, Shinobu stated. Whatever you say, sister, Kani responded, still smiling as a tick mark appeared on Shinobu's head. Hey, if you've got something to say, let's hear it. Shinobu snapped at the elder sister. Kani started giggling, annoying Shinobu even more. And just what is so funny, she yelled as the two sisters walked on. Tanjiro. 4 days later, late afternoon. Tanjiro's solar power level, 9.4%. Tanjiro opened his eyes to a dark room lit by a single lamp. He was laying in a comfy futon. He noticed that his destroyed clothes were replaced with casual, white robes with a purple flower pattern. He looked around and saw Yushiro lying back against the wall across from Tanjiro, reading a book. Yushiro lowered his book and looked at Tanjiro with a smirk. About damn time. Lady Tameo and Lady Kani were about to have a heart attack. Shinobu suggested putting you out of your misery. Tanjiro sat up from his futon. How long was I out? He asked. About 4 days, Yushiro answered, causing Tanjiro to nearly choke. 4, Tanjiro exclaimed as Yushiro's face became serious. You need to be more careful with that blood demon art of yours. If you overexert yourself and pass out in the middle of battle or protecting someone, who knows what might happen? Yushiro scolded the boy, who lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry, but I had to. Someone was in danger from a strong demon and I wasn't strong enough to beat him without Sun Conqueror, Tanjiro explained. Yushiro nodded. Yes, Lady Kani informed us of what you did, he responded before smiling again. You know, those kids actually begged Kani and Shinobu not to kill you. Tanjiro's eyes widened upon hearing this. Huh? Really? He asked, to which Yushiro nodded. Tanjiro felt grateful to those kids for defending him, despite knowing that he was a demon. Tanjiro looked around the room again. What is this place? He asked as Yushiro went back to reading his book. A Wisteria family safe house in the Takamatsucho Oza in Takakawa. We'll be staying for the night so that Lady Kani and Shinobu can rest, he answered, earning a confused look from Tanjiro. Wisteria family safe house, Tanjiro repeated before Hashira went into more detail. This house is one of many owned by a family once rescued by demon slayers. The family has cared for demon slayers free of charge ever since to show their gratitude. It took a little convincing to let you, me, and Lady Tameo in here, but luckily we have Lady Kani and Shinobu to put in a good word, Yushiro explained. Tanjiro's eyes widened again. Miss Shinobu defended us? Tanjiro asked in shock. Yushiro nodded in response. I know, I can barely believe it myself even though I was there. Although, she didn't say much in your case, he added. Tanjiro nodded his head sadly, not surprised by that last bit of information. Cheer up, Kamado. The fact that she hasn't tried to kill you in your sleep should count as a victory, Yushiro stated. Tanjiro chuckled at that remark. Yeah, I guess you're right, Tanjiro agreed. So, where is everyone else? Lady Tameo was taken to a lab in another district to continue her research. I would have joined but she wanted me to look after you. Shinobu and Lady Kani are asleep in their rooms, Yushiro said before. Growl. Tanjiro's face turned red as his belly started growling like crazy. The mention of food seemed to wake up Tanjiro's stomach. Yushiro sighed as he got up. Stay here, there's some leftover onigiri and udon from dinner. I'll bring you some, Yushiro said as he began to walk out of the room. Thank you, Yushiro, Tanjiro said with a thankful smile before Yushiro closed the sliding door behind him, leaving Tanjiro to his own thoughts. His mind went to that fight with Asahi when he did something quite odd. He used one of the forms of Hinokami Kagura to kill Asahi. Why, though? Hinokami Kagura is a dance, not a sword technique. I mean, it worked but still. That said, the breathing technique of the Kagura and total concentration do seem similar. Tanjiro thought to himself. Total concentration breathing increases one's strength, speed, and stamina. Hinokami Kagura makes it so that the user never gets tired. I remember father telling me and Nezuko about Hinokami Kagura and the breathing technique that went with it. Kamado household. 5 years ago, a younger Tanjiro and Nezuko sat in Seiza at the feet of their father's futon. Tanjiro's illness had been acting up, forcing him to stay in bed to rest. Tanjiro, Nezuko, I think it's time that I started teaching you two the Hinokami Kagura, he said, his first and second born child. I won't be around forever. One day, my illness may claim my life. When that happens, one of you will have to take my place as head of the Kamado clan. Tanjiro was saddened by the thought of his father dying while Nezuko tilted her head in confusion. Me too, Papa, she asked. Tanjiro nodded. Yes, just in case something happens to your brother, God forbid, or he is not able to perform Hinokami Kagura and you are by the time I die. If either of these are the case, you will become the clan head instead. Nezuko looked at Tanjiro with concern on her face. Tanjiro noticed this and smiled at his little sister. Don't worry, Nezuko. Both father and I are just fine, Tanjiro assured the girl while petting her head. This seemed to satisfy her. Tanjiro smiled at the two kids before his face became serious. Tanjiro, Nezuko, you must make sure that this Kagura and these earrings are passed down to either of you uninterrupted. It will not be easy to learn this dance. Are you sure you can handle it? Tanjiro and Nezuko looked back at each other, smiled, and nodded in understanding before looking back at their father. We're ready, they said simultaneously. Tanjiro smiled again. Good. Let's start with the breathing technique that goes with Hinokami Kagura. This breathing technique is what allows me to perform this dance, as it prevents one from becoming tired. Once you master this technique, you will be able to dance forever. Tanjiro smiled to himself after the memory. He recalled how difficult it was to learn Hinokami Kagura. After every practice, he and Nezuko were left panting on the ground, unable to move. Tanjiro was able to perform the dance from sunset to sunrise, but only with multiple breaks, and he still ended up bedridden for a week. Nezuko was close but wasn't able to master it either. Tanjiro then remembered the first time he performed Hinokami Kagura after his father died and how ... Wait. Crap, I didn't perform Hinokami Kagura at New Year's, Tanjiro finally realized as he shot up from his bed. It was tradition for the head of the Kamado clan to perform Hinokami Kagura at the end of each year from sunset to sunrise and offer this dance to Hinokami, the fire god, as a way to ward off threats and disease from the entire family. I was so preoccupied with trying to become human that I completely forgot about it. And it's now near the end of January. Tanjiro started to panic. Of course, there was always a chance that Nezuko had become the new head of their clan and performed Hinokami Kagura in his place. His family thought he was dead, so they would still be in their mourning period where they couldn't participate in celebrations or entertainment. But Hinokami Kagura was neither, so it should be okay. However, Tanjiro didn't want to risk it. It was almost sunset. If he hurried, he could make the proper preparations. Backyard of the safe house. Sunset. After eating the leftovers given to him by Yushiro, Tanjiro kindly asked his fellow demon for spare yen, promising to pay him back. Tanjiro went into town and bought an outfit similar to the one his father wore when performing Hinokami Kagura. A long-sleeved dark brown dress with golden and crimson red flames, as well as a large blindfold that covered his face with the kanji for flames. There wasn't a dress in Tanjiro's size, so he had to get a larger one which hid his hands in his sleeves. Tanjiro also managed to find a wooden replica of a shikishido, the seven-branched sword. The one thing he couldn't replicate was the Hanafuda earrings. Tanjiro asked the staff at the safe house if he could borrow any torches, a request to which they obliged. Tanjiro stood in the backyard of the house in a beautiful garden. He took multiple torches that he lit using the lamps from inside the house and placed them in the form of a circle. Tanjiro changed into the proper attire and stood in the center of the circle, holding the wooden shikishido in his right hand. I was extremely lucky to be able to find all these things for the dance. The sun has almost set, Tanjiro said in his head as he made a silent prayer. Inokami, please forgive me for giving you this dance much too late. I beg you, do not take it out on my family. I alone will accept any punishment for forgetting my family's most precious tradition. I also apologize for not bearing my family's earrings. I thought that buying or creating a copy of them would be disrespectful. Please accept this dance which I dedicate to the fire god. Tanjiro finished his prayer as he got into his starting position, and as the sun finished setting, he breathed in and began the Hinokami Kagura. Tanjiro moved around gracefully, swinging his wooden sword with elegance. Tanjiro performed the 12 forms in order. Dance, clear blue sky, raging sun, burning bones, summer sun, setting sun transformation, solar heat haze, beneficent radiance, sunflower thrust, dragon sun halo head dance, fire wheel, fake rainbow, and flame dance. Tanjiro finished the 12th form and repeated the forms all over again. He did this over and over for hours until sunrise. The memories of his family flashed through his mind with each technique, as if the Kagura was bonding his spirit with those of his loved ones. As he danced, Tanjiro noticed a great strain on his demon body, especially when he messed up his breathing, which caused him to mess up or slow down at times. Fortunately, Tanjiro was able to push past it thanks to his seemingly endless stamina. As long as his breathing was under control, Tanjiro could complete the Kagura with some difficulty, and he did. After many long hours, Tanjiro completed his last cycle of the 12 forms as the sun peaked over the horizon. Tanjiro exhaled one last time as the strain caught up to his body, falling onto his knees and onto his hands. Tanjiro didn't feel tired like he usually did after performing Hinokami Kagura. He just felt weak. Fortunately, the strain went away after only about half an hour as his blood started to boil again. As Tanjiro recomposed himself, he smelled a familiar sweet smell before hearing the sound of clapping. Surprised, Tanjiro jumped and turned around, lifting up his blindfold to find Kani sitting on the back porch of the house. She was clapping happily with eyes full of wonder and fascination. "Oh my, that was beautiful," she exclaimed. "Kani, how long were you sitting there?" Tanjiro asked. "Right around the last hour of your dance," Kani answered, still smiling. "I'm sorry, did I wake you?" Tanjiro asked with guilt in his voice. Kani shook her head. "No, we demon slayers simply have a habit of waking up early." "So, what was that wonderful dance?" Kani asked with curiosity. "Oh, it's the Hinokami Kagura, a dance dedicated to the fire god. The head of our family performs it at New Year's to ward off threats and disease. But, after everything that happened, I forgot to do it," Tanjiro explained as he fully removed his blindfold. "I see, isn't there someone else who can do that? Since you're supposed to be ... you know," Kani said while trying not to be rude. Tanjiro smiled sadly. "My little sister was supposed to become the head if something happened to me, but I just wanted to make sure that my family would be safe. After all, they're likely still in mourning. And to be honest, doing Hinokami Kagura, it sort of made me feel connected with my family, even though we're so far apart now," Tanjiro admitted, earning a warm smile from his demon-slaying friend. "That's very sweet. It's always important to stay connected with your family," Kani said while clapping her hands together. Tanjiro nodded in agreement before the flower Hashira continued. "By the way, you did a great job in Tanazawa. If it weren't for you, those kids definitely would have perished at the hand of that demon." Kani praised the boy before adopting a look of guilt. "I'm very sorry I wasn't able to join you sooner. It looked like you got hurt badly," Kani said before Tanjiro waved her off. "That's fine, Kani. You don't have to apologize for anything. I'm a demon, so pain and injury are pretty much meaningless to me," Tanjiro said with a shrugging smile. Even so, you are still just a boy. It's unfair to expect you to fight all these battles on your own, Kanny said with genuine concern in her voice. Tanjiro's face became serious as he looked at his hand. To protect not only my family, but anyone who needs my help, that was my father's dying wish. He made me promise that I would protect anyone who needed me. I like to think I was given these powers for that exact reason and not what Kibutsuji had in mind. Tanjiro explained. Last night, I found out that I could use my power to protect and not just destroy. To destroy demons before they can hurt anyone and to protect anyone in danger. This ability allows me to do both, which makes it perfect for me. Tanjiro looked up and smiled brightly at Kanny. That's why I want to learn to fully control my power and join the Demon Slayer Corps, so I can protect as many people as I can. Tanjiro finished, earning yet another smile from Kanny. That's a marvelous goal. I'm sure you'll achieve it, Tanjiro. I believe in you, Kanny said to a blushing Tanjiro. Thank you. Tanjiro stuttered as Kanny giggled. Well, let's get you some more breathable clothes. After breakfast, we'll be starting your training again until nightfall since the boxes we requested to carry Lady Tameo and Yushiro haven't arrived yet. Kanny stated. I sent a request to the Corps for a new trainee uniform for you which did arrive at this house yesterday. They should be in the room you were sleeping in along with your sword. Right, thank you, Tanjiro replied before moving to his room to change clothes. After changing, he left his dancer clothes with the residents of the safe house who promised that they'd take good care of them. Tanjiro also ate breakfast after finding out that the leftovers from last night did not do much to fill him up after 4 days of sleep. He had grilled fish, fried egg, steamed rice, and some vegetable side dishes. As he ate, he started thinking of his family and felt really guilty. I've been enjoying all this great food paid for by the Demon Slayer Corps while my family has probably been struggling to get enough yen without me and Dad. Maybe I can request to move some of the money that goes into feeding me towards helping my family. Tanjiro pondered the idea. After eating, Tanjiro entered the backyard again, but now in his new uniform. He sported a white hakama with a white top and a dark blue bottom along with Zori sandals with black tabi socks. His sword was sheathed at his hip. On the back of his hakama, the phrase "Become the blade that destroys demons" was inscribed on the back in kanji form. Shinobu was at the end of the backyard leaning against the wooden fence in her Demon Slayer uniform and butterfly Haori. She noticed Tanjiro's new look and scoffed. A demon in a Demon Slayer trainee uniform, now I've seen everything, Shinobu said while crossing her arms. She gave the young demon a glare, except Tanjiro noticed that it was a bit softer than usual. He also thought that he just smelled a trace of pity from the insect Hashira. Suddenly, Kanny came up from behind and put her arms around Tanjiro's neck. Well, I think he pulls it off, she said in response to Shinobu's remark. Tanjiro looked up at Kanny. So, what are we doing today, Kanny? Tanjiro asked the young woman. Ah yes, I came up with the perfect idea for training while you were dancing, Kanny announced, slightly confusing Tanjiro, who wondered why she felt the need to mention that. Kanny let go of Tanjiro and grabbed a bunch of wooden boards which she had placed behind her and placed them near the center of the garden. She signaled to Tanjiro to come closer, which he did. Tanjiro and Kanny each stood on either side of the boards while Shinobu spectated. Tanjiro looked down at the boards. There were about 15 of them stacked on top of each other. Do you want me to slice through this, Kanny? Tanjiro asked. Kanny nodded. Yes, but first, Kanny paused as Tanjiro awaited her next words. Draw your sword and show me the Hinakami Kagura. Chapter 8 The Sword Hidden in the Dance. Kanny Kacho, Wisteria Family Safe House. 2 hours ago, Kanny had just finished changing back into her uniform after waking up as a sleepy Shinobu rose from her futon. Kanny yawned as she attached her sword to her hip as she walked out of her room and into a hallway that led to all the other rooms in the backyard. She walked towards where Tanjiro was to check up on him when she saw a light coming from the back door of the house. Kanny went to the garden in the backyard of the safe house to investigate, pulling the door slowly as she peeked through it. She saw someone dancing. It was someone in a dark brown dress with red and yellow flame patterns. The dress seemed a little big for the dancer. The person's face was covered with a blindfold which covered his entire face, but Kanny was able to recognize the ruffled burgundy-tipped hair. It was Tanjiro, surrounded by lit torches and performing a beautiful, yet familiar dance. Tanjiro held a wooden 7-branched sword in his hand that he swung around gracefully. Kanny walked onto the porch and sat in Seiza as she observed the dance, completely mesmerized by each move. However, she also took note of some of the techniques. She recognized the clear blue sky that she saw in Tanazawa, but that wasn't all. There were 2 techniques that Tanjiro performed that were quite similar to water breathing. She knew because flower breathing was derived from water breathing. Hinakami Kagura, Fire Wheel. Tanjiro moved both his body and sword in a circular motion reminiscent of water breathing's second form, water wheel. Hinokami Kagura, Dragon Sun Halo Head Dance. Tanjiro then made a continuous swing that reminded Kani of the 10th form of water breathing, constant flux. Hinokami Kagura, Setting Sun Transformation. Kani then started noticing a similarity to Sanmi's wind breathing. Tanjiro did a backflip followed by an upside-down, horizontal sword swing in midair, a more simple version of wind breathing's 9th form. Hinokami Kagura, Burning Bones, Summer Sun. This technique was similar to a technique used by Kyojuro. Tanjiro swung his sword in a circular motion that was nearly identical to the 4th form of flame breathing. Hinokami Kagura, Dance. The most simple technique Tanjiro used was a powerful downward slash, which was also identical to the 3rd form of flame breathing. But Kani found that she focused less on the individual moves and more on the entire dance itself. The way each move connected to each other so beautifully, and how they held so much power. Sometimes, Tanjiro would perform multiple high-speed twists and turns of his body that even Kani had trouble keeping track of until she completely lost him. Hinokami Kagura, Fake Rainbow. 1 second, Tanjiro was in one place. The next second, he was in another. As Kani enjoyed the show, she realized that these weren't just dance moves that she was seeing, they were all breathing, sword techniques. That's when she had an idea. Present, you want me to show you the Hinokami Kagura dance ... with my sword? Tanjiro asked, a bit confused at Kani's request. Yes, she nodded. I would also like you to explain each individual move that you do, if that's not too much trouble. Tanjiro tilted his head. I don't mean to be rude, I'm just a little confused on what that has to do with. Tanjiro didn't finish as Shinobu appeared in front of him with the rod of her sword to his neck. You dare question the teaching methods of a Hashira, demon? Shinobu asked in a threatening voice which caused Tanjiro to shrink. Do you have any idea how lucky you are to receive instruction from my sister? There are dozens, no, hundreds of demon slayers who would kill to be in your position. Shinobu lowered her sword, allowing Tanjiro to exhale in relief. It's fine, sister. Kani put a hand on her little sister's shoulder before looking at Tanjiro. I understand that it's an odd request. I promise that everything will soon make sense. Just humor me, okay? Tanjiro looked at Kani with a thoughtful look before smiling and drawing his sword. Alright, I'll show you, he said before putting his sword above his head. Hinokami Kagura, Flame Dance. Tanjiro performed the final form of Hinokami Kagura. That was Flame Dance, not to be confused with the first form, Dance. Tanjiro began explaining. It starts with a vertical slash and is immediately followed up with a horizontal slash. It took me a while to get that one without accidentally throwing my sword into the woods, Tanjiro admitted while scratching the back of his head. Kani put a hand on her chin, her suspicions confirmed. Just as I thought, Hinokami Kagura is actually a series of simple but powerful sword techniques combined with an advanced breathing technique. She looked at Shinobu, who seemed both shocked and impressed. It was clear that she saw what Kani saw as well. Kani looked at Tanjiro again and smiled. Thank you, Tanjiro. All doubts I had are now gone, she said, confusing the poor boy again. Doubts? About what? He asked before Kani picked up the wooden boards she brought and handed them to Shinobu. Shinobu, could you please hold these for me? Kani asked innocently. Of course, sister, Shinobu replied as the two sisters gave each other a look which confirmed that they were on the same page. Tanjiro looked more and more confused as Shinobu took the boards from Kani. Kani then looked at her demon friend. Tanjiro, I want you to show me the first form of Hinokami Kagura again, Kani stated. Tanjiro stared back at Kani before complying. Akoe. Tanjiro replied a bit hesitantly. Tanjiro got into his stance and prepared to swing his sword before breathing in and exhaling hot air. As soon as Tanjiro began to move his arms down, Shinobu quickly threw 3 of the wooden boards into the path of Tanjiro's sword like shurikens. Hinokami Kagura, Dance. Tanjiro swung his sword downward, not noticing the wooden boards in front of him until he cut right through them. The boards were cut clean in half partly due to Shinobu's timing and accuracy, but it was Tanjiro who cut them. The halved boards fell on the ground after Tanjiro completed his swing. He looked at the boards and observed his work. What just happened? Tanjiro asked before looking to Kani for an answer. Tanjiro, do you remember that night in Tanazawa where you fought that demon and used Hinokami Kagura? Kani asked with a serious expression. Oh, you saw that? Tanjiro answered with a question to which Kani nodded. Well, yeah, I do remember. I actually kind of thought that it was odd. I mean, why would I use a dance technique in a fight? Tanjiro asked. That's just it, Kani replied. I don't think that was a dance technique you used that night. Tanjiro tilted his head. What do you mean? He asked. I think you used Hinokami Kagura as a sword technique. Kani answered. You mean I turned Hinokami Kagura ... into a sword technique? Tanjiro asked again. Maybe, Kenny replied, but I think Hinokami Kagura is actually a breathing sword technique disguised as a dance. Tanjiro's eyes widened after hearing that. A breathing sword technique, like flower breathing or insect breathing. Kenny nodded. Exactly. Tanjiro then started pacing back and forth across the backyard. But ... that can't be true. My father told me that dance has been a tradition in our family for generations, and not once did he say anything about it being a sword technique. Tanjiro stated. This is when Shinobu stepped in. Perhaps one of your ancestors was a demon slayer who used this technique, Shinobu suggested. But that can't be it either. All of my ancestors were charcoal merchants. Our family records prove it. Tanjiro counterclaimed Shinobu's suggestion. Well, this is just a theory. There's a chance that Hinokami Kagura is simply a dance that can apparently be used in battle. I'm just saying, with how much potential your dance has in battle, it can't be a coincidence. Kenny explained. But that's enough of that. The important thing is, I've already deducted how each of your forms can be used in a fight, Kenny stated, earning Tanjiro's full attention. I've come up with multiple ways to help you turn Hinokami Kagura into a proper sword technique, starting with dance as you just saw, Kenny said while pointing to the sliced wooden boards. I was planning on teaching you total concentration breathing, but it seems that there's no need. Although, I might be able to teach more advanced versions in the future, Kenny added. But for now, Shinobu and I will help you utilize Hinokami Kagura as a full-fledged sword technique. What do you say? Kenny asked while smiling. Tanjiro stared at the boards before looking back at Kenny with a determined smile. Alright, where can I start? Tanjiro and Kenny stood across from each other, the latter holding 5 wooden boards. Kenny quickly threw each of the boards consecutively at Tanjiro from different directions. Tanjiro swung his sword in a circular motion to cut them all before they reached him. Hinokami Kagura, Burning Bones, Summer Sun. He missed every single one. Tanjiro fell back on his bottom and dropped his sword after each board hit its mark on his body and knocked him back. Tanjiro rubbed the places that were hit, one being the left cheek. Kenny walked up to Tanjiro and offered to help him up with a smile, which he returned before taking her hand. I noticed that Hinokami Kagura has some techniques that are similar or identical to some of the main 5 breathing techniques, making it possibly the most versatile breathing sword technique I've ever seen. However, since it is a dance, each movement used is always the same no matter what. I knew that wouldn't work in a fight, especially one where you have to constantly change your approach or fighting style. This means that I have to teach Tanjiro to adjust his forms to fit almost any situation to unleash Hinokami Kagura's full potential. This was easier said than done. Tanjiro stood a few feet away from Shinobu, who held a wooden board upright in her hands. Okay, Tanjiro, Kenny instructed from the sidelines. I want you to try to catch Shinobu and cut that board in half using whatever techniques you think will help. Tanjiro nodded before Kenny called out. And, go, she exclaimed as Tanjiro ran at Shinobu. Hinokami Kagura, Dragon Sun Halo Head Dance. Tanjiro swung his sword in a continuous slash as Shinobu jumped away. Tanjiro followed her, still swinging his sword around. However, Kenny noticed his swings were getting more wild and out of control with each second. It wasn't long before the inevitable happened. Tanjiro swung at Shinobu for the 15th time, leaning forward into the swing too much. This resulted in him losing his balance, his sword, and control over his breathing. Tanjiro hopped on his left leg to regain balance before it tripped on a rock, causing him to fall face first in front of Shinobu, who lowered the wooden board in one hand to facepalm herself. Kenny was honestly contemplating doing the same. Shinobu picked the boy up by his hair, lifting him so that they were face to face and glared at him. If you were human and this were a real demon attack, you'd be dead by now, Shinobu stated before letting go of Tanjiro and letting his face fall back on the ground. The main problem was that Tanjiro was still a newbie when it came to swordsmanship. I haven't really taught him that much aside from basic swings. The other problem was that, according to Tanjiro, he had no fighting experience prior to becoming a demon. I had been informed that Yushiro trained Tanjiro in hand-to-hand combat, but even his skills in that department were decent at best. I could tell from the moment I met him that Tanjiro was not a born fighter. That said, there have been many strong warriors who weren't born fighters, including me and Shinobu, who never even thought of violence before the death of our parents. That's why I don't want to give up on him. It hadn't even been an hour since Tanjiro started his training, and it wasn't going well at all. Tanjiro, who was covered in dirt and light bruises, got pelted in the face by 2 wooden boards after failing to use Flame Dance in time. Kenny noticed that Tanjiro had been slowing down for the last half hour. Was he actually tired? That had to be impossible. He's a demon. They don't usually get tired, at least not so fast. At Tanazawa, Tanjiro went through an entire afternoon of sword training without showing any sign of fatigue. "Tanjiro, are you all right?" Kanny asked as Tanjiro looked at her while rubbing his bruised forehead. "You seem to be getting slower." "Sorry, Kanny. I thought I could handle the side effects of Hinokami Kagura since I was a demon, but..." Tanjiro said, confusing Kanny. "Side effects? What do you mean?" Kanny asked. "The breathing technique used for Hinokami Kagura allows one to never get tired... but at the cost of the user's stamina. Every time I tried to use Hinokami Kagura as a human, I always ended up on the ground unable to move or breathe properly. The first time I was actually able to perform the full dance from sunset to sunrise left me bedridden for a week, and I still took breaks to catch my breath. Even doing it last night was taxing. It's a miracle I only collapsed on my knees, and I was only able to do it both times by pushing my body past its limits," Tanjiro admitted. Kanny suddenly felt very guilty. She said to Tanjiro that she would train him roughly since he was a demon, but she had to remember that he was also a boy. Tanjiro was only 13 years old, about the same age as Kanao. Kanao was able to endure the harsh training because she had lived a hard life, but also because Kanny took it easy on her at first, slowly building up to the more advanced training which Kanao was doing well in. Kanny couldn't expect anything greater or equal to that from Tanjiro. He was a child from a family of coal merchants. He wasn't some sort of prodigy or natural fighter. He was, by all other meanings of the word, human. Kanny sighed and smiled at Tanjiro. "I'm sorry, Tanjiro. Maybe I pushed you a bit too far. Let's take a break and then just focus on regular swordsmanship," she suggested. Tanjiro looked like he was about to say he was fine, but instead breathed a sigh of relief before sitting down on the ground, his sword in his right hand. "That sounds like a plan." Later, Tanjiro was back in his white pajamas and washed his face in the backyard pond while Kanny washed his hakama. As she did, she thought about Tanjiro's training. Despite it ending abruptly due to physical fatigue, it still yielded some results. Tanjiro understood what he had to do. It would just take a while for him to master. Kanny estimated that it would take at least 6 to 9 months of training before Tanjiro even became Tsuchai Nodo level. She also knew Tanjiro couldn't perform the Hinokami Kagura technique consecutively too many times or else his body would start to wear out. Tanjiro told her that back when he was human, he could barely use 2 techniques without becoming immobile if he lost control of his breathing, which happened quite often. Fortunately, his stamina greatly improved after becoming a demon, allowing him to use Hinokami Kagura. Kanny remembered that Tanjiro began to slow down after using Hinokami Kagura 8 times at the start of training. She assumed that that must be his limit, but it seemed that he could recover if given time to relax. However, that would put Tanjiro at a disadvantage against a stronger opponent who wouldn't give him a second to rest, and he might have to rely on his blood demon art. Perhaps, Kanny would have to teach the boy total concentration after all. Maybe learning total concentration would help increase Tanjiro's stamina, allowing him to use Hinokami Kagura without worrying about the side effects. But that was easier said than done. It took both her and Shinobu almost a year to master total concentration, which could also put strain on the body if done incorrectly. Not to mention the extra months it took to learn total concentration constant and recovery breathing. And before Tanjiro could even begin learning, he had to improve his swordsmanship. The disastrous training that morning was her fault. She knew well that it was never a good idea for an inexperienced swordsman to pick up a breathing technique. Yet, she tried to force Tanjiro into mastering a technique that she knew little to nothing about. On top of that, Tanjiro had poor reaction time, which was a shame given how sharp his nose is. Not to mention that he was still a child and had yet to fully mature. Yep, they had a lot of work to do. Both of them. Tanjiro Kamado. A few hours later, Tanjiro's body had recovered from his fatigue after only half an hour. It was nearly noon as Tanjiro was practicing his regular swordsmanship after his training with Hinokami Kagura didn't go as well as he expected. "I have to get stronger so I can use both Hinokami Kagura and Sun Conqueror without worrying about my body wearing down," Tanjiro said in his head as he practiced his sword swings. He brought his sword up and down and up and down. He was to do this 1,000 times every day until his form was perfect. If he wanted to learn to use Hinokami Kagura in battle, he had to learn and master the regular sword techniques. Tanjiro was still a complete amateur in swordsmanship. The fact that the color of his sword hadn't changed yet was proof of this. Kanny told Tanjiro about Nichiren swords. Not only did their metal absorb sunlight, which was what allowed a demon slayer to kill demons, but they were also known as color-changing swords. When a swordsman or woman reached a certain level of sword mastery unique to each person, Their Nichiren sword would change color to reveal which total concentration breathing technique suited them best. For example, a light pink color meant you were suited to use flower breathing. A lavender blue color made you a natural user of insect breathing. Blue signified water breathing, red signified flame breathing, green signified wind breathing, etc. One could also invent a new breathing technique which would cause your blade to change colors again. If your sword hadn't changed color, it meant your skills as a swordsman were still lackluster and you should probably refrain from learning any breathing techniques until your swordsmanship was at the appropriate level. Tanjiro got lucky with those two demons in Tanazawa who clearly underestimated him. If they fought hard from the start and broke his sword or something, he wasn't sure if even Sun Conqueror would have helped him as his body was already tired then. Those kids most likely would have died. Once again, Tanjiro had to acknowledge the benefits of being a demon as he swung his sword. If he was human, his arms would have fallen off by now. But as a demon, this was nothing. Of course, the problem with the task being too easy was that Tanjiro would start to daydream once he got comfortable with swinging the sword. Tanjiro thought about ways he could utilize his abilities without wasting his energy as he slowly began to drop out of form. "Tanjiro," Kani called out, snapping Tanjiro back to reality. "You really shouldn't lose focus while practicing. I'm afraid I'll have to add another 500 swings." "Huh, 500? But I'm only at... I'm at ... Tanjiro replied before realizing something too late. Kani still smiled at him. "You stopped counting, didn't you?" she asked. Tanjiro lowered his head in shame. "Yes," Kani sighed. "Then you'll have to start over ... and do 1,500 swings," Kani said as Tanjiro nodded solemnly. "Yes, ma'am," Tanjiro replied before resuming his stance and continuing his swinging from 1. This time, he decided to count out loud. An hour later, Tanjiro finished swinging his sword and stopped for a lunch break. He sat outside on the back porch of the safe house and enjoyed one of the bento lunch boxes that Kani bought. Kani sat next to the boy as she ate from her own bento box. She even convinced Shinobu to eat with them, even if she sat as far away from the demon as possible. Tanjiro and Kani chatted about sword tips and possible training regimens. Shinobu added the occasional comment but mostly kept to herself. As they finished eating, they saw Crow land in front of them. The boxes for demons, Tameo and Yushiro, have arrived. The arm-strapped boxes have arrived. The crow yelled, causing Tanjiro to give a disturbed look at the bird. "Well, it's about time," Shinobu said before getting up and putting her hands together. "Thank you for the meal." Tanjiro and Kani did the same and followed Shinobu to the front of the house. Kani walked out first and was followed by Tanjiro until Shinobu grabbed his collar and yanked him back, causing him to choke. "Stay," she ordered, glaring at him. "The last thing we need is some Kakashi accidentally blabbing out about a demon walking in sunlight." Shinobu said nothing more before turning around and leaving out the front door. Tanjiro followed orders and waited. After a few minutes, the two Hashira came back with 2 wooden boxes with shoulder straps on their backs. "So, how do we look?" Kani asked. "Great," Tanjiro answered with a shut-eye smile, earning an eye roll from Shinobu. "Let's just grab Tameo and Yushiro so we can get moving," Shinobu said. "I'll inform Yushiro while you two fetch Tameo." "Sounds like a plan," Kani agreed while Tanjiro nodded. Sakicho, Takakawa, Tanjiro and Kani walked up to another small building with the Wisteria family crest. They were greeted by the staff and guided inside to the lab where Tameo was. They found her mixing multiple samples of demon blood when she heard the door open and turned to see Tanjiro and Kani. The older woman greeted them with a smile. "Hello, Tanjiro. I'm happy to see you up and about again. You had us worried there for a bit," she stated. Tanjiro felt a hint of guilt. "I'm very sorry, Miss Tameo, but I promised that it was an emergency." Tanjiro swore as Tameo kept smiling. "I know, Lady Kani told me how you protected those children. You should be proud, Tanjiro," she said, earning a flustered smile from Tanjiro. "Thank you, Miss Tameo," Tanjiro exclaimed with joy. Tameo nodded before noticing the box on Kani's back. So they've finally arrived. Good, we should be able to get to Asakusa in no time, then," Tameo said, pleased. Kani took the box off of her back and placed it in front of the older demon. "That's correct, that's why we'd better get moving," she said back as Tameo nodded. Nothing could have prepared Tanjiro for what came next. Tameo looked focused before her body began to shrink. She continued shrinking until she was but a child half of Tanjiro's size. Tanjiro said nothing, mostly because he had nothing to say. His mouth hung open as his eyes nearly popped out of his head. The short Tameo looked at Tanjiro. "Ah yes, I forgot to tell you that demons can change their appearance, didn't I? Well, now you know," Tameo said with a voice that belonged to a small girl. Tanjiro was still dumbfounded as he closed his mouth. Tanjiro replied as Tameo stepped into the box and Kanny closed the door. Kanny put her arms back through the straps and carried the box on her back. Alright, time to meet up with Shinobu, she announced as she began walking out of the house, followed by an astounded Tanjiro. Many hours later, Kagane. It was now around midnight when the group finally reached the village of Kagane. Tameo and Yushiro had been let out of their boxes to walk beside them. Tanjiro had the viewing pleasure of seeing a small Yushiro and Tameo. It took almost every ounce of politeness in his being not to say anything. It wasn't long before the two demons were their original sizes again. Kanny and Shinobu didn't seem tired yet, so everyone unanimously agreed to keep moving. But they did have a quick break for dinner. The two Hashira and Tanjiro went to a small ramen restaurant while Tameo and Yushiro stood by. Tanjiro had 2 bowls of shoyu ramen while Kanny and Shinobu had miso ramen. After thanking the shopkeeper, the group moved out again. As they walked in the streets of Kagane, Tanjiro noticed a strong smell coming closer. It didn't smell like a demon, nor did he smell danger, but he felt uneasy. Tanjiro, hide, Kanny said out of nowhere, looking at him with a serious expression. Why? What's? Tanjiro was interrupted when Yushiro slapped a talisman onto Tanjiro's forehead. This talisman will hide your body. Go find an alley and don't make a sound. Yushiro instructed the confused Tanjiro. Wait a minute, what's happening? Tanjiro asked before being pushed out of the way by Shinobu before he completely disappeared. There's a Hashira coming, numbskull. Now shut up and hide, already, Shinobu ordered him. After hearing that, Tanjiro ran back towards the nearest alley and hid behind it while viewing the backs of his travel partners walking forward before stopping. Tanjiro saw someone in front of them, but their features were hidden by all of the people walking by. Tanjiro was then able to get a good look at the stranger and his eyes widened. That's Mr. Gyu. How have you been? Kanny greeted the water Hashira. Gyu Tomioka. Shinobu Kacho. Tomioka stared blankly at Kanny. Fine, he said before going silent. He then looked at Shinobu who glared at him. Shinobu, he said to her in that same monotone voice. Tomioka, she replied before giving a sneer at him. I assume you still haven't made any friends yet, sister. Kanny scolded the insect Hashira before Tomioka made his comeback. And it seems that you still haven't had your growth spurt yet. He shot back, resulting in a tick mark on Shinobu's head. You son of a... Shinobu was about to curse out her fellow Hashira when she heard a stifled laughter behind her. She turned her head to see Yushiro chuckling silently while Tameo and Kanny turned their heads away, their bodies shaking thanks to their held laughter. Shinobu glared at all of them before sighing and looking back at Tomioka, whom she swore was just smirking at her. What are you doing here anyway? She asked impatiently. I'm just coming back from a mission in Kashigaya in the Saitama prefecture. Now I'm on my way to Okutama. Tomioka answered. Okutama? Kanny asked after recomposing herself. Is there a demon there? Shinobu knew that Okutama was where Kamado lived, specifically on Mount Kumotori. Not exactly, it's a personal matter, the water Hashira said with a slight hesitation. Personal? What does that mean? Shinobu asked, a little suspicious. Tomioka looked at her with his usual blank look. Simple. Personal means that it's none of your business. Goodbye, he said before walking past a very pissed off Shinobu. He turned his attention to Tameo and Yushiro. You must be Tameo. Master Yubayashiki told us about your collaboration with the Corps. Tameo nodded. A pleasure to meet you, Lord Tomioka. I hope that we can work together in the future. Tomioka returned the nod before walking off towards the direction they came. Then suddenly, he came to a stop. He turned his head to his right towards a dark alley and stared at it for a while. Kanny called out to him. Gyu, are you all right? She asked, clearly trying to take his attention away from a certain somebody. Tomioka looked forward again. Yes. Just thought someone was watching me is all. I'll see you around. He then continued walking. Okay, bye. And if you ever get injured, you're always welcome at the Butterfly Mansion. Kanny yelled happily while waving. The hell he is. Shinobu yelled at Kanny who laughed nervously. After Tomioka was out of sight, the group waited a few minutes to be sure. Tanjiro, you can remove the talisman now. Yushiro called out. Soon, a shaken Tanjiro stepped out. That was scary. I thought he might have heard me or something, he said before looking at the direction that Tomioka went and smiled. Tanjiro, why are you smiling? Do you know that man? Tameo asked. Tanjiro turned around and nodded, catching everyone's attention. He's the one who killed me. Gyu Tomioka. 2 days later, afternoon. Mount Kumotori. Gyu walked up the mountain, hiking through multiple trees before finding a campsite where a group of demon slayers were sitting by a campfire. Gyu made a request to Master Yubayashiki to deploy more demon slayers around Mount Kumotori, at least until it was confirmed that they would be safe, in which Jiyu alone would check in on them. He told Yubayashiki the full story of what happened. For some odd reason, the master seemed amused upon hearing Tanjiro's name, but he agreed to Jiyu's request before Jiyu showed his gratitude. One of the slayers, a young man with brown eyes and black bangs, noticed Tomioka and notified his fellow swordsmen, who all stood up and bowed. "Lord Tomioka, it is a pleasure to have you here," said the eldest of the slayers, another young man with blue eyes with a scar over the left and combed black hair. Jiyu nodded. "Status report on the Kamado family," he said with a blank face as another demon slayer nodded in response. This one was female and had pink eyes and a black ponytail. "Sir, there have been no sightings of demons anywhere near the mountain or the Kamado household. There are 4 other demon slayer camps spread out across the mountain, along with multiple Kasugai crows surveying the area, prepared to alert us if any demon shows up." She finished. Jiyu nodded again. "Good job. Thank you for all of your hard work. I understand that this is all very odd. All this security for one family." He addressed all of the present swordsmen. "We understand, Lord Tomioka," the first demon slayer stated. "When it comes to demon attacks, there is no such thing as too careful. We must always be prepared for lightning to strike twice." The others nodded in agreement, causing Jiyu to look at all of them. "I can't believe how selfish I'm being," he thought. "These guys might die protecting this family, and they have no idea that they're doing this for a promise I made ... and for a demon of all things." That said, Jiyu remembered that fateful day which happened not even 4 weeks ago. "If ... you can, please, watch over and my family. I don't know ... if the demon who turned me ... will come back." That boy was anything but a demon. He seemed to have full control over his demonic desires. "Sometimes, I can't help but wonder ... what if? What if I gave him and his sister time to explain? What if he dodged my blade and was given a chance to prove himself? What if I had just let him go?" Jiyu then remembered the words of Tanjiro's little sister, Nezuko. "Damn you, you had no right. You hear me? No right." Was she right? He wondered. Did I actually slay another demon that day? Or did I ruthlessly murder an innocent person? "Lord Tomioka." Jiyu was snapped back to reality as one of the demon slayers called his name. The swordsmen and women all had looks of concern. "Are you okay? You seemed to zone out for a bit." Jiyu recomposed himself and nodded. "I'm fine. I was just lost in thought," he said before turning around and walking away from the camp. "I'm gonna head to the Kamado house. Stay here until further orders," Jiyu said to his subordinates. "Yes, sir," they responded. As Jiyu neared the household, he managed to clear his thoughts. "I can't keep doubting myself like this. I did what I had to. There was no other way. I'm sure of it." The water Hashira finally made it to the entrance of the mountain path, the house in full view. This was his first time directly visiting the house. The area consisted of a very humble cabin with a log for chopping wood next to it, a storage place for charcoal, some buckets for water, and 2 lumps of dirt, one with fresh flowers and incense burning. In front of the grave was a little girl on her knees, praying. Jiyu had gotten some information on the Kamado family and assumed that this was the youngest daughter, Hanako. Hanako lifted her head and looked at Jiyu, likely hearing his footsteps in the snow. She got up and brushed the snow off of her knees and walked towards him. Jiyu softened his gaze so as to not scare the little girl. "Hello, mister," Hanako greeted the swordsman. "Is there something you need?" Tomioka got on one knee so he was nearly eye level with the girl. "No, I just arrived here and heard what happened. I wanted to give my condolences," Jiyu said, nodding to the graves, one of which he assumed were for Tanjiro. Hanako looked where he looked and frowned before looking at the ground. "Thank you, we appreciate it," Hanako replied solemnly. Jiyu held out his hand as if to pat Hanako's head. Seeing no resistance, he placed his head on her hand. "I'm very sorry. I actually know what it's like to lose a sibling to this cruel world, so you're not alone," Jiyu admitted. Hanako looked up at the older man in surprise. "Really?" she asked, to which Jiyu nodded sadly. Hanako also looked sad. "I'm very sorry. Don't worry about it, it was a long time ago. It's hard to lose your loved ones ... but it's important to stay strong for the people around you," Jiyu stated. "What would your brother think if he knew that you were sad without him? Do you think he'd be able to rest in peace?" he asked as Hanako looked down. "And no, I guess not," she answered. "Exactly, we have to try to be happy despite our losses. Otherwise, they won't be happy either," Jiyu said before feeling guilty. "Yeah, like I'm one to talk," Jiyu said in his head, knowing fully well that he was almost never happy these days. Fortunately, it seemed to cheer Hanako up as she gave a small smile. "You're right, mister. I'll do that," she exclaimed. Jiyu almost felt himself give a smile of his own before. "Hanako, get away from that man," Hanako jumped at the sound of a voice behind Jiyu. They both looked towards the source and they immediately recognized its owner. It was an older girl with an empty basket on her back who wore a pink, hemp leaf patterned kimono along with a dark brown haori over it. Her kimono was secured by a red and white henhaba obi with an orange threaded obijime and a green obij. The girl had two changes to her appearance. One was the small, green and black checkered cloth tied around her right wrist ... and the two Hanafuda earrings dangling from her ears. Nezuko Kamado, the newest head of the Kamado clan. "Big sis, you're back," Hanako yelled before running to hug her older sister who dropped her basket and crouched to hug her back. Jiyu got back on his feet and turned to face the two girls. Nezuko then broke the hug and held Hanako's shoulders with concern. "Are you okay? He didn't hurt you, did he?" Nezuko asked, her worry clear in her voice. Hanako shook her head. "No, we were just talking," she explained, earning a sigh of relief from Nezuko. "Look, how about you head inside, Hanako? I'll read you a story later, okay?" Nezuko said with a warm smile on her face. Hanako seemed a little hesitant, but made up her mind at the mention of a story. "Okay," she said before heading back inside, but not before bowing to Jiyu. "Nice to meet you, Mr. ... Hanako scratched her head. "Tomioka, Jiyu Tomioka. It was nice to meet you too," he replied with a slight upward twitch of his lips. Hanako nodded and ran inside the house, leaving Jiyu and Nezuko alone. Nezuko's kind demeanor was gone almost immediately. In its place, a hateful glare of grief and burning anger, one that Jiyu was all too familiar with. It was the same one that many swordsmen held after losing their loved ones to demons ... or in this case, a demon slayer. He himself had that same look ... when his older sister died protecting him from a demon. Jiyu knew that Nezuko wanted to attack him, to make him suffer for what he did. He could feel the murderous rage coming from her, maybe not actually murderous but it was similar enough. Yet she held back, probably not wanting to stoop so low. Either way, they both knew that she wouldn't be able to touch him if she tried. This girl was smarter than Jiyu thought. "So, you've already become the new head of your family," Jiyu stated, trying to break the ice. But that only made Nezuko's glare harden even more. "Yes," she replied. "I suppose I have you to thank for that, huh?" Jiyu had nothing to say to that, so Nezuko continued. "What are you doing here? Do you honestly think you're welcome here after what you did?" she asked. "I'm sorry, but there was no other way. If I had let your brother live, he would have suffered. I've seen people destroy themselves trying to cling onto their humanity. What I did was mercy." Jiyu tried to justify his actions, even if it was more for himself than for Nezuko, who scoffed. "Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night," Nezuko responded. "I made a promise to him ... to protect you," Jiyu stated. "Oh ... did you?" Nezuko asked, her face slowly becoming more sad than angry. "He asked me to watch over you in case you were ever attacked by another demon. I intend to keep that promise to make up for what I did," Jiyu stated. "So ... you regret what you did, then?" Nezuko asked, a slight twinkle of hope in her eyes. Jiyu guessed that despite her words when they first met, Nezuko wanted to forgive him, because she knew that's what her brother would want. Saying that he genuinely regretted what he did would likely make it easier to forgive him. But Jiyu was not a liar. "I never said that," he said as Nezuko's glare hardened again. And just like that, any chance of her forgiving him went straight out the window. "I see ... then why would you go so far to grant the wish of a demon?" she asked coldly. "Before he died, I saw your brother's true nature. It was completely different from any demon I've ever met. Not only did he hang on to his humanity to the bitter end, he also made me do something else swore I'd never do," Jiyu answered. "And what's that?" Nezuko asked with more curiosity in her tone. "I told him my name," Jiyu answered again, earning a raised eyebrow from Nezuko. "I don't ever tell demons my name. Names are things that must never be shared with an enemy," Jiyu explained. "But I didn't see you brother as an enemy." This caught Nezuko's attention as her eyes widened. "Every demon I killed gave me a look similar to the one you gave me, a look of pure hate. When your brother looked at me, there was no hate or anger in his eyes. It was amazing. I just ended the kid's life and he bore no ill will towards me. In fact, he actually looked more relieved than sad. My guess was that he knew that he might hurt someone if he continued to live as a demon. He would obviously never forgive himself if that happened. That's why he accepted his fate." Nezuko looked down and clenched her fists, her lips starting to quiver as shadows covered her eyes. "I know you're furious at me, and you have every right to be. But you know I'm right when I say that there was no other way. If I didn't kill Tanjiro, he would have only suffered." "Shut up," Nezuko interrupted the water Hashira. His face betrayed no emotion, but he couldn't help but be shocked by the girl's boldness. However, he wasn't shocked when she walked up to him, looked him straight in the eye, and slapped him in the face. Jiyu could have easily dodged, but he simply stood there and took it, wanting to let the girl let out her frustrations on him. There was now a red handprint on his face. "Don't say his name in front of me again," Nezuko said, looking down again while trying to keep her voice low. "Furious. Doesn't even begin to describe my feelings towards you. You took away my brother before you even gave us a chance to prove his innocence. I didn't even get to say goodbye. And you say there was no other way." Nezuko looked up at the swordsman. "I'll say it again. I hate you. If you think I will ever forgive you, don't hold your breath. Don't talk to me or the rest of my family. You are not welcome here." Nezuko glared at Jiyu, who stared at the girl silently. "Nezuko, that's enough." Jiyu heard another familiar voice and turned around. At the entrance to her house, Kamado stood. She looked at Jiyu with a mixed expression before looking at Nezuko with a sad smile. "Why don't you go ahead and start the bath? I'll handle our guest here, okay?" Nezuko looked down and frowned. "Yes, mother. Sorry," she said before heading towards the wooden buckets Jiyu saw earlier, and walked off in another direction with them. Now, Tomioka was left alone with Kai. After a moment of staring at each other in silence, Kai spoke first. "I'm very sorry about Nezuko. I promised that she wasn't always like this. Losing Tanjiro really did a number on us." Kai hesitated upon mentioning her late son. "There's no need to apologize, miss," Jiyu responded. "She has every right to be angry at her brother's killer." Kai made no reaction to that comment. "Well, not only that, but she's a little on edge because she was unable to fully perform the Hinokami Kagura," she stated. "Hinokami Kagura," Jiyu repeated, confused. "It's a special dance performed by the head of our clan to the fire god at the end of each year from sunset to sunrise near the top of the mountain for protection against threats and disease," Kai explained. Jiyu hid his surprise again. Dancing from sunset to sunrise outside in the winter on top of a mountain. The amount of air you'd have to intake would freeze your lungs after just 1 hour, maybe less. He was unsure if he could even accomplish something like that, let alone a young girl. "I know what you're thinking. Dancing outside for an entire night in winter should be impossible, right? Well, I won't tell you but we have our ways," Kai explained again, clearly stating that she would go into no further detail. Nezuko tried very hard, but it was nearly impossible for her. She kept messing up techniques, tripping, losing her grip on the sword she's supposed to hold. She looked down as she told the story. She kept having to take breaks because her body became exhausted way too fast. She was distracted by her brother's death, which is why I asked her to wait until she's had some time to mourn, but we Kamados are very persistent. Every time she had to take a break, she cursed herself out and begged Hinokami for forgiveness before starting again. By the time the sun came, I had to carry Nezuko back inside after she collapsed face first into the snow. She was bedridden for 4 days straight. Nezuko was better at performing each form of the Kagura individually, even better than her brother. But when it came to putting the dances all together, Tanjiro had the edge. Kai finished before looking up at the swordsman. "Don't misunderstand, Nezuko wants to forgive you. She simply can't bring herself to do it right now, and that's made her feel guilty." Tanjiro was a very forgiving person. In fact, he rarely got mad at someone unless they were hurting an innocent person. Even then, he held nothing against people like those as long as they apologized. Nezuko, on the other hand, Kai looked down again. She has a big heart and is very sympathetic and caring to others, but she always found it hard to forgive someone who hurt others, especially her family. While Tanjiro was more willing to forgive and forget, Nezuko would not be as easy to please. Kai smirked as if remembering something. She then looked up at Jiyu again, her smirk replaced with a slight glare. "To be honest, I don't forgive you either. I understand that Tanjiro couldn't be allowed to live as a demon." Kai's voice became shaky as she struggled to get through that sentence. "But even so, I just can't forgive what you did. I'm very sorry." She bowed. "I understand. Like I said, your daughter had every right to be mad and so do you. And for what it's worth. I truly am sorry." Jiyu returned the apology as Kai raised her head, her glare remaining. "I know, which is why I'm letting you off with this," she said while walking towards the water Hashira until she was right in front of him. Another slap, Jiyu thought before Kai looked up at the sky. "The sun has almost set. I wonder what the stars will look like," she thought out loud as Jiyu looked up with her, knowing full well he was walking into a trap. What he didn't know was that Kai was about to grab him by the shoulders and smash her forehead into his, which she did. Tomioka stumbled backwards and fell forward on one knee, dazed by the sudden headbutt. He was definitely going to get a serious headache later. Kai then crouched beside him and handed him a cloth to clean the blood falling from his forehead. "You might want to wrap your head in bandages. There's a slight chance that you have a concussion," Jiyu took the cloth and held his head with it to stop the bleeding as Kai kept talking. You want to make it up to us, protect my family and make sure this incident never happens again. Only then will I forgive you. Can you promise me that? She asked. Jiyu stared at her with a blank look once again. You have my word. I'll make sure your family is safe. I swear my life on it. Kai nodded and stood back up. Good, thank you. But I understand that you can't always be here. I don't know much about demons or demon slayers, but I assume that you can't stay here forever. Jiyu nodded. Yes, I'm afraid so. There are thousands of other people who could be attacked by a demon, but I will visit often. In the meantime, I've got some of my comrades to watch over you, he assured the woman as he got back on his feet. I see. Once again, thank you. Kai bowed her head before walking away. She was about to enter the house when she stopped and turned her head to Jiyu with shadow-covered eyes and quivering lips. You're absolutely sure that there was no other way? Kai asked. Jiyu stared at her with a softened gaze. Yes, he answered. After a moment, Kai nodded and walked inside. Jiyu was barely able to see the single tear falling from her left eye. After another moment of silence, Jiyu walked towards Tanjiro's grave and kneeled down. You had a good family, Tanjiro Kamado. It's clear that they loved you very much. I swear, I'll protect them with my life to make up for ending yours. Jiyu swore in his head. He put his hands together and prayed for the poor boy. After that, he got up, still holding the cloth to his head, and walked back down the mountain back to camp as night came. Shinobu. 2 days later, night. Shinjuku. The 3 demons and their Hashira escorts had just made it to Shinjuku, a series of villages and towns. They all stood in the middle of the streets, none of them noticing the newest development. All right, everyone, Shinobu called out. It's easy to get lost in a place like this, so stay close. Shinobu turned her head back. You got that, Kamado. Shinobu only saw Yushiro, Tameo, and an imaginary blinking outline of the 3rd demon. She turned her gaze to Yushiro, trying to keep her calm. Where's Kamado? She asked, earning a confused look from both demons. What are you talking about? He's right ... here ... Yushiro and Tameo looked to their left to see no one there. They both simultaneously gasped as their faces turned white. Kani also gasped upon the realization. A tick mark appeared on Shinobu's head as she grit her teeth and then yelled out, "Son of a Tanjiro." To say Tanjiro was overwhelmed would be the understatement of the century. The young demon's eyes bulged out of his head, his mouth hung open as he was completely paralyzed. Shinjuku was one of the more modern locations in Japan. The entire village was filled with so many lights that one might have thought it was still daytime. He got separated from the group a while ago as every step he took had him end up in a completely different area. Tanjiro walked through multiple streets with his head down low. He looked like someone recovering from a hangover. Bright ... Tanjiro thought as he began to feel dizzy. Many ... people ... The poor boy was clearly out of his element here, being from a simple cabin in the mountains, and ran into the nearest dark alley for refuge. He breathed a sigh of relief. I'll just hide here until the others find me, Tanjiro thought before hearing a chew sound to his right. What's that sound? Tanjiro turned his head to the darker part of the alley and saw a couple making out with each other, completely unaware of the boy's presence. Tanjiro's face turned bright red as he backed out of the alley. Gah, I am really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Please don't mind me, I was just leaving. Tanjiro turned around and ran as fast as he could. Suddenly, the loud noises and brightness started to get to him. Everywhere he went, he got more and more lost. Everyone kept giving him weird looks which did not help. Soon, Tanjiro began to feel his demon side being affected as well as he found it really hard to calm down. I gotta get out of here. I'm starting to lose it again, Tanjiro thought in panic. Tanjiro ran all the way to a park in the town. He sat on a bench and let his head hang down. Ah, fresh air, Tanjiro sighed, relieved to finally be out of the hundreds of bright lights. I was so excited to explore Japan, but I didn't think it would be so different from my home. I can only imagine the amount of coal I'd have to sell to live here, Tanjiro thought out loud. Tanjiro tried to keep his mind occupied with other thoughts as he regained his composure. We've almost made it to Asakusa. Once we arrive there and get everything settled, I'll soon receive orders from Yubayashiki and go with Kani on my first mission as a demon slayer in training. Tanjiro began to summarize the next few months. I'll go on multiple missions with Kani supervising me, so there's a good chance she'll have me fight on my own unless I really need help. Once she thinks I'm ready, I'll become an official demon slayer. I've been training at every chance I get. I practiced my normal sword swings. They've slowly been getting better. Kani said she wants to teach me disarming techniques in case I encounter a hostile demon slayer, or a demon with a weapon which is less likely. Tanjiro unsheathed his sword to see that it was still its normal metallic color. I'm still not skilled enough to change the color of my sword. My swordsmanship is still below average at best. Hinokami Kagura training isn't any better. Actually, I'm way worse off in that category. He resheathed the blade and sighed. I can only use Hinokami Kagura techniques 8 times at full strength. If I go any further, my body starts to get weaker, making it much harder to train. I can't even train myself in using my blood demon art, which drains me even faster than Hinokami Kagura. God forbid I have to use both in a fight again. Can I really do it? Can I protect other people with my power? What if I mess up? What if I'm too slow or too weak? What if? Tanjiro took out the picture of his family from his pocket. He stared sadly at it. What if I lose control and hurt someone again? There you are. Tanjiro jumped as he heard a familiar voice, fumbling the picture before someone else caught it between their fingers. Tanjiro looked to see Shinobu standing in front of him with one hand on her hip and the other holding his picture. She gave the boy a glare that sent a chill throughout his entire body. Miss Shinobu, Tanjiro said while shaking. Shut it, Shinobu interrupted Tanjiro. We've been looking for you for over an hour. I am sorry. I just got lost and with all the bright lights and crowds, I guess I got turned around. Shinobu facepalmed with her free hand. Damn it, you're by far the most irritating demon I've ever met. I think I'd actually prefer you trying to eat me, cause at least then you'd be less likely to give me a headache. After a moment of silence, Tanjiro lowered his head. I'm really sorry. I know that you'd rather be doing anything else than babysitting a demon. Ever since we met, all I've smelled from you was anger and hatred. It's directed towards me, right? Because I'm a demon? Tanjiro asked, hearing no response. I know you hate me for what I am. Demons took away your family. It's only natural that you don't trust me. Hell, sometimes I don't even trust myself. I'm sorry I'm such a burden. You're right, I can understand how I'd be irritating. I pass out after almost every fight. I have multiple demonic episodes and create commotions. And I get frustrated over the dumbest things. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything that's happened to you and Kenny. I'm sorry you both have to deal with me. Is this your family? Tanjiro heard Shinobu speak as he looked up to see her looking at the photo of his family. She turned it for Tanjiro to see. Why yes, that's the picture we took before my dad died. He answered. Shinobu turned it over again to look at it. You seem really happy, she said as Tanjiro picked up a scent of sympathy. Shinobu turned it once again and pointed to Tanjiro in the photo. This is you, right? She asked as Tanjiro nodded. He looked at his old self, smiling wide while kneeling in the snow with his siblings by his sides and his parents crouching above them. I've been thinking, Shinobu said as Tanjiro looked up at her. This whole time, I thought you were just another lying piece of shit demon. Language, Tanjiro said quietly. Huh? Shinobu glared again. Nothing, Tanjiro replied as he moved his pupils to the left. Shinobu sighed. Anyway, after seeing how much Kenny seems to enjoy your company, and hearing that Tomioka of all people, a guy who probably hates demons more than I do, saw the humanity in you, I couldn't help but wonder if I was wrong. Tanjiro's eyes widened. And so, I've decided to give you a chance and not kill you, Shinobu stated before smirking at the boy. Congratulations, Kamado. You're off my shit list. Tanjiro blinked. Ew, thanks, he said, having no idea what to say to that. Shinobu didn't seem to appreciate it. Thanks, that's it. I give you my word that I won't kill you and all I get is thanks. Good grief, Kamado, you really are something else, Shinobu said while raising a hand to hold her forehead. Well, whatever, I guess it doesn't really matter. Come on, get up. Shinobu offered her hand to Tanjiro, who, after a moment of confusion, hesitantly took it and got up. Shinobu faced away from Tanjiro and put her foot shoulder-length apart, telling Tanjiro to do the same. Tanjiro did as told and mimicked Shinobu's stance. Alright, now take a deep breath. You can do that much, right? Shinobu asked as she glanced at the boy who nodded. Yes, but what? Tanjiro asked before being interrupted. Save your questions for later, now breathe. Shinobu ordered. Tanjiro decided to give up and do what Shinobu told him. Tanjiro closed his eyes and inhaled deeply and exhaled, before being knocked onto the floor by a leg sweep. Tanjiro hit his head on the ground and sat up before looking up at the insect Hashira. Miss Shinobu, what was that for? He asked, feeling a little betrayed. Shinobu looked down at the boy. First off, I didn't kick you that hard, man up, she stated. Then second, you didn't brace your legs. Try again, but brace your lower body this time. And you couldn't have told me that before, Tanjiro said in his head before calming down and trying again. He inhaled with his body braces and exhaled again before. Too stiff. Shinobu chopped Tanjiro's right shoulder, causing his body to lock up as he felt the pain spread to his lungs. You have to keep your upper body relaxed, as well your lower body embraced, she stated. Tanjiro gritted his teeth in frustration before trying again. This time, Tanjiro braced his lower body while relaxing his upper body. Then he inhaled and exhaled again, not noticing that he relaxed his stomach, earning an immediate roundhouse kick from Shinobu. Tanjiro fell on his knees while holding his stomach. You stopped bracing your stomach upon exhaling. I've noticed that you do the same thing when using that Hinakami Kagura of yours, Shinobu stated. My sister is an excellent swordsman trainer, but I'm better with training that relates to breathing techniques. The problem was that Kani tried to get you to learn how to use an extremely advanced breathing technique as soon as possible. One has to take baby steps before they can use a specific breathing, sword technique. Every future demon slayer must start from the bottom with basic swordsmanship and total concentration breathing. I can help with that last part. Tanjiro was confused at what Shinobu was implying. Shinobu seemed to notice this and sighed. What I'm saying is while Kani can teach you swordsmanship, I can help teach you total concentration breathing, Shinobu explained. Now, it won't be easy. Most demon slayers take almost a year to master total concentration. 6 to 8 months if you're talented enough. Shinobu gave a smirk. However, with your demonic stamina and experience with breathing techniques, I think you may be able to learn, perhaps even master, total concentration in half that time, Shinobu claimed. Tanjiro's eyes widened at the hood statement. But that's only if you put the work in. There will be no slacking off, got it, Shinobu said in a serious tone. So, what do you say? Will you let me train you? She asked. Tanjiro looked at Shinobu, studying her scent. She smells nice. I sense curiosity and no deception. I also don't smell any anger. Only sympathy. I can trust her. Tanjiro smiled. I would love to train under you as well, Miss Shinobu. I promise to do my best. Tanjiro swore. Good, Shinobu responded. In that case, I will be your secondary master alongside Kani. Just to remind you, we are not friends, so I expect you to address me respectfully. Yes, master, Tanjiro replied, causing Shinobu to look a bit uncomfortable. Since I'm only 3 years older than you, that wasn't as satisfying to hear as I thought. Oh well, I already have another person your age who calls me that, so I'll get used to it, Shinobu thought out loud, piquing Tanjiro's interest. Oh, and who's Thaw? That's none of your business. Shinobu glared at the boy, resulting in the boy's words getting caught in his throat. Tanjiro looked down again. I'm sorry, master. You're right, I shouldn't have asked, Tanjiro said as Shinobu's gaze softened. She sighed once again. Never mind, let's go. Kani and the others are probably waiting at the wisteria house we found. They're probably worried sick, Shinobu claimed before taking Tanjiro's left hand with her right and pulling him along. We can train more tomorrow. For now, you can just spend the night practicing what Kani and I showed you while we get some shut-eye. Yes, master, Tanjiro exclaimed as Shinobu looked at him with an unamused look. Okay, let's lower the enthusiasm a bit, she said, causing Tanjiro to blush. Alright, Tanjiro answered before seeing a small smile form on her face only for her to look forward again. Tanjiro picked up a tiny trace relief. Wait, is Miss Shinobu happy that I'm no longer sad? No, that can't be it, right? Even so, master, Tanjiro called to the Hashira who turned her head to him. Tanjiro put on the brightest smile he had at his disposal. Thanks for trying to cheer me up, you're a really good person, he said, surprising Shinobu who stopped walking and stared at him. Soon, Shinobu turned her head back around and scoffed. How do you know? We've barely known each other for a week, she stated with a hint of doubt. I can tell how much you care about Kani by your smell whenever you're around her. It's the same scent I smelled when my mom and dad would put me and my siblings to sleep, Tanjiro stated. Shinobu looked at the boy with more kindness than annoyance. You make it really hard to dislike you, you know that, she muttered, barely audible to Tanjiro. What was that, master? Tanjiro asked. Nothing, let's just go, Shinobu said before continuing to walk while pulling Tanjiro along. Tanjiro kept his smile as he felt the distance between him and Shinobu close, slowly but surely. By the way, master, I've been meaning to ask. Why do you not like Mr. Tomioka? Talk again and I'm poisoning you. H-U-U-U-U-H. Emphasis on the slowly part. Finished. I've done it again. A long chapter. I hope you all enjoyed it. This one was pretty tough to figure out. First thing I want to address is the subject of Nezuko becoming the new head of her family. I understand if a female becoming the head of her clan at this time period is not historically accurate. However, this detail is crucial to a bit of the story, so I won't change it just because a few people complain. Plus, this is a fanfic. The whole point is that this is an alternate universe based on another universe different from our own, even if only slightly. If I find 10 people who have a problem with it in the reviews, I might change it. But, for story purposes, Nezuko will be the new head of the Kamado family. It seems the next few months are gonna be pretty busy for our boy, Tanjiro. He's gotten pretty far, but he still has a lot to learn. Before I go, I'd like to once again thank those who gave their own ideas for potential moves for Sun Conqueror. That is why I'd like to share some ideas of my own. Phoenix Flash. This move is taken straight out of Hinokami Chronicles, a Demon Slayer fighting game. Tanjiro envelops his entire body in fire before completely turning himself into a barely visible haze of steam made of his blood, seemingly vanishing in a flash of fire. Tanjiro manipulates his blood to move quickly in front of or behind his target. The speed of the haze and the distance traveled will depend on how much solar energy Tanjiro uses. Tanjiro reappears in another flash of fire as his body solidifies. This entire process happens in the blink of an eye. To those with poor observation skills, it will seem as though Tanjiro teleported. This move can be a great setup for Tanjiro to use Hinokami Kagura's dance, Solar Heat Haze, Clear Blue Sky, or Setting Sun Transformation, as he can choose what position to reappear in. Devil's Horn. 1 or 2 black horns pop out of Tanjiro's forehead which he can set ablaze at will. Tanjiro can charge his opponent head-on and pierce their body with his horns. This move is most effective for moving large enemies away from allies or civilians. Hellflame Propulsion, Fire Force, My Hero Academia, and One Punch Man fans may get a kick out of this one. Tanjiro can summon his solar blood cells to his hands and feet and shoot out fire to propel himself in whatever direction he desires depending on the position of his hands, allowing him to fly. Any demon caught on the wrong side of this move is in for a fun time. Scorching Blast. Tanjiro can shoot out streams of fire from his hands at his opponents to burn them alive or even create large holes in their body. This can be an alternative to Dragon Breath in case something prevents him from using it. Demon Torch. I was gonna call this one Human Torch, but Tanjiro isn't human. Marvel fans can pretty much guess this one. Tanjiro lights his entire body on fire to act as armor to demonic opponents. Anyone weaker than Tanjiro cannot hope to touch him in this state lest they wish to crash and burn. Sun Crown. Tanjiro sets his hair and forehead on fire to increase the power of his headbutts and or burn a demon grabbing his head. Heatstroke. Tanjiro releases solar blood cells in the form of hot air to increase the temperature of the nearby area to the point where his enemies start to get heatstroke, hindering their ability to fight. This move is most effective in closed areas. This move also affects humans, so Tanjiro should be careful when using it near allies. That's all I've got for now. What do you guys think? I wanted to put my own ideas out there in case someone had a similar one. I know I pretty much just covered almost every base, but I hope some of you are willing to come up with new ideas while I do the same. Thanks for reading. I'll see you next time. Oh, what's that? You want to know why Shinobu doesn't like Jiyu? Okay. Twist my arm, I'll tell you. Here's a little bonus scene. Demon Slayer headquarters, meeting area. 3 years ago, after their last meeting concluded, Kani stood in front of her fellow Hashira, Yuzui, Seinmi, and Gyomai with Shinobu by her side. Everyone, I'd like to introduce you to my Tsuguko and little sister, Shinobu. Kani announced as Shinobu stepped forward. She donned a clear, white haori and had shorter hair than her older counterpart. She bowed respectfully to the Hashira. Lord Shinazugawa, Lord Yuzui, Lord Haimjima, it is an honor to be in your presence. I hope to work with you all one day, Shinobu stated. Greetings, young Shinobu. I am delighted to hear that you and your sister are doing well after your tragic loss, Gyomai said in response. You're Kani's sister, huh? Well, it's a pleasure, I guess, Seinmi muttered unenthusiastically. Not a very flashy introduction, but I guess I'll allow it. Nice to meet you, Tenjin greeted the young demon slayer. A bit underwhelmed by the greetings, Shinobu stepped back and bowed again. That's when she noticed someone leaning against the wall to her left, a young man about Kani's age with messy hair, blue eyes, and a split haori. Shinobu walked up to him. You must be Lord Tomioka. I am Shinobu Kacho, Kani's sister. It's a pleasure to meet you, she politely. Jiyu simply looked at her and nodded without a word. After a moment of awkward silence, Shinobu spoke again. Sir, if I may ask, sister tells me you don't really talk with anyone unless you have to. Is there a reason for that? Communicating with others is a great way to get to know your comrades as well as to make friends, Shinobu stated, to which Jiyu stared at her. He looked at Kani, who was observing the conversation. Kacho, your child is bothering me. Huh? Shinobu was speechless as she stared at the water Hashira. As she comprehended the young man's words, tick marks began to appear on her head. Suddenly, laughter could be heard from Yuzui. Ha 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 ha. A truly flamboyant insult, Tomioka, he said before continuing his laughter. Meanwhile, Seinmi was trying to hold in his own laughter. Shut up. Yuzui PFFT, it's KRRT, not that PFFT, ha that F funny. Kani also let out a strained laughter as Shinobu snapped her head towards her. Sister, she yelled, betrayed. Shinobu took a deep breath and spoke to Jiyu again. Lord Tomioka, I believe you misheard me. I'm Kani's little sister, not her daughter. Also, I'm only 3 years younger than you. Jiyu stared at Shinobu again. I'm sorry to hear that. Life can truly be cruel sometimes. I hope you get your growth spurt soon, he said genuinely. You. Shinobu fumbled her words as Yuzui broke into a full-on laughter, this time joined by Seinmi. Shinobu's face turned red from anger and embarrassment. She seethed as she looked at the two Hashira laughing at her. She then glared at Tomioka. Well, enjoy this while you can. This will probably be the closest you'll get to having friends, idiot. Shinobu snapped before running out of headquarters. Shinobu, wait. Kani called out before following her sister, who seemed to be on the verge of tears. Seinmi and Yuzui continued to laugh while Jaiomai and Jiyu watched. Namu amida butsu. Jaiomai chanted. Present. Wow, that's so horrible, Tanjiro said with tears in his eyes as he sat in front of Kani. The two sat in a room at the Wisteria family house. I know. Shinobu wouldn't come out of the butterfly mansion for a week after that. It was truly heartbreaking to see her in such a state, Kani said while wiping a tear from her eye. Suddenly, the door to the room was pulled open to reveal a very angry Shinobu. Tanjiro and Kani looked at her in shock as Shinobu took out her sword and pointed it at Tanjiro. You're dead, Shinobu yelled, causing Tanjiro and Kani to scream in comedic terror. Later, Shinobu was seen chasing Kani, who had Tanjiro in her arms around Shinjuku. Master, please, let's just talk about this, Tanjiro yelled out. It's hopeless, Tanjiro, Kani yelled back. There's no stopping her when she's like this. Bystanders gave the trio looks of both astonishment, due to their monstrous speed, and looks of confusion. You bastards, how would you like it if I told people about your most embarrassing moments? Shinobu yelled with murderous intent in her eyes. Hey, Kamado, want to hear about how my sister got drunk by accident and tried to make out with the wind Hashira? Shinobu called out with a devilish grin. Kani's face turned bright red. Shinobu, you swore we would never speak of it again. Meanwhile, Tanjiro's horror turned into confusion. She got drunk. What's that? A new kind of soba? Tanjiro asked. Both Hashira were caught off guard by the innocent question and tripped and fell on their faces. Tanjiro was dropped onto the ground as the two girls slid past him. Kani, master, are you okay? Tanjiro asked as he ran to them and shook their bodies, not aware that he caused this. This kid, both sisters thought simultaneously. Chapter 9, First Mission Part 1. Tanjiro Kamado, Shinjuku, Wisteria Family House Courtyard. Morning. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Tanjiro stood in the backyard of the Wisteria house with his feet shoulder width apart and repeated this process from night to morning. He took in the maximum amount of oxygen and slowly breathed out. He constantly had to fix his stance while keeping his breathing under control. I've noticed that practicing total concentration breathing for too long causes a strain on my body, although not as bad as Hinakami Kagura. Still, I need to be careful not to push myself too hard again. I also need to learn how to maintain my position. Tanjiro tried to brace his lower body while simultaneously keeping his arms and shoulders relaxed. Keeping this position while breathing turned out to be a lot harder than expected. The strain from trying to use total concentration would slowly increase until it became too much for Tanjiro, and he collapsed onto his knees. Breathing heavily, he began to feel dizzy. No, not enough. I have to go further, Tanjiro said in his head, completely forgetting his vow to not push himself. He got back on his feet and assumed his stance again and continued to breathe despite his body's protests. Specifically his lungs, which felt like they were about to burst. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale. Thud. Tanjiro collapsed face first onto the ground as if his body had decided to give the poor boy the middle finger. Okay, let's take a break, he mumbled as he turned his head sideways. I've been able to sort of maintain total concentration for at least 10 minutes, but that's all I've got. Miss Shinobu said that most beginners can't even practice total concentration breathing for a minute before collapsing. Even so, can you really call it total concentration when you keep messing up most of the time? Tanjiro got up on his feet and smacked both of his cheeks twice. Get a hold of yourself, Tanjiro. You won't make any progress if you keep doubting yourself. Once I get the hang of doing total concentration while standing still, I'll practice using it while swinging my sword. After that, I'll have to master breathing while moving around and soon, sparring. Tanjiro was able to recover from the strain of total concentration much faster than he would from Hinokami Kagura, needing only a minute's rest. Tanjiro got into position and breathed. He practiced for hours into the night as he slightly began to improve. Total concentration breathing. According to Shinobu, this breathing gave demon slayers the ability to fight with the strength of a demon. However, Tanjiro already had that, so Shinobu predicted that the benefits of total concentration would give Tanjiro an even greater edge in battle over average demons. If he could learn and master this technique and eventually, Hinokami Kagura, he would be a force to be reckoned with. Many hours later, afternoon, Asakusa. After over a week, they finally made it to the Asakusa ward. The buildings were even larger than the ones in Shinjuku, but Tanjiro was able to adapt since it was still daytime. According to Kani, Asakusa was a popular major entertainment district founded during the Edo period. The streets were filled with people, making it hard to navigate them. As they walked, Kani held Tanjiro's hand so that he wouldn't get lost again. After the incident last night, Shinobu and Kani took no chances. Tanjiro must have apologized 1,000 times to Kani and Tameo, who were worried sick about him. Yushiro didn't say anything but still made his displeasure known. Soon, the group came across some tracks that Tanjiro hadn't seen before which cut through the rows of tall buildings. "What's this?" he asked. "Those are railway tracks," Kani answered. "I assume you've never seen them in person." "Railway tracks? What are those?" Tanjiro asked back. "Do you seriously know nothing about Japan outside of your home? You really are hopeless," Shinobu said while shaking her head. Now, Shinobu, it's not Tanjiro's fault," Kani said before looking at the demon in question. "Railway tracks allow these wonderful machines called train cars to move throughout Japan while carrying people to their destination." Tanjiro tilted his head with visible confusion. "Oh I see," he said as if pretending to understand. Shinobu face-palmed. "Sister, this is pointless. He didn't understand a word you just said." Kani looked at Tanjiro with a nervous smile before they all heard something coming from the tracks. Kani perked up. "Ah, perfect timing. Look, Tanjiro," Kani exclaimed before Tanjiro saw a large object coming down the tracks. As it passed by, he noticed multiple people inside. Suddenly, Kani's explanation made more sense, but it was still overwhelming how advanced cities were. Tanjiro slumped his shoulders and looked down. "I think I'm getting dizzy." Suddenly, he felt a gentle squeeze on his left hand which Kani was still holding. Tanjiro looked up at her and saw a warm, sympathetic smile. "Don't worry, we're almost at the house, you can rest there for a bit. Just hang on a bit longer, okay?" she asked sweetly like how a mother would talk to their child. Tanjiro slightly blushed before returning the smile, his dizziness replaced by a feeling of comfort. The group continued on. After getting out of the more public area, they walked through a small area before coming upon their destination. "Here we are," Kani announced, having let go of Tanjiro's hand a bit ago. The house was not too different from Tameo's last house, a modern-style two-story house with a front and backyard surrounded by brick walls. "Well, it's about time." Tanjiro heard a muffled voice from the box Yushiro was in, which was carried by Shinobu. "I can't wait to get out of this damn thing." "And just where did you learn how to walk, Shinobu?" Shinobu didn't say anything before undoing the straps on her shoulders which connected to the basket, and letting the box fall on the ground with a hard thud. "Oh, damn it, you'll pay for that," Yushiro yelled out, moving around inside the box, causing it to shake and jump. Tanjiro held the box down. "Yushiro, don't move around so much. You might accidentally open the box," he warned his fellow demon in vain. "Yushiro," Tameo's muffled voice came out of the box on Kani's back. "Behave yourself or else I will not talk to you for a week." That was all it took for Yushiro to stop moving around. "Yes, Lady Tameo," Tanjiro and Shinobu sighed while Kani tried very hard to contain her laughter. Kani Kacho, backyard of the house. Evening. After the sun went down, Yushiro placed a talisman on the house to hide it from the public eye just like he did with the last house. Meanwhile, Shinobu and Kani observed Tanjiro practicing his total concentration breathing. Kani was impressed with how well he was doing. Sure, there was a mistake here and there, and he had to take short breaks from time to time. But still, Tanjiro was able to hold total concentration without getting tired or messing up for at least 12 minutes. In her beginning years as a Demon Slayer trainee, Kani would have died trying to hold total concentration for that long. It took her at least 3 weeks before she could do 5 minutes while standing still. Having demonic stamina really made a difference. That said, Tanjiro was obviously putting the effort in. If he wasn't, there'd be no way he could pull off such a feat after only 1 day. After watching for a while, Kanny had seen enough. "Alright, Tanjiro, you can stop now," she said to the boy who fell on one knee after hearing that. He panted, clearly feeling the pressure on his lungs. However, it wasn't so bad compared to how he looked after using Hinokami Kagura. Tanjiro recovered quickly in only a minute. Kanny walked up to the boy with 2 training swords in hand, handing one to Tanjiro. "Now, let's get started on parrying and disarming techniques." Kanny and Tanjiro faced each other from across the yard, pointing their swords at each other. Shinobu continued to observe from the sidelines and was even joined by Yushiro. "Alright, Tanjiro, come at me," Kanny ordered with a bright smile on her face. Tanjiro, who looked more serious, did as he was told and pointed his sword towards Kanny while running towards her. 1 second. Tanjiro raised his sword above his head and swung downward. Thwack. The next, Tanjiro stood in front of Kanny, who had her sword held out to her right. Meanwhile, Tanjiro appeared to be empty-handed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thud. Tanjiro's sword was sent flying into the air before landing on the ground. The wooden blade stuck into the ground. Tanjiro looked at his hands, noticing his lack of weaponry. Tanjiro expressed his confusion as he continued to stare at his hands. What Tanjiro didn't notice at the moment he and Kanny clashed was that Kanny turned her sword upside down from its original position while moving it to her left side and unleashed an upward slash to counter Tanjiro's attack, launching his sword upward. This all happened in about 0.6 seconds. As you can see, Tanjiro, a simple sword swing will not solve all of your problems. Swordsmanship is much more than just swinging a blade around and hoping your opponent won't see you coming from a mile away. Kanny stated, "A swordsman must be smart, calculating, precise, accurate, and skillful. Being stronger and faster is also important in battle, but it's not all that matters. Do you understand?" Tanjiro recovered from his shock and nodded. He went to pick up his sword and the two went to their original positions. "Now, this time, I'm going to attack with a horizontal slash to your right hip. I want you to parry and then counter," Kanny instructed. "Right," Tanjiro answered back. Soon, Kanny leapt forward until she was right in front of her demonic pupil and released the exact attack she said she would. Tanjiro responded by swinging his sword upwards towards the right from his left hip and struck Kanny's sword, pushing it to the side. Tanjiro brought his sword back to his chest and went for a one-handed thrust with his right arm. However, Kanny had already recovered and sidestepped the thrust before swinging her sword at Tanjiro's neck, stopping only as her sword was an inch away from his throat. Tanjiro gulped after realizing the situation too slowly. "Not bad for a beginner," Kanny began as she pulled her sword back. "However, there were many things wrong with your technique. First off, you focused too much on speed and not enough on power during your parry, and then vice versa in your counter. It doesn't matter how fast you parry an attack if you can't push it back far enough. Also, swords aren't like baseball bats. You don't always have to put so much power into your swings. That's how swords get broken. Swords are sharp blades that can cut through almost anything provided that the wielder is strong enough. Sometimes, more power is necessary. Other times, it's speed that will win the day. It's up to you to decide which style suits the situation best." Tanjiro had a look of confusion. "That sounds really hard," he said while tilting his head down. Kanny smiled at the boy and patted his head. "You're thinking about this too hard. You started sword training 9 days ago, and you were asleep for 4 of them. Just relax, you'll get it eventually. Rome wasn't built in a day, after all." Tanjiro looked up at her with bright eyes. "Hang in there, Tanjiro. I believe in you. That's what friends are for," Kanny exclaimed. Tanjiro's eyes widened before he gave a big smile. "Yes, ma'am. I promise. I will become the greatest swordsman of all time," Tanjiro announced, shocking the flower Hashira. That's great, Tanjiro." Kanny put on a nervous smile. "But why don't we focus on improving your counterattacks first, okay?" Tanjiro's face turned completely red, similar to how he did when they first met. "Alright," Tanjiro yelled. Kanny giggled in response, also hearing a snicker from Shinobu and Yushiro as well. Kanny looked again at the blushing demon. If only his body was as strong as his heart, he'd give even Jaiomai a run for his money, Kanny said in her head. "Oh, Tanjiro." Kanny called for Tanjiro's attention. "What do you say we try Hinokami Kagura again?" she asked. Tanjiro responded with a determined smile. "Hinokami Kagura, sunflower thrust." Tanjiro thrusted his sword in his right hand, moving his entire body into the attack. Kanny, who stood in front of the wall surrounding the house, jumped to the left and twirled in the air to gain momentum until flower breathing, 6th form, whirling peach. Kanny swung her sword with her momentum before twisting her body so that her sword was aimed at Tanjiro's head. Tanjiro barely saw this before being hit on the cheek with the wooden sword. He was knocked away by the powerful counterattack and recovered a few feet away as Kanny landed. Kanny then immediately rushed towards Tanjiro, who kept jumping backwards to get some distance. However, it was hopeless as Kanny was quickly able to close the gap. Then, she noticed Tanjiro breathing in as he landed and stopped jumping. He stamped his feet on the ground to stop himself as Kanny continued to rush forward. I see. He's trying to catch me off guard by suddenly stopping while I uncontrollably charge at him, giving him the chance to counter. Kanny realized. Tanjiro raised his sword above his head as it was enveloped in imaginary fire. Very clever trick, Tanjiro. One that would have worked. Kanny completely stopped in her tracks as Tanjiro brought his sword down. Hinakami Kagura dance. ... Had you not made it so obvious? Tanjiro unleashed his trap, only to realize that Kanny was too far away for the hit to connect. He tried to catch Kanny off guard, but the flower Hashira was too observant and too quick for such a simple attempt. Tanjiro's eyes widened as he was unable to recover, allowing Kanny to unleash her own technique. Flower breathing, fifth form, peonies of futility. Kanny released 9 consecutive attacks that flowed and weaved in on themselves as Tanjiro tried to recover and back away again. But it was too late to escape. He's already reached his 8-use limit. If he uses Hinakami Kagura again, he'll start to slow down. Kanny thought as Tanjiro started to breathe in again. Kanny imagined her sword connected to a white and pink ribbon resembling the pattern of a flower petal which all surrounded the young demon. Tanjiro backed up just enough to avoid one attack, but seemed powerless to dodge the rest. Then suddenly, Kanny's eyes widened as she saw the imaginary ribbons connected to her sword catch on fire and burn to ash. Kanny's sword was knocked to the side along with her arm, still keeping her grip. The illusory flames departed to reveal Tanjiro swinging his sword horizontally. Hinakami Kagura, Raging Sun. Kanny tried to retreat before Tanjiro pushed forward, but she was knocked off balance by the out-of-nowhere counterattack. Tanjiro gripped his sword tightly and unleashed another horizontal slash at the left Kanny's face. However, Kanny noticed the decreased speed of Tanjiro's slash. Just as I thought, he's already slowing down. I can dodge this attack, Kanny thought before Tanjiro's sword started to become wobbly and blurry. What the? Kanny moved her head back to avoid Tanjiro's attack, only to see a smile slowly appear on Tanjiro's face. Suddenly, Kanny felt something strike her left cheek even though the sword was nowhere near her. Hinakami Kagura, Solar Heat Haze. Kanny stumbled back before quickly regaining her balance and feeling her cheek. She stared at the panting Tanjiro with wide eyes as he did the same with her. Soon, the shock in his eyes was replaced with childlike excitement as an open-mouthed grin appeared on his face. He fell onto his knees and pumped his fist into the air. I did it. I actually landed a hit, Tanjiro yelled. He knew that his body would slow down, so he used the element of surprise to his advantage. Kanny thought before a warm smile appeared on her face. It would seem I underestimated you, my young friend. Of course, Kanny wasn't going all out, not even close. Even so, landing a hit on a Hashira is far from an easy task. Tanjiro definitely had potential. Excellent job, Tanjiro. You are truly amazing, Kanny said as Tanjiro stopped celebrating and looked at Kanny before his smile was replaced by horror. Kanny, your mouth, it's bleeding, Tanjiro exclaimed, to which Kanny felt the left corner of her mouth with her hand and found blood on it. Kanny looked at Tanjiro again, still keeping her warm smile while the boy looked like he was about to cry. Please don't worry, Tanjiro. It's okay. I've suffered much worse, trust me, she assured him. However, that didn't stop Tanjiro's guilt. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have put so much force into that swing. Tanjiro bowed repeatedly while smashing his head into the ground. Tanjiro, I think you're overreact, Kanny began to say before Tanjiro suddenly picked her up and carried her in his arms. Tanjiro, what are you? We need to get you to a doctor right away. Miss Tameo can help, she knows all about medicine. Tanjiro ran out of the backyard and to the front of the house as Shinobu and Yushiro looked on in confusion. How is he still able to move like this? Using Hinakami Kagura should have tired him out for at least an hour, Kanny thought. Tanjiro, wait. I'm fine, really, Kanny yelled, only making Tanjiro more panicked. Oh no, she's already hallucinating. Miss Tameo, help. Tanjiro ran inside to get Tameo, who was in her lab. Tanjiro. A couple of hours later, Yushiro's room. Tanjiro and Yushiro were playing shogi again in Yushiro's room, which had been all unpacked with his things. Tanjiro had a solemn look on his face. He was completely embarrassed by the way he acted earlier. Tanjiro was always like this when he hurt someone, be it by accident or on purpose. Tanjiro got his scar when he pushed Takeo out of the way of a falling brazier, and used his own body to shield him. However, when Tanjiro pushed Takeo, he nearly broke his wrist. Tanjiro was overcome with guilt and immediately told his parents about it, completely ignoring his burn. "Mommy, Daddy, help, Takeo is dying and it's all my fault," Tanjiro would yell. "Takeo just hurt his wrist, he's not dying." "And what about your head?" Kai and Tanjiro would yell back simultaneously. Tanjiro sighed at the memory. He wouldn't stop crying for Takeo even as the doctor wrapped his head in bandages. The current situation wasn't much better. Tanjiro personally carried Kani into Tameo's lab as Tameo was still unpacking. Tameo put a bandage on where Kani got hit while Kani used a washcloth to wipe the blood from her mouth. Tameo then talked to Tanjiro about not freaking out over minor injuries, even if he caused it. Tanjiro lazily moved his rook to attack one of Yushiro's bishops, not noticing that he left himself open to one of Yushiro's knights. Yushiro sighed at this. "Look, don't beat yourself up about it, kid. It happens. I couldn't tell you how many times I did that with Lady Tameo," he said to the young demon. "I know, but it's just so humiliating whenever I get like that. Back home, I always made a fool of myself whenever I hurt someone by accident," Tanjiro stated. Yushiro seemingly decided to throw Tanjiro a bone and not take away his rook and instead moved his lance to the end of the board, allowing him to promote it. "So you're overprotective? That's not always a bad thing. When someone overprotective cares about you, you're less likely to get into trouble. You do it because you care," he responded. Tanjiro perked up a bit. "Yeah, I guess you're right," he said as he moved a pawn forward. Yushiro then facepalmed. "Good grief, Tanjiro. I gave you like 6 chances to move your king." He sighed as Tanjiro looked confused. "What do you mean?" he asked before Yushiro moved a dragon piece towards Tanjiro's king. "Checkmate." Tanjiro's eyes turned into tiny black circles as he blinked in confusion. Shinobu Kacho. Backyard. "Oh, come on." Shinobu and Kani, who sat beside her, heard Tanjiro yelling from inside the house. The two sisters were drinking tea on the back porch while admiring the stars. Kani started giggling. "Oh my, looks like Tanjiro lost again. That kid really needs to take some lessons. I played with him back in Shinjuku and I destroyed him," Shinobu stated. Shinobu then recalled reading a letter sent to the master from Tameo about how Tanjiro would play shogi with Yushiro sometimes. She then recalled back when they first learned about Tanjiro. Demon Slayer HQ Courtyard. 3 weeks ago, Shinobu and Kani made it to headquarters, still pondering why Master Yubayashiki summoned only them. They stepped into the courtyard and waited. "Do you think Lord Yubayashiki has a special mission for us, Shinobu?" Kani asked with her usual smile. "If that was the case, sister, I don't see why he could have just told us via Kasugai Crow," Shinobu replied. Kani looked up into the sky in wonder. Maybe he wanted to avoid a demon intercepting the message. There have been reports of winged demons lately. Perhaps ... but isn't that why they usually deliver messages during the day? Shinobu responded before 2 children, one with white hair and the other with black hair, appeared on the porch of the building in front of the courtyard. "The master has arrived," the 2 children said simultaneously as Kagea walked forward into the light. Kani and Shinobu immediately got on one knee and bowed. "Good afternoon, master. I hope you are feeling well today and that you continue to do so." Kani greeted him first. "Why thank you, Kani. I feel quite well, especially since I know you are both safe and sound," Yubayashiki replied. "Tell me, how are Kanao, Ai, Sumi, Kyo, and Naho? Are they well?" he asked. Shinobu was always impressed by how Yubayashiki could memorize the name of just about anyone associated with the Corps, even those who weren't demon slayers. "They are all doing fine. Kanao has been doing excellently in her training. She has already managed to turn her sword pink after only 2 months. We have just started her training in total concentration breathing," Shinobu explained. "At this rate, we may be able to teach her all forms of flower breathing and total concentration constant by the time she turns 15. Kani joined in. "AI and the others have also been a great help to us in my research of poisons and medical treatment. Speaking of, AI's medical training is also going smoothly," Shinobu finished. "Excellent, I am so happy to hear that," Yubayashiki responded happily. "I am very sorry for the sudden summons, but this was a matter that could not wait," he stated as the 2 young women looked up. "You have no reason to apologize, master. We demon slayers are all at your beck and call," Shinobu responded. Yubayashiki smiled even brighter. "Thank you, my children. Now, as for what I had to tell you," he said as he took a letter from his left pocket. "A few days ago, I received a message from Lady Tameo about a demon she had encountered," he said as Kani gasped and Shinobu tensed up. "Is she and Yushiro all right?" Kani asked worriedly, to which Yubayashiki smiled warmly. "Yes, fear not, Tameo and Yushiro are safe. Actually, this demon has shown no signs of hostility," he replied, confusing the 2 Hashira. Tanjiro Kamado, that is his name. A 13-year-old boy who once lived a simple life in Mount Kumotori on the border of Okutama. He began to describe this Tanjiro person, living with his mother, his 3 younger brothers, and 2 younger sisters. His father passed away about a year ago due to a serious illness. Kani had a sympathetic look on her face as Yubayashiki continued. Tanjiro comes from a family of charcoal merchants, selling charcoal in the nearby town to pay for meals. One day, Tanjiro had an encounter with Muzan Kibutsuji. Shinobu and Kani gasped upon hearing this. Muzan turned Tanjiro, who barely escaped with his life. He became a demon and tried to eat his mother. However, he fought back and his humanity returned. He ran away from home, afraid that he would hurt someone. It was soon revealed that he was not a normal demon. What do you mean by that, Master? Kani asked as she tilted her head. I mean, he has conquered the sun. Shinobu's eyes widened at this. A demon that has conquered the sun. She shuddered at the idea. Shinobu knew that this demon could not be allowed to roam freely. Yushiro found Tanjiro wandering around the village which he and Tameo are currently hiding in. Tameo talked with the boy and asked him for a sample of his blood, to which he agreed. Tameo stated that he wanted to become human again, help other demons become human as well, and help protect the innocent. He's been staying with Tameo for a few days now and has shown some interesting developments. He can eat normal food without throwing up. He can suppress his demonic desire by remembering his family. And Tameo has even learned that he has a sense of smell more advanced than any demon we've seen. But that's not all. It seems that Tanjiro has the ability to absorb solar energy from sunlight and store it inside his body for power. Shinobu's eyes widened even more, realizing how dangerous this demon was. If it got stronger the longer it was in sunlight, if given enough time to power up, it could rival the might of the 12 Kazuki. Perhaps even, God forbid, Kibutsuji himself. Yubayashiki must have read her mind because he then tried to assure the 2 Hashira. I know you are both worried about a demon walking in sunlight, but there is no need. Tameo has assured me that Tanjiro means no harm. He doesn't have full control over his demonic habits, but he is nothing like the demons you've encountered. That's why, when you go visit Tameo, I want you to avoid antagonizing the boy. Also, I want you to keep this a secret from the rest of the corps, including the Hashira and your butterfly girls. Shinobu wanted to trust Yubayashiki's judgment, but, Master, with all due respect, that is a horrible idea, she said as Kani gasped again, this time staring at her sister in shock. Yubayashiki didn't seem to react as his smile remained intact. Oh, is that so, Shinobu? Might I ask why? He requested, ignoring the fact that this demon can constantly grow in power when exposed to sunlight. We cannot let a demon who is immune to sunlight roam freely, Shinobu stated. Demons are lying, deceitful creatures who live to consume all humans in their way. We can't just trust Lady Tameo's word that this Tanjiro won't do anything. Not to mention that if Kibutsuji were to find this demon, he would absorb it in a heartbeat. If he gains immunity to sunlight, Japan. No, the entire world would be in jeopardy. We should find this demon as soon as possible, restrain it, and keep it at headquarters where sunlight won't reach him to further study its blood. Yubayashiki frowned at this suggestion. Shinobu, I hear your concerns, but I am not fond of the idea of locking up a child, demon or otherwise. He responded. But Master, the risk of letting the demon run amok is too great. If it turns against us or if Muzan finds it, many people will die. Shinobu argued. Surely, you don't want to be responsible for the deaths of thousands or milio. Sister, that's enough. Kani scolded Shinobu calmly. Shinobu looked at Kani and saw the look of disappointment on her face, a face that was rarely seen. Yubayashiki spoke before tensions got too high. I understand your point, Shinobu, but my decision is final. You are not to harm the boy. I hope you can at least respect that. Shinobu wanted to argue, but Kani's look drained her of all motivation. She lowered her head again. Yes, Master, please forgive my rudeness. I overstepped my boundaries. Yubayashiki's smile returned. Raise your head, my child. You clearly meant well. There is no reason to apologize for that. Thank you, Master. Shinobu raised her head as Yubayashiki motioned for the 2 Hashira to stand up. That will be all for now. I merely wish to inform you of this news. You may return to your estate, he said. Shinobu and Kani nodded. And with that, the 2 sisters left. Shinobu felt guilty for saying all that in front of her sister. Kani seemed to notice this. I'm sorry for giving you that look. I really didn't mean to make you feel guilty, Kani said, surprising the insect Hashira before she regained her composure. No, I'm the one who should apologize. You were just stopping me from saying something I would regret. Thank you, sister. Shinobu gave a smile to Kani, who returned it. present. Lady Tamayo was right. He really is a joy to have around. Shinobu was snapped out of her thoughts by Kanny's words. You know, Shinobu, I couldn't help but notice that you've been treating Tanjiro more humanely lately, she said as Shinobu looked to the sky. Yes, I suppose you're right about that, Shinobu replied. Could it be that you're starting to warm up to him? Kanny teased. Shinobu wouldn't go that far, but she supposed that was the case. When she first met Tanjiro, she expected to find a typical menacing demon with suspicion written all over him, watching her and Kanny with hungry eyes. What did she find instead? An adorable, innocent boy who looked like he wasn't even capable of telling a lie playing shogi. Wait, did she just call a demon adorable? Shinobu sighed. I'll admit that I was wrong to automatically assume that Kamado was an enemy. I still don't completely trust his ability to stay in control, but I can at least say that he seems like a good kid, Shinobu admitted. Kanny smiled brightly upon hearing this, but seemingly decided not to press Shinobu about it. So, you'll be heading back to the Butterfly Mansion soon. She changed the subject. Yes, someone has to continue Kano's training and look after the Butterfly Mansion, Shinobu answered. Which reminds me, we might want to work out some sort of trade-off system with the boy and mansion duties. Kanny nodded in agreement. Well, I'll be accompanying Tanjiro on his first mission. Next mission, you can watch over him while I take care of Kano's training and the mansion in your absence until you come back or another mission comes up. Shinobu didn't see any problems with that idea. Yes, that way, we can switch back and forth between pupils without neglecting either one's training, she stated as the sisters were in agreement. I'll be sure to send a message to Lord Yubayashiki tomorrow about our plan, Shinobu said, to which Kanny nodded. They watched the stars for a while before turning in for the night in Tamayo's guest room. Tanjiro. 10 days later, morning. Tanjiro was practicing some basic katas shown to him by Kanny while Kanny observed. Thanks to all the solar energy he had absorbed over the past few weeks, he felt himself getting stronger. Shinobu left last week for her home, the Butterfly Mansion. She left Tanjiro with some training tips and exercises to do until the next time they saw each other. Tanjiro was now able to hold total concentration breathing for 20 minutes standing still. But now he had to practice doing it while swinging his sword. The whole time he did katas, he tried to do total concentration. Needless to say, it was hard to watch. Sometimes, Tanjiro focused too much on the kata and lost control of his breathing. Other times, he'd focus too much on breathing and mess up the kata. Kanny would tap Tanjiro's head with the flat of her sword whenever he did either of these things. After only 7 minutes, Tanjiro already felt his body getting exhausted. I never would have thought a demon would struggle with total concentration so much, Kanny would say as he took a break. It seems demonic stamina isn't as vast as we thought. After less than an hour of that, Tanjiro practiced total concentration while standing still again. However, this time, there was an extra challenge. As Tanjiro breathed, Kanny stood next to him and would try to start a conversation with him to break his concentration. What's your favorite flower, Tanjiro? Mine are Sakura cherry blossoms. I know, that's pretty common, but I just can't help it. They're too beautiful to choose anything else, at least in my opinion. Don't you agree, Tanjiro? Tanjiro wouldn't respond, afraid that he would lose control over his breathing if he focused on the conversation. Eventually, Kanny would start trying to get Tanjiro's attention, purposely trying to make him lose focus. Hey, Tanjiro, hey. Kanny called out to the boy while poking his shoulder like a little girl did to her big brother. He knew this because Hanako would poke Tanjiro and their father all the time to get their attention. Kanny continued to poke as Tanjiro struggled to concentrate. Focus, Tanjiro. Don't let anything break your concentration. Focus, he thought. Hey, Tanjiro, hey. Kanny started poking Tanjiro a tiny bit harder, still keeping her bright smile. It's rude to ignore someone talking to you, you know, especially when it's a lady. Focus, Tanjiro. Focus. Tanjiro's closed eyes started to twitch as he kept breathing in and out. Hey, Tanjiro, did you know that your name contains the kanji for charcoal, to heal, and male? Kanny asked. I saw that when I read your name in one of the letters Lady Tamayo sent to Lord Yubayashiki. Wait. Of course I know what my name means. Why did she need to tell me no? Focus. Tanjiro almost lost control over his breathing as his mind and body began to feel the strain. I think that name suits you to a T. You know, since you're from a family of charcoal merchants and you're so committed to helping others. And also since you're male, of course. Kanny continued as she continued to poke Tanjiro. Focus. Focus. I said focus, damn it. Tanjiro's eyebrows began to furrow as he struggled to focus on his breathing and position. CAAW. Why? Tanjiro jumped before losing his balance and falling back on his bottom, his concentration completely broken. Head east. Head east. A demon has been reported to have killed 36 civilians along with 4 Konodo demon slayers in Yachimata village in the Chiba prefecture. Tanjiro looked up to see Kanny's Kasugai crow, Pai, flying in the air. Flower Hashira, Kanny Kacho, and demon slayer trainee, Tanjiro Kamado, are to depart for Yachimata as soon as possible. Kanny helped Tanjiro up as they both listened to the crow. Kamado's first mission as a trainee will be to eliminate the demon threat without fail. His performance will bring him one step closer to becoming a true demon slayer. CAAW. Pai finished. Both Tanjiro and Kanny had serious expressions. It was finally time. Half an hour later, inside the house, Tanjiro and Kanny got ready for the trip as they met Tameo and Yushiro in the house's basement. The basement also looked very similar to the one in the other house. Tanjiro walked up to Tameo, both of them possessing a sad smile. Tameo then gave Tanjiro a sudden hug, which Tanjiro returned after a small shock. Yushiro just looked away and grumbled. Please be careful, Tanjiro. You may be a demon, but that doesn't mean you can just put yourself in danger without consequences. Tameo warned the boy as they broke the hug. I promise, Miss Tameo. Don't worry, I'll be careful. I'll be sure to come visit from time to time. Tanjiro promised with a bright smile. We'd love that. You are always welcome here, my boy. Tameo said as she returned the smile. Tanjiro walked to Yushiro, who held out his hand, which Tanjiro took as the two shook hands. Try not to get killed, Tanjiro. Otherwise, Lady Tameo will get sad, Yushiro said with a smirk. Tanjiro simply smiled brightly at Yushiro without saying anything. After a moment of awkward silence, Tanjiro's message was made clear to Yushiro. Sigh, you really want to hug me, don't you? Yushiro said with a blank stare as Tanjiro nodded excitedly. Fine. Yushiro awkwardly held his arms out as Tanjiro immediately tackled Yushiro with a bear hug. Tanjiro held his friend tightly as he failed to notice a cracking sound. Oh okay, that's enough, Yushiro yelled out as Tanjiro finally let him go, allowing him to take a few breaths. If you ever do that again. Oh, never mind. There's no way I'm strong enough to do anything to you. Tameo and Kanny chuckled as Yushiro walked away with a hand on his ribcage. After saying their goodbyes, Tanjiro and Kanny left the house and began their trip to Yachimata. The next day, afternoon. Yachimata, Chiba. After a day and a half of walking, Tanjiro and Kanny had finally made it to Yachimata village. Yachimata appeared to be a more urban area with less lights, smaller buildings, and multiple paddies as far as the eye could see. Tanjiro much preferred this setting to Shinjuku and Asakusa. Kanny and Tanjiro asked the civilians in town about anyone who's gone missing lately. They got multiple responses. I haven't heard of any disappearances, but I have been hearing some commotion from some families. It's awful. My friend's husband and daughter have both gone missing. I really hope they find them soon. I don't really care about other people's problems, so I got nothing. Wait, are those swords? Mama is really sad because Papa went missing last night. He was working at the ramen stand down the street but he didn't come back. It's so strange. I literally saw them last night at the local ramen shop. Now all of a sudden, everyone's talking about how they disappeared. After a few hours, it became night and Kanny had made sure to inform all citizens to stay inside. Tanjiro and Kanny jumped onto the roof of a house near the center of the village. It looks like we'll have to split up again, Kanny stated. Use your nose to find the demon and slay it by any means necessary before it hurts anyone else. Tanjiro nodded in response before putting a hand on the hilt of his sheathed sword. Almost all of my battles up to now were won because of luck, he thought. I defeated that demon at the farm only because I went berserk, and I only defeated the demon with 6 arms after conveniently unlocking my blood demon art. Then there was that Asahi guy, who I managed to beat thanks to Hinakami Kagura despite it being just a fluke. It'll be different this time. I may not have changed the color of my sword yet, but I will prove that these last few weeks of training weren't for nothing. I'll prove that I deserve to become a demon slayer. Tanjiro snapped out of his thoughts as he looked up from his hilt to see Kanny smiling at him. Don't worry, I know you can do this. Tanjiro's morale went up a bit as he returned the smile. I won't let you down, Kanny. Tanjiro ran through multiple blocks, occasionally jumping onto rooftops for a better view. He kept sniffing the air for the scent of a demon or even blood, nothing. Tanjiro ran as fast as he could, making sure he didn't go too far from his designated spot. Kani had assigned Tanjiro an easy-to-recognize building in the southern part of Takakawa as a point of reference to help him figure out where he was. Kani would cover the rest of the village. If she found the demon first, she would chase it towards Tanjiro's location while preventing any casualties. Tanjiro saw that he was getting too far from his spot and started to head back when, sniff sniff, blood, someone's hurt, Tanjiro realized as he turned back around towards the source of the smell. He imagined a cloudy trail which represented the scent he picked up and ran in that direction. I've got to hurry, they could be getting attacked by the demon, Tanjiro said in his head as he ran as fast as possible. It wasn't long before Tanjiro began to pick up a new scent, the scent of a demon. There you are. Tanjiro began to follow the scent. Soon, Tanjiro stopped as he came upon a street with multiple blood trails leading to a spot between two houses. Tanjiro's eyes went wide at the sight of human blood, but he shook his head and pushed down his demonic thoughts. He slowly walked to the dark path and drew his sword, inching closer and closer. The demon was here, the smell was strong. However, Tanjiro was unable to see anything due to the darkness, until a young woman came limping out, covered in scratches and blood. Tanjiro and the woman locked eyes. Help me, please, there's a monster chasing me, the woman screamed as Tanjiro tried to keep his composure. Calm down, don't let the blood get to you. This woman needs your help, you will not eat her. Tanjiro ran towards the woman until she was behind him. Run, I'll hold it off, Tanjiro ordered the woman, who obeyed, not questioning that a child with a sword was protecting her. The woman ran into the street when suddenly, a shadow leaped at Tanjiro at great speeds. Tanjiro was barely able to react as he brought his sword down in an overhead slash. Due to the suddenness of the attack, Tanjiro was unable to pull off a breathing technique. The shadow dodged the slash and jumped onto the wall of a house and jumped off of it into the street, right towards the woman who was still running. That's when the figure landed in front of the woman and immediately shot out a tail from its backside. The tail, which looked like that of a scorpion's, went right through the woman's throat. Tanjiro could only stare with wide eyes as the demon's tail lifted the woman into the air, as she gagged while clawing at the tail. The demon revealed itself as it stopped moving. It looked male and had giant pincers for hands with green, cat-like eyes. He also didn't have a mouth, at least, not a normal mouth. His mouth instead was some large claws which also resembled a scorpion's. The demon wore a black jinbei with red vertical stripes and no footwear. He looked at Tanjiro's attire while the woman was hanging on to her last shred of life. I've seen that uniform before. They're really sending fucking trainees to kill demons. The Demon Slayer Corps must be getting desperate for new recruits, the demon said as the claws of his mouth curled up into something resembling a smile. Tanjiro's attention was solely on the woman on the verge of death. He was about to throw up when he snapped out of it and sprung into action. He jumped towards the demon's tail and breathed while bringing his sword down. In a Kami Kagura dance, Tanjiro managed to slice off the tail before landing and jumping off the roof of a house to catch the woman in midair. He landed on the ground with the gagging woman in his arms and jumped away from the demon. He set her down gently before slowly pulling out the stinger in her throat and applying pressure to her throat like Shinobu taught him. It's okay, you're gonna be fine, Tanjiro assured the woman as he took some bandages out of his pocket which Kani had given him in case he needed to help an injured human or reattach his own lost limbs. Tanjiro wrapped bandages around the woman's wounds, not noticing that the scorpion demon who stood only a few feet away was suspiciously still as his tail regenerated. As he bandaged the wounds, Tanjiro found himself drooling due to the blood. Luckily, he gave himself a mental smack and focused. Tanjiro finished wrapping the bandages as he looked at the scorpion demon who smiled at him. What's that look for? Why isn't he attacking? Tanjiro got up and faced the demon as he got into a fighting stance. The demon continued to smile. You don't know much about scorpions, do you? He said. That's when Tanjiro heard a noise behind him. He turned his head to look behind him. His eyes widened at what he saw. The woman's body was spazzing out of control, the sclera of her eyes becoming red and bloodshot. She had been poisoned by the demon's blood which appeared to contain venom. Tanjiro watched as the woman continued to suffer until her body went limp and she died. Tanjiro's mind had temporarily shut down to deal with the trauma that he was now experiencing. If only I had been faster. If only I had gotten here sooner. If only I had stopped that demon in time. She wouldn't have died such a horrible death. Tanjiro thought. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. It's... Oh, will you shut up already? Tanjiro heard a familiar voice ... his own. No, it was his inner demon. You're always blaming yourself for shit you can't control. It's annoying, so stop it. It was weird to hear himself curse, even if it wasn't really him. Think of it this way. Who's really to blame for that bitch's death? You, a dumbass kid who has about as much fighting experience as a fucking stray cat. Or the demon going around stabbing motherfuckers without a care in the world? Tanjiro knew it was a bad idea to listen to this guy, but he thought he had a point. Yeah, he was a demon, but he's still a kid. He literally just became a demon not even 3 months ago, and he's been holding a sword for at least half that time. Tanjiro knew he was trying his best, so this was out of his control. This demon was obviously stronger and faster than his previous opponents, which is why he got caught off guard. It really wasn't his fault, if he thought about it. This demon, however, he went for the weakest one first and had the nerve to act cocky about it. Demons were cowards, every one of them. Tanjiro would make them pay, he would make him suffer. No, stop thinking like that. Don't give in. Tanjiro told himself as he shook his head to clear his thoughts. I can't think like that, otherwise, I'd be no different from any other demon. I have to accept responsibility for my mistake and atone for it. I will avenge this woman by killing this demon, but I refuse to make people suffer, demon or not. Tanjiro sheathed his sword and gave a quick prayer for the deceased woman. Rest in peace. He then slowly turned around with his face covered in shadow. You have a horrible smell, like burning oil. The hell did you just say to me? The scorpion demon asked, clearly triggered, but not as triggered as Tanjiro. Tell me, demon, how many people have you eaten? Tanjiro said as his glaring plum-red demon eyes became visible. Answer truthfully ... and I'll make your death as painless as possible. Chapter 10 First Mission Part 2 Kanikacho. Somewhere in Yachimata, Kani traversed from roof to roof, searching for the demon. She went as fast as she could, not wanting anyone else to die before either her or Tanjiro found the demon. Where could that demon be? I hope it hasn't hurt anybody, she thought as she looked around her to see any signs of conflict. Maybe Tanjiro's already found the demon. But that would mean that he's most likely fighting the demon by now. Kani started to worry for the boy's safety. Kani then thought back to a conversation she had with Shinobu. Tameo's back porch. 12 days ago, night. The Kacho sisters had just finished discussing how they would take care of both Tanjiro and the butterfly mansion. Then, Shinobu spoke again. By the way, sister, she called out as Kani looked at her. When Kamado engages in battle with a demon, do not try to help him unless an innocent person is in danger or he cannot go on. Kani blinked at her little sister. Where's this coming from, Shinobu? She asked with a tilt of the head. I'm well aware of my priorities. Shinobu sighed. It's just, you seem to be getting a bit attached to him lately. I'm worried that you'll put yourself in harm's way to protect him when he doesn't need it. She stated. Shinobu, don't worry. I know he doesn't need me to protect him, it's just, I don't like the idea of standing by while a friend gets hurt. Kani said as she looked at the ground with a frown. Look, sister, whether you like to admit it or not, Tanjiro is a demon. I don't mean this in a bad way, I simply mean that besides his very few weaknesses, he's practically immortal. Shinobu said in an attempt to reassure Kani. So you don't need to babysit him, okay? Shinobu asked as Kani looked back at her with a bright smile. Okay, Kani responded before adopting a more mischievous look. And don't think I didn't notice you called Tanjiro by his first name. Gah, I have no idea what you're talking about. Shinobu's eyes widened before she quickly regained her composure as Kani continued smiling. Present, crash. Kani was snapped back to reality by a loud noise and looked around her before spotting a large dust cloud from far away. Speak of the devil, or demon in this case. Kani told herself an unfunny joke as she began to speed towards the source. Tanjiro Kamado, a few minutes ago. Answer truthfully ... and I'll make your death as painless as possible. Tanjiro said as he glared at the scorpion demon. The scorpion demon seemed stunned, but only for a moment. After that, he laughed hysterically. Ha 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 ha. I knew there was something off about you, you're a demon, he announced before laughing again. Ha ha ha, recruiting a demon. Now I know the demon slayers are desperate. The scorpion demon soon stopped laughing as Tanjiro continued to glare. Oh man, what, did they threaten you into doing this or something? Did they send some demon slayers to keep an eye on ya? Tell you what, kid, after I'm done here, I'll help you get rid of those bastards. Maybe you'll get to eat them yourself. Tanjiro felt something inside of him snap as he drew his sword, leaped forward at the scorpion demon, and immediately went for the head with a horizontal slice. However, his demonic foe managed to dodge in time as he leaped back with a cocky smile. Oh, looks like I touched a nerve there. I'm guessing that's a no then. Tanjiro versus Scorpion Demon. The Scorpion Demon didn't have to wait long for his answer as Tanjiro charged at him. This time, he went for an overhead strike. But the Scorpion Demon used his right pincer to push the sword away before delivering a left front kick to Tanjiro's stomach, which the boy managed to dodge by quickly backing up. However, Tanjiro was not safe as the scorpion demon whipped its tail out at him to wrap around his right leg to stop him from escaping. The humanoid scorpion then knocked Tanjiro off balance and reeled him back in to deliver a left punch to his jaw. Fortunately for Tanjiro, he was able to react with a breathing technique as he raised his sword next to his neck and delivered a horizontal 360-degree slash. Hinakami Kagura, clear blue sky. The scorpion demon's eyes widened as he quickly let go of Tanjiro's leg and backed away, but not before receiving a burning slash that went through a quarter of his neck. The scorpion demon backed up even more while holding his neck with his right hand, his arrogant smile no longer present. Shit, what the hell was that breathing technique? My neck feels like it's on fire, he thought as his neck was starting to slowly heal. Tanjiro was pushed back from the force of his technique and landed on his back before flipping over to land on his feet about 10 meters away from his opponent. The scorpion demon glared at the boy. Alright, you little shit, I admit it. You surprised me there, but that's the fucking last time I'm underestimating you, understand? Tanjiro did not bother responding as he continued to rush towards the scorpion-like monster. He leaped into the air and raised his right leg to axe kick the scorpion demon. The scorpion demon jumped away as Tanjiro's foot met the ground, creating a large dust cloud that reached above the buildings. Tanjiro used his sense of smell to track the scorpion demon who was waiting for the dust cloud to clear up. Tanjiro also waited for the demon to see his figure through the dust cloud as he leaped towards him and shot his tail out at him. But Tanjiro saw this coming as he grabbed the tip of the tail with one hand and pulled on it to bring the scorpion demon to him. However, the scorpion demon pulled back and lifted Tanjiro into the air. The demon then used his tail to launch the boy higher. The scorpion demon jumped into the air as Tanjiro's body was flipping around uncontrollably for a bit. Soon, Tanjiro was able to turn himself upside down as his foe was almost in front of him. Tanjiro then released an upside-down horizontal slash at the demon's neck. Hinakami Kagura, setting sun transformation. But then, the scorpion demon grabbed Tanjiro's sword, taking the boy by surprise. Fortunately for him, he was able to react quick enough before the demon could break his sword or disarm him. Tanjiro launched one of his signature headbutts to the scorpion demon's skull, forcing him to let go of the sword. However, the demon was also able to recover quick enough to launch a counterattack. He wrapped his tail around Tanjiro's right leg again before doing mid-air somersaults to gain momentum. The scorpion then threw Tanjiro down, causing him to crash into one of the houses. The scorpion demon then fell back to the ground on his back, still feeling the effects of Tanjiro's headbutt. Meanwhile, Tanjiro struggled to get back up inside the house. Good news, no one seemed to be home. Bad news. The blood and corpses on the floor and walls indicated that the scorpion demon was already here. Tanjiro felt his blood boil as his rage increased twofold. He won't get away with this. I'll make sure of it, he thought as he got up and ran out of the house to find the scorpion demon also getting on his feet. Tanjiro wasted no time as he inhaled for another technique and rushed his demonic enemy. Hinakami Kagura, Dragon Sun Halo Head Dance. Tanjiro's blade erupted into imaginary flames which took the form of a flaming dragon as he continuously swung his sword at the scorpion demon. The scorpion demon saw Tanjiro coming for him and tried to swing at Tanjiro's face with his left pincer, only for his entire left arm to be cut off as Tanjiro swung his sword at a left-to-right upward angle. The rookie swordsman then immediately turned his sword around to slash the demon's chest while keeping momentum. The scorpion demon tried to grab Tanjiro's sword again with his other pincer, but the blade managed to split it in half while slashing his chest. The demon backed away as much as possible. He was now on the defensive with Tanjiro swinging at him over and over. Who the fuck is this kid? Is he really just a trainee? The demon slayers I killed sure as hell weren't this strong or fast. Even if he is a demon, this brat's probably never eaten a single human, so how is he this strong? The scorpion demon wondered while trying to dodge Tanjiro's attacks. I've already used Hinakami Kagura 4 times. I should have at least 4 uses left before my body weakens. Maybe more now that I've absorbed plenty of solar energy during the last 2 weeks, Tanjiro said in his head as his technique ended. The scorpion demon was able to avoid most of Tanjiro's attacks as his arms began to grow back. Before Tanjiro could press the attack, the scorpion demon jumped up and used his tail to swipe at Tanjiro's legs from below himself. Tanjiro was caught off guard and knocked off of his feet as he fell forward. The scorpion demon took advantage of this by kicking the bottom of Tanjiro's jaw. Tanjiro was sent back a few meters before landing on his feet. He glared at the demon again before wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. This time, the scorpion demon charged at Tanjiro after his arms finally regenerated. Tanjiro responded with his own attack as soon as the scorpion demon got in range. Hinakami Kagura, Raging Sun. Tanjiro swung his sword twice horizontally, only for his enemy to jump over the attack and lift his left leg. He delivered his own axe kick to the top of a shocked Tanjiro's head. Tanjiro's head was knocked downward as he felt a crack on the back of his neck. His eyes rolled back from the impact as his body tilted forward again. Once again, the scorpion demon took advantage and grabbed the back of Tanjiro's head with his left pincer while still in midair. As he dropped to the ground, he slammed Tanjiro's head into the dirt road. The scorpion demon then put his left foot on Tanjiro's back to hold him down. "Come on, kid. Didn't you say you were going to make my death as painless as possible? Where did all your spunk from earlier go?" He taunted the boy with a cocky grin. He continued holding down Tanjiro's head and torso before the boy spoke as he pushed his head up. "You seem to have forgotten something," he stated, confusing his demonic foe. "I said I would make your death painless if you answered truthfully. But you haven't answered me yet, have you?" Unseen by the scorpion demon, Tanjiro's scar began to glow a bright orange. The only other sign was the growing temperature of Tanjiro's head. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Sun Crown. Tanjiro's hair was suddenly completely set on fire, burning the pincer holding him down. The scorpion demon yelped in pain as he got off of the boy, staring at his left hand which appeared to be crumbling to ash. My hand. It's not regenerating. How the hell did this brat get a blood demon art? No, here's a better question. What kind of blood demon art is that? The scorpion wondered in panic, failing to notice Tanjiro getting back up. Soon, the scorpion demon saw Tanjiro, whose forehead was covered in blood on his right side, right in front of him. Tanjiro leaned his head, which was still on fire, back before delivering a powerful headbutt. The scorpion demon stumbled back and tripped, falling on his back, his eyes blinded by the flames from Tanjiro's head when he headbutted him. Tanjiro wasted no time as he took his sword in his right hand and thrusted it into his opponent's chest. Hinokami Kagura, Sunflower Thrust. Before the scorpion demon could try to break free from the blade, Tanjiro grabbed its hilt with both hands and began to run forward, dragging the scorpion demon across the ground with him. The demon was blinded and too dazed to think straight, which was why he hadn't used his tail to save himself. He left a blood trail as he slid further and further. With a scream, Tanjiro ripped out his sword to let the scorpion demon slide a few more feet, his tail laying straight below him. Tanjiro fell on one knee, panting as the adrenaline in him began to wear off and his scar went dim. Not good, as I thought. Using Hinokami Kagura and Sun Conqueror in tandem drains my stamina even faster, he thought as the scorpion demon started to get back on his feet. He had burns all over his dented face which weren't healing. Tanjiro could also see hints of red on the demon's black jinbei along with a hole in his heart area. His sleeves were cut off at the elbows where Tanjiro slashed him. The demon glared daggers, his eyes healed enough to see a bit, at Tanjiro, who glared back in his weakened state. "Alright, fucker. You had your fun. Now you're gonna suffer." The scorpion-like beast inhaled deeply before shooting something out of its deformed mouth. Blood Demon Art, Disintegrating Spit. Tanjiro's eyes widened. He barely managed to dodge the substance that came from his opponent by jumping back. Tanjiro noticed steam coming up from the green puddle created by the substance. "What the hell is that? I've never seen that type of substance before. He shot it at me as a projectile, so it must be dangerous," Tanjiro thought as he tried to ignore his body's weariness. The scorpion demon fired off another spit attack at Tanjiro as he continued to dodge. "What do I do about this blood demon art? Do I deflect it with my sword?" Tanjiro asked himself before dodging another spit. However, the spit still managed to graze Tanjiro's left arm. He winced in pain and watched the spit go through his sleeves and skin. Blood and steam are visible before Tanjiro shakes off the substance on his. His eyes widened as he looked at the missing chunk of his arm before looking at his blade. "Okay, maybe using my sword to defend against that attack is not the wisest idea." Tanjiro made a mental note while his arm healed. That's when he realized something. "Oh, that's it." Tanjiro couldn't help but give a smirk at the scorpion demon. "I see you've got some tricks as well, but I still have a few more of my own," he said before biting his thumb with one of his fangs. Blood began to fall from the tiny wound Tanjiro caused, which he rubbed all over the flat sides of his Nichiren sword. The scorpion demon fired another spit directly at Tanjiro's face, not noticing the blood on Tanjiro's sword or his scar glowing. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Red Hot Blade. Tanjiro's sword erupted into flames, his sword now changed to bright red. Tanjiro then swung his sword through the spit to cut it in half, resulting in its own ironic disintegration. The scorpion demon's eyes widened before he scoffed. "Oh, I bet you think you're hot shit, don't you? Big deal, I'll still fuck you up because you're just a stupid brat." Tanjiro glared at the demon again as he stopped smirking. "Sorry, but you're wrong. I am not a stupid brat. I am a demon slayer and my face will be the last thing you see," Tanjiro announced, brimming with confidence. The other demon growled like a crazy, wild animal and, with a roar, charged at Tanjiro. Tanjiro prepared himself for battle. "I'll try not to use Hinokami Kagura for now. I can't risk my body weakening. I should also limit my use of Sun Conqueror. This way, I can save my strength for when I really need it," Tanjiro thought to himself. The scorpion demon made multiple attempts to swipe at Tanjiro with his open pincers, occasionally spinning around to hit the boy with his tail. Tanjiro dodged each attack by moving his head and body and jumping over any tail swings. Tanjiro would take the occasional swing to cut off his foe's arms, but he always managed to move his arms out of the way in time. Tanjiro was being pushed back as he kept on the defensive. It was clear to the boy that he was slowing down. He suffered a few scratches across his face and chest, along with taking punches to the arms every time he messed up. Then, the scorpion demon threw a punch at Tanjiro's face. Tanjiro was unable to block it in time and got hit in the right eye. Tanjiro stumbled back as blood fell from his smashed eye. He stared to pant due to the exhaustion getting to him. The scorpion demon smiled again. "Hey, what's this? Don't tell me you, a demon, are running out of stamina." "Huh, I knew you were trash," he mocked the boy who glared at him. "Calm down, I can't afford to get reckless now. Bide your time and wait for an opening," Tanjiro thought as he moved his head to the right to dodge a jab from the scorpion demon's tail. The demon started throwing in kicks along with his other attacks as Tanjiro was becoming overwhelmed despite managing to get a few slashes in across his chest even if he was unable to cut off the arms, legs, or tail. After a couple of minutes of blocking and parrying and getting hit, the flames on Tanjiro's sword began to die out, his blade reverting back to its original color. His uniform was covered with blood stains and holes from slashes. His wounds were taking longer to recover due to his depleting stamina. Before the flames on his sword vanished, however, Tanjiro moved forward until he was in front of the scorpion demon and inhaled deeply. He exhaled hot breath as the flaming sword sputtered to life one last time as if reacting to Tanjiro's breathing. He spiraled into the air as flames surrounded the scorpion demon. Hinokami Kagura, Beneficent Radiance. Normally, this powerful technique would have finished off the scorpion demon. Sadly, due to Tanjiro's decrease in strength and speed from his lack of stamina, the scorpion demon was able to jump back in time, only losing both arms. Tanjiro landed back on the ground and collapsed onto his knees, his sword now back to normal. He was breathing heavily as the scorpion demon was left shaking. Too close. If I had moved a second later, I would have been a goner. Seriously, just who the fuck is this guy? The scorpion demon tried to calm himself as Tanjiro comprehended his situation. "It's no use, I'm out of energy. If I use Hinokami Kagura now, I'll just waste more energy. If I use Sun Conqueror, it'll be the same thing but on a larger scale." Tanjiro pondered how to solve this predicament. If only there was a way to restore at least a little bit of my stamina. Wait, Tanjiro looked at his sword as an idea dawned on him. Nichiren swords absorb sunlight, and I'm able to give it my own solar energy to increase its power. But what if ... the opposite is also true? Tanjiro smiled to himself again, which did not go unnoticed by his demonic foe. What the hell is he smiling about? Don't tell me he has another trick. Fuck this, I'm outta here. The demon turned around and began to run away. Fortunately for Tanjiro, he managed to slash the demon's knees earlier with Beneficent Radiance, which slowed down his escape. Meanwhile, Tanjiro took his sword and stabbed his torso at an angle where the whole blade would be inside his body. Tanjiro grunted in pain, but could soon feel the energy from the sunlight absorbing metal being transferred into his body, which was regaining some stamina back. After no longer feeling energy coming from the sword, Tanjiro pulled his sword out and cast it aside. Since the sunlight in the Nichiren swords are what allow them to kill demons, it's probably useless now that I've absorbed that sunlight. Tanjiro got back on his feet and saw the scorpion demon escaping. Tanjiro gave chase, easily catching up to the demon whose legs were finally starting to heal. The scorpion demon tried to speed up, slowly moving farther away from the boy. "You're not getting away," Tanjiro yelled out as his opponent looked back. "Shut up, kid. I'm not dealing with your freaky ass," he responded as he was getting faster and faster. Tanjiro soon found himself unable to keep up even with his second wind. "Damn it, I can't let him escape. I have to avenge all those people," Tanjiro thought as rage started to seep into his mind. "Damn it, get back here, now," Tanjiro screamed at the top of his lungs as he reached out his right hand, his scar flickering to life once more. Suddenly, a line of fire shot out of Tanjiro's hand and immediately caught up to the scorpion demon as it wrapped around his tail. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Crimson Flare Chain. Tanjiro pulled back on the chain like flames and the scorpion demon was yanked backwards. What? He yelled as he was pulled towards his fellow demon. You're mine, Tanjiro screamed. The scorpion demon was right in front of Tanjiro, who grabbed the back of his enemy's head while the flaming chain vanished. Tanjiro slammed the demon into the ground, the boy now holding his face down in the dirt. The scorpion demon used its tail to try to stab Tanjiro's head. But Tanjiro slashed the tail with his right hand while using fire claws to set it ablaze and cut off the tail. He looked down at his opponent, preparing to finish the job. I'm sorry, but this is over, Tanjiro said with a hint of sadness as his left hand began to heat up. The scorpion demon let out muffled screams into the ground while scratching at the dirt before his head was suddenly blown into ashes by a burst of fire from Tanjiro's hand. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Scorching Blast. Tanjiro waited until the scorpion demon's body went limp and began to disappear into ash. Tanjiro put his hands together and prayed that the man would not be turned into a demon in the next life. Tanjiro then heard clapping above him. He looked up as his scar stopped glowing and his red eyes turned back to their friendly pink counterparts. Tanjiro saw Kani on top of one of the houses to his left. On the other side opposite to the house, there were a bunch of rice paddies. Bravo, Tanjiro. You are wonderful, Kani exclaimed with a proud smile, causing Tanjiro to respond with a more tired smile. Thank you, Kani. But, Tanjiro looked down solemnly. Someone died because of me. I was too slow to save her. Kani jumped down onto the ground before walking up to and kneeling next to Tanjiro. Tanjiro saw a sympathetic look on her face. Yes, I saw the body on my way here. I've already buried her and prayed, Kani said to Tanjiro before putting a hand on his shoulder. Look, I know it hurts to see someone die, especially when there was even a slight chance that you could have saved them. But eventually we have to move on. Kani's face also became sad. In all my years as a demon slayer, I couldn't tell you how many people I failed to save. And that guilt would always tear me apart. But I always moved forward. I promised that I would carry the hearts of the people I couldn't save with me. I avenged each one of them for each demon I killed. There is always a price for victory, Tanjiro. You'll try to save everyone you can and people will look to you for protection. And sometimes those people will die. Kani smiled sadly as she looked back at Tanjiro. When our parents were killed by demons, Shinobu and I both realized that happiness always lies atop a thin sheet of glass. But even so, there are still those whose happiness haven't been destroyed. We made a promise to each other. Kani put up her pinky finger in front of her face. I'd like to make that same promise with you. Tanjiro stared at the pinky in shock. But Tanjiro reluctantly agreed and took Kani's pinky with his own. Tanjiro, once you decide to defeat a demon, defeat it. Once you decide to win, win. Win, no matter the cost. Never forget that for every demon you kill, you save dozens of innocent lives. We will defeat as many demons as we can, together. It's not a matter of if we can or cannot. This is something we have to do. Do you agree? Kani asked with a serious face. Tanjiro stared into Kani's eyes, both hiding the fire behind them. Tanjiro smiled before confidently tightening his pinky hold on Kani. I'll destroy as many demons as I can, and I will become human again, Tanjiro announced as Kani smiled warmly before grabbing the back of Tanjiro's head and putting their foreheads together. I know you will. You can do it, Tanjiro. I believe in you. Tanjiro's eyes widened after hearing Kani's kind words. Kani got back up on her feet. In any case, your first mission was a success. Great job, Tanjiro, she said with a wide grin. Tanjiro smiled back and got up as well. Well, let's move out, Kani said as she walked down the dirt road. Right, Tanjiro replied as he went to follow her. After taking the first step onto this new path, thud, Tanjiro. Kani turned around to see her pupil lying face down on the ground. Kani simply stared at the scene with black dots for eyes. I was wondering when that would happen. Tanjiro. I in there, Tanjiro. Your fa here with the soon. Big broth ease don't d. Tanjiro, please, stay with us. Tanjiro slowly opened his eyes to find himself back in his house. But something seemed off. Nezuko and Takeo were sitting next to him with worried looks and they were younger. Also, he felt hot, really hot. He was breathing heavily and there seemed to be something wet on his head. Oh, I remember this. This is when I got a bad fever 6 years ago. Father went down the mountain to find the doctor, but it was winter and a blizzard started. I was really worried about him back then. I thought he was going to die in the cold because of me. Tanjiro, where are you? I hope you're okay, but... Tanjiro heard his mother mutter at the front door. Tanjiro soon became a little more awake. Mom, he called out as Kai rushed to his side. She held Tanjiro's right hand as she kneeled down beside him. Yes, Tanjiro, mommy's here. You're going to be alright, I promise. Kai tried to soothe the boy with a forced smile. Mommy, I don't feel so good. I don't think I can go down the mountain with dad today. Sorry. Those words caused Kai to have a look of heartbreak as she tried to keep her smile up. Dee, don't worry, sweetheart. You just rest for today okay. Tanjiro nodded weakly. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll make sure to chop lots of firewood tomorrow. Tanjiro saw tears in his siblings' eyes and soon in his mother's eyes as well. His mother tried to pray for him, her last desperate attempt to keep the boy alive. Takeo and Nezuko threw themselves over their older brother's body while crying their eyes out. Takeo, Nezuko, don't do that, I might be contagious. Tanjiro tried to warn them. He started to eyes. Maybe a quick nap will make me feel better. But before he passed out, Tanjiro suddenly saw a man standing over him at the foot of his futon. Wait, I don't remember this. Tanjiro at first thought it was his father, but almost immediately saw that it wasn't. The man had long, ruffled, burgundy-tipped hair tied into a ponytail. Tanjiro was barely able to make out the man's red haori, his empty dark red eyes, and a mark on his face depicting flames. The man looked down at Tanjiro and started breathing in a specific pattern. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. The young Tanjiro kept watching until, for some strange reason that he didn't know, he copied the man's breathing. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Kai noticed the change in Tanjiro's breathing, seeing that he looked a lot calmer and less in pain. She felt his forehead and was shocked to find that his temperature went down. That's when she felt Tanjiro's hot breath on her face, which was way hotter than it should be. However, it seemed that Tanjiro was getting better and she was thankful for that. Kai, Nezuko, and Takeo all had looks of slight hope and relief as Tanjiro closed his eyes to go to sleep. He was exhausted. His teeth are so sharp. His forehead is hard too. Look at those nails. I can't believe we're seeing a demon this close. Hey, what are you doing in here? Lady Ai. Tanjiro heard three little girls scream simultaneously. Lady Shinobu told you not to bother him. Get out of here before I tell on you. Yes, ma'am. Tanjiro's eyes started to open to a bright light, to which he held his left hand in front of his face in response. After adjusting to the brightness, Tanjiro lowered his hand and sat up. He was lying in a white bed in a large room filled with other beds. He looked down to see that he was wearing a white, long-sleeved buttoned-up shirt and white pants. Where am I? Tanjiro wondered as he looked around before seeing another person. It was a girl with black hair and pigtails decorated by two blue butterfly ornaments, and a white dress over a dark blue version of the Demon Slayer uniform. She had her back turned to the young demon and seemed to be writing in a clipboard. Excuse me, Tanjiro called out. The girl screamed as she turned around. Tanjiro returned the scream due to being surprised by the first scream. He then fell off of his bed onto his back. Thud. Tanjiro groaned as he rubbed the back of his head and got back up on his feet. He saw the girl's face to see dark blue eyes with white rectangles for pupils. The girl seemed to regain her composure. Well, it seems you're awake. Your name is Tanjiro Kamado, yes? She asked. Tanjiro dusted himself off before answering. Why yes, I am a Demon Slayer trainee and the Tsuguko of the flower Hashira and insect Hashira, Kani and Shinobu Kacho, Tanjiro stated while standing straight. The girl simply stared at Tanjiro. Right, well, Lady Kani and Lady Shinobu both said that you can be trusted, so I won't give you a hard time for being a demon. My name is Ai Kanzaki, Ai said to the boy. Nice to meet you, Ms. Ai. Tanjiro greeted with a bright smile which seemed to catch the young girl off guard. Please, I'm only a year older than you. There's no need for the formalities. Ai crossed her arms and turned away. Okay, so where am I? Tanjiro asked as Ai turned towards him again. Butterfly Mansion. Afternoon. You're in the Butterfly Mansion, home of the flower and insect Hashira. This is where demon slayers go to recover from their missions and heal their injuries. Ai explained. Oh, so it's like a demon slayer hospital. Tanjiro simplified Ai's explanation. Well, if you want to put that way, I suppose you're not wrong. I'm one of the residents of this estate. I help out with medicine and taking care of patients. Ai explained again. But since you're a demon, it seems that you don't need to worry about healing. Ai said while Tanjiro walked around his bed and towards the girl. Suddenly, Tanjiro stumbled and fell on his knees, causing Ai to rush to his side. Although, it seems you still haven't recovered all of strength yet despite having been asleep for about a week now. Tanjiro looked at Ai with wide eyes. A week, Tanjiro yelled. Ai nodded in response. Tanjiro looked down with a thoughtful look. I guess that makes sense. That mission was the first time I used Hinakami Kagura and Sun Conqueror to the same extent. It's only natural that my body would be so exhausted after that. But still, it'll be a major problem if I can't improve my stamina more. AI took one of Tanjiro's arms and put it over her shoulder. She helped him up and led him back to bed. Sorry for the trouble, AI. Tanjiro apologized as he got back in bed. AI shook her head. Forget it, I've dealt with worse cases before. If anything, you're a breath of fresh air, she said with her hands on her hips. She then walked away from the boy to the door which led out of the room. Lady Canny said you might get hungry when you woke up. I'll be right back. Okay, Tanjiro replied with a smile as AI left while closing the sliding door behind her. Tanjiro laid back in bed and reflected on his encounter with the scorpion demon. So, I now know that using Hinokami Kagura and Sun Concurred in tandem, while powerful, uses up too much energy. I should at least learn to win using only Hinokami Kagura until I can improve my stamina. Speaking of stamina, it seems that I can use my sword to recover some energy. However, it also renders my sword useless against demons. At least, that's what I think. Not really sure I want to test that theory. Finally, it seems that I can shoot out my blood while setting it on fire. That will definitely come in handy. Tanjiro finished reflecting as he heard the door slide a bit. He looked at the crack to see dark lilac eyes staring at him. The door opened up more to reveal another young girl who looked around his age. She wore a hakama with a pink top and darker pink bottom and carried a sword on her hip. She had long black hair tied into a ponytail on the right side of her head which was fastened by a butterfly ornament similar to Canny's. She smiled at the demon and stood at the door silently for quite a bit. Tanjiro then decided to start a conversation. Hello, I'm Tanjiro Kamado, what's your name? He asked as the girl continued to stare at him, making the boy feel a bit uncomfortable. The strange girl then took out what appeared to be a coin. She flipped it and caught it in her hand. Without looking at the coin, she looked back at Tanjiro and walked up to his bed. My name is Kanao Tsuyuri. Like you, I am also Master Kanny and Master Shinobu's Suguko. Nice to meet you, she said with a blank smile that didn't really feel too genuine. Nonetheless, Tanjiro was happy to get a name. Nice to meet you too, Kanao. I had no idea Kanny and Master Shinobu had another pupil, Tanjiro stated. Kanao nodded. Yes, I was adopted by them as their little sister. When I was little, I used to be a slave. But Master Kanny and Master Shinobu freed me and took me to this mansion, she explained. Tanjiro's eyes widened. Slavery. That's awful. I'm really sorry to hear that, Tanjiro said with sympathetic eyes. Tanjiro had heard of people practicing slavery, and he absolutely despised it. Like his family, he believed that it was wrong to forcibly take away someone's freedom and to treat them like objects. Kanao didn't seem bothered, though, considering how she was still smiling. It's okay, it is not your fault, Kanao said before staring at Tanjiro's face. How come your scar hasn't healed? Kanao asked, earning a confused head tilt in response. Kanao then pointed to Tanjiro's scar. Oh, that, Tanjiro realized. I'm not really sure. It might be because I've had this scar way before I became a demon. Kanao then leaned in closer as if to get a better look at his face, causing the young demon much discomfort. The two stared at each other in awkward silence for a seemingly long amount of time. Your eyes, they remind me of Master Kanny's. She seems quite fond of you, she said before bowing. Farewell. Kanao walked away, leaving a confused Tanjiro behind. Wait, Tanjiro called out, causing Kanao to turn back around. I was just curious, but why did you flip a coin earlier? Tanjiro asked. Kanao looked at him for a while before taking out the coin and flipping it again. She caught it and stared at her hand without revealing which side it landed on. Tanjiro noticed a slight strain in Kanao's clearly fake smile, along with a faint scent of disappointment coming from her. Kanao bowed again. Farewell, and walked out of the room. Tanjiro blinked as he stared at the door for a while. Soon, he laid back down in bed and looked at the ceiling. She was weird. Until she flipped a coin, I couldn't really smell anything from her. Almost as if she had no emotion HMM. Tanjiro thought before he started to blush. She's pretty cute, though. Sniff sniff. Tanjiro sat up again as he smelled something familiar that smell. It couldn't be. The next minute, AI came back with a plate full of fatsia sprouts. Tanjiro could feel his nostrils flare up, his usual reaction to seeing his favorite food. Lady Canny informed me that your favorite was fatsia sprouts, so I made a bunch. There's plenty if you want seconds, AI said as she handed the plate to the drooling demon. Thank you, Tanjiro said while staring at the fatsia sprouts. AI looked at him strangely before slowly backing away. Once he was alone, Tanjiro dug in. After the first bite, he looked like he was in absolute bliss. With every bite, one could feel an aura of joy surround his body. Tanjiro thought about how other demons weren't able to experience their favorite food again. That thought made him sad for a minute. Then, he went back to eating. Soon, he heard the door open again and saw Shinobu walk in on his lunchtime. "Hello, master," Tanjiro greeted the insect Hashira. Shinobu nodded back in response. "I hear that your first mission went smoothly," Shinobu said as Tanjiro looked down. "That depends on what you mean by smoothly," he muttered sadly. Shinobu sighed and walked over to the bed next to his to sit. "I know Kanny already had this conversation with you, so I'll keep this brief. You can't blame yourself for every mistake you make. Mistakes are one of the many things that make you human," Shinobu stated, gaining Tanjiro's attention. "Sure, you failed to save that woman from that demon, but you saved dozens of future victims by killing it. You should be proud that you prevented more tragedies." Tanjiro gave a small smile. "Yeah, I guess you're right," he responded. "Trust me, I am," Shinobu said back with a smirk. "Kanny has already informed Lord Yubayashiki of your performance. You'll be assigned a new mission within the next week. Normally, demon slayers would take at least 3 weeks or a month to heal from their injuries. But you don't need to worry about injuries, and your stamina should recover if given enough time. Also, don't take this personally, but it's best if you're out of here as soon as possible. It's not often that other demon slayers are brought here, but if they see a demon roaming around, chaos will spread among the core. So, you'll have at least a week to rest and train before we leave for our next mission. If you need anything, you can find me in my lab. I will show you around after you're finished eating." And with that, Shinobu got up and walked towards the door. She then stopped in front of the door and glanced back at Tanjiro with another smirk. "You'll do great things, Kamado, I'm sure of it." "No pressure," she said to Tanjiro's surprise. He then smiled brightly and nodded before Shinobu left. He now knew that both his masters believed in him. Later, AI gave Tanjiro a personal tour of the entire estate. She showed him the kitchen, the garden, the bedrooms, the training yard, the training dojo, the well, the tool shed, and the living quarters used by the residents of the mansion. Tanjiro was able to walk normally. It turned out he just needed to stretch them out after not being used for a week. As they explored the place, Tanjiro couldn't help but be surprised at how big and beautiful the place was. Their final stop was Shinobu's lab, which was located next the door that led to the dojo. AI knocked on the door and asked if anyone was there. Shinobu responded, saying they could come in. They walked in to see a medium-sized room with a bunch of lab equipment and bookshelves stocked with research books. Tanjiro also noticed a bed, which signified that Shinobu must have slept in this room sometimes. Tanjiro also saw a poster which showed the human skeleton with labels for all of its parts. Shinobu was standing at a table, mixing substances in vials with her sword laid out in front of her. Tanjiro noticed that the hilt had an opening with complicated mechanisms inside. That's when he picked up a scent that sent his nose into hell. Tanjiro winced and grabbed his nose, feeling like his nostrils were on fire. AI seemed to notice this. "Kamado, are you alright? What is it?" she asked with a hint of concern. Shinobu turned in surprise before regaining her composure. Apologies, Kamado. I forgot about your advanced sense of smell. It should have occurred to me that wisteria poison would cause this reaction," she said as she put her vials down and went to grab some paper towels from one of her shelves. She walked up to Tanjiro and handed him a small amount of paper. "Here, use these to plug your nose. Also, to be safe, try to stay away from the table. I'm currently working on new forms of wisteria poison." Tanjiro took off small pieces of paper and plugged his nose with them. "Thank you, master." He bowed, his voice sounding clogged. Shinobu nodded before returning to her work. AI showed Tanjiro around the lab while trying not to disturb Shinobu. Tanjiro then spotted a wooden fish tank on the floor at the far end of the room. He walked over and kneeled down in front of the tank. He saw, mesmerized by the dozen goldfish swimming around. One could see a childlike sparkle in his eyes. AI stood next to Tanjiro and looked down at him strangely. "What, have you never seen goldfish before?" she asked while crossing her arms. Tanjiro was shaken out of his captivated state and looked up at AI, shaking his head. "No, I've always wanted one, but there were never any in my town. There was a river where people could fish, but the fish were too big to be kept as pets," Tanjiro explained before continuing to stare at the goldfish. "It's official, you are the strangest demon I've ever encountered," AI stated, not noticing the twitch in Tanjiro's eyes at the word demon. He soon heard Shinobu walk over with a small bag in her hand, which she held out to Tanjiro. He looked up at her to see a small smile on her face. "Would you like to feed them?" she asked, to which Tanjiro's eyes widened in response. "Me? Are you sure? I don't know the first thing about feeding fish," Tanjiro stated before Shinobu placed the bag in his hand. "It's simple, you just grab the fish food out of the bag and drop it in from the top," Shinobu explained while moving her hand above the fish tank and making a sprinkling motion. Tanjiro looked at the bag of fish food and grabbed some out of the bag. He moved his hand above the tank and dropped in the food. He then watched in amazement as the fish swam towards the small flakes and gobbled them up. The sparkle returned to Tanjiro's eyes. He couldn't take his eyes off of the goldfish. Shinobu said that he could give them a little more, so he did. A wide grin was present on his face. He sat there for about an hour until Shinobu had to drag him out of the room against his will. Hallways. After exploring the mansion, Tanjiro was on his way to the training dojo where he'd wait for Shinobu to observe his total concentration training. On the way there, Tanjiro spotted a familiar flower-patterned Haori going around a corner in his direction. Tanjiro soon found himself face to face with Kani. Kani's eyes widened at the sight of the boy before she grinned and ran at him, tackling him into a big hug. "Tanjiro, you're finally awake. Thank goodness," she exclaimed while nuzzling Tanjiro's cheek with her own. "Hi, Kani. I'm happy to see you too," Tanjiro said before Kani finally let the demon go. Kani then put each hand on Tanjiro's shoulders. "Sorry if I hugged you too hard. I was just really worried after you wouldn't wake up for a week. I didn't think using Hinokami Kagura and your blood demon art in one battle could drain you so much," Kani stated. Tanjiro nervously scratched the back of his head. "Yeah, me neither. I should really be more careful with how I utilize both of those things," Tanjiro responded. Kani then gave the boy a pat on the head and ruffled his hair even more. He managed to hide the blush on his face. He was still not used to being pat on the head so much. Usually, it was him who did the head pats with his siblings. "Well, let's not dwell on the past. I assume you're on your way to the dojo to train?" Kani asked, to which Tanjiro nodded. "I'm going to practice using total concentration breathing while using my sword again. Hopefully, I make a little progress this time," Tanjiro said while staring at the ground as if there was a gold coin down there. "Cheer up, Tanjiro. You'll get it eventually. Remember, you cannot rush these things," Kani stated. "Just work hard and do your best." That statement gave Tanjiro a slight but sufficient boost in morale. He smiled at Kani and nodded. "Yes, ma'am." Kani excitedly pointed in the direction of the dojo. "Now get in there and give them hell," Kani exclaimed. "Right," Tanjiro answered back before running towards his destination, leaving Kani to repeatedly pump both fists in the air. "Tanjiro, Tanjiro, Tanjiro," Kani chanted. Tanjiro made it to the dojo and opened the door before barging in and letting out a determined scream at the ceiling. Let's do THIIIS. Tanjiro screamed with fire in his eyes before staring at Kanao, who was right in front of him, wearing her usual smile. The two stared at each other in awkward silence. Tanjiro's eyes turned into white rectangles and his mouth hung open. Soon, Kanao took out her coin and flipped it. When she caught it, she looked Tanjiro dead in the eyes. "You're weird," she said with no change in her smile. Shinobu Kacho. Later, Shinobu walked through the hallways of the Butterfly Mansion to meet with Tanjiro and Kanao in the training dojo. "I finally managed to finish looking through some of the research Tameo sent me. Hopefully, Tanjiro and Kanao haven't been waiting too long," she thought as she opened the door to the dojo and walked in. Shinobu saw Kanao, who bowed. Shinobu returned the bow. "Hello, Kanao. Is Kamado here?" she asked as Kanao nodded and pointed to the farthest corner from the door. There, Shinobu saw Tanjiro taking up a fetal position in the corner with an aura of gloom around him. Kani sat beside him, patting him on the back. Shinobu had no words for what she was seeing here. She looked at Kani, who looked at her with a look of concern on her face. "Do I want to know?" Shinobu asked. Kani shook her head. Shinobu sighed. "Thought so." Tanjiro. The next day, morning. Training yard. Tanjiro had trained all night in the dojo with Shinobu and Kani teaching him and Kanao. Apparently, Kanao had already changed the color of her sword after only 2 months of harsh training. 2 months. According to Kani, most demon slayers took at least 6 to 10 months of training before becoming skilled enough to change the color of their sword. Kanao had also learned and mastered the first form of flower breathing in just 3 weeks. She was a true prodigy. Tanjiro was a bit intimidated by these facts, but he wouldn't let it get to him. Sure, his sword hasn't changed color yet, but it's barely been a month since he got his sword. Not to mention that he's been asleep for like an entire third of a month, meaning that he's only been training for over half a month. Like Kani said, one shouldn't rush these things. He's made good progress, but he was still pretty much a novice. The only thing that put Tanjiro above Kanao as a swordsman was Hinokami Kagura. While he hasn't come close to mastering it, Tanjiro knew all the forms of Hinokami Kagura like the back of his hand. It was one of the reasons that he was allowed to go on missions in the first place, that and the fact that he's a demon. Tanjiro moved outside to the training yard to catch the morning sunlight. He was doing one-armed push-ups to increase his arm strength. He and Kanny discovered before their mission in Yachimata that Tanjiro could improve his strength and stamina through exercise like a regular human. They asked Tameo about it, but she was just as clueless. During all this time, she never considered the possibility. Either way, like absorbing sunlight, this was a much better alternative to gain strength compared to well, eating people. It also made both Shinobu and Tameo wonder if there's anything else about demons that they don't know. I can't believe it. I've already done 1,000 push-ups on my left arm alone, and now I'm about to finish the ones on my right. Demon stamina really does come in handy. There's no way I could use Hinakami Kagura without it. Tanjiro thought as he counted his 986th push-up. 987, 988, 989, 990. Tanjiro counted his last push-ups. Despite all the sweat, there were no signs of fatigue. That said, the sooner I become human, the sooner I can see my family again. Tanjiro thought before remembering a conversation he had with Kanny. About 2 weeks ago, Tameo's house, backyard. Tanjiro was practicing his swings while Kanny observed from the back porch of the house. Tanjiro bumped his swings to 3,000 per day with no breaks. Kanny seemed to be deep in thought, but Tanjiro didn't pay much attention as he was also practicing total concentration. He was on his 1,892nd swing when Kanny spoke to him. "Tanjiro, I've been thinking," she stated, gaining the boy's attention. Tanjiro stopped swinging and turned towards her. "What is it?" he asked while walking up to her. "You want to become human so that you can see your family without worrying about losing control, right?" Kanny asked before Tanjiro nodded. "Well, personally, I think you've already shown plenty of control over your demonic desires. After all, you haven't lost control since Tanazawa." Tanjiro winced at the reminder. Kanny held her hands up apologetically. "Sorry, I know you'd rather put that behind you, but..." Kanny now looked guilty, but Tanjiro simply smiled. "It's okay, please continue," Tanjiro said. Though it was clear that his smile was a bit forced, it cheered Kanny up anyway. "Right? Well, me and Shinobu are humans and you've been spending a lot of time with us while showing zero signs of hostility." Tanjiro tilted his head with a raised eyebrow, wondering where the flower Hashira was going with this. "I guess what I'm saying is don't you think we should at least see if you can be with your family?" Kanny suggested. Tanjiro simply stood there with a shocked expression which turned into a sad expression. Kanny spoke again with sympathy in her voice. "I know you don't want to risk it, but, Tanjiro, your family is most definitely still mourning your death. Don't take this the wrong way. But don't you feel guilty putting your family through that even though you're alive and well? Even if you can't visit them, couldn't you at least send them a note or something? If there's one thing I've learned as an older sister, it's that keeping secrets from family never ends well no matter how bad it is. That's just my opinion, though." Kanny finished. Tanjiro looked at the ground with clenched fists. He had the exact same thoughts as Kanny. However, "Kanny, I said I wanted to become human again, but before that can happen, there's something I need to do," Tanjiro stated as Kanny looked at him in curiosity. Tanjiro took in a deep breath and exhaled. He looked at Kanny with determination and slight rage burning in his eyes. "I must destroy Muzan Kibutsuji." Kanny's eyes widened for a few seconds before going back to normal, her face becoming serious. Tanjiro continued. "I alone can wield the power of the sun against demons. I've seen how useful my power is and how many I can help with it. Muzan is the strongest and most horrible demon of them all, but even he is helpless against sunlight. That makes a demon like me his worst nightmare. I know this might sound stupid or cheesy, but I think I was given this ability for a reason. I also think that reason was to kill Kibutsuji once and for all, and save humanity. As for my family, if they knew I was alive and actively getting hurt, they'd be worried sick. I feel like them thinking I'm dead for now is a better alternative to constantly worrying for my safety." When Tanjiro finished, Kanny gave a warm smile. "I suppose you have a point. All right then, let's do it," Kanny said, causing Tanjiro to look confused again. "Truth is, I've had the same thoughts about you being able to stand up to Kibutsuji. You have a special power, Tanjiro, one that could help so many innocent lives. While personally, I'd rather you didn't have to face such a monster. I have a feeling that fate has other plans. So, let's make sure you're ready before that happens." Tanjiro was shocked by Kanny's words, but soon responded with a confident smile. "Yes, ma'am. Present." Tanjiro finished his push-ups a while ago. He sat on the ground and stared at the sun. Upon remembering that conversation with Kanny, he felt guilty. He didn't lie to Kanny, he couldn't have. However, he hadn't told her the full truth either. The truth was that there was another reason he was too scared to go see his family, a reason that he was too afraid to share. In Takakawa village, Tanjiro heard a voice after seeing that woman die. A voice that didn't belong to him, but was identical to his. "You're always blaming yourself for shit you can't control. It's annoying, so stop it. It wasn't all that strange that he heard a voice. Something very similar happened the night he unlocked his blood demon art. So you'd rather help others than mind your own business. Isn't that how you became a demon in the first place? You know I'm right. Why do you do this to yourself? Is it really worth it? All this pain and suffering. Don't be a fool. Just give up. What was strange was that in both conversations between him and his demonic self, said demonic self acted differently. The first time it spoke to Tanjiro, it acted as if it had no emotion, similar to how Kanao spoke but more cruel and heartless. The second time, the inner demon seemed to develop its own personality and ego. Instead of telling Tanjiro to run away, it tried to fan the flames of rage inside the boy. However, what was even more strange and scary was that both instances reminded Tanjiro of that dream he had before meeting Tamao. That horrible dream where he saw a demonic version of himself eat his family and got killed by the same demon. Could that have been his inner demon taunting him? Back then, that demon acted like a pure monster that could have put full sentences together. Tanjiro then remembered something Tamao said about demons. Almost all demons start out as mindless beasts when they're first turned, Hashira being one of, if not the only exception. However, as demons live on and consume, their intelligence grows as well as their raw power and blood demon arts. When this happens, demons become more calm, more strategic. More describes most of the 12 Kazuki. That said, these demons will still keep their demonic urges and beastly nature as long as they live under Kibutsuji's curse. If you encounter a demon like this, stay on your guard and expect anything to happen. That is the only way you can prepare yourself for their tricks. Tanjiro had a horrible theory at that moment. Could my inner demon be evolving? Tanjiro sat in silence for a while before getting back up and went to the side of the tool shed where he laid his wooden sword. I'm sure it's nothing. If it gets bad, I'll tell Kani and Master Shinobu about it. For now, I'd rather not give it too much attention, Tanjiro thought. As he swung his sword. He ignored the gaze he felt on him. Chapter 11 Release Your Inner Demon. Tanjiro Kamado. In a forest near Chichibu Province, Saitama. Midnight. Tanjiro ran down a hill, chasing a demon with his sword drawn. The demon wore a red Hanton jacket over a white shirt and black pants. His skin was gray, his eyes had black slits and nothing else, and he had long black hair. The demon was covered with scars and burn marks, most of which had healed already. Tanjiro also had some cuts on his uniform, but he seemed unharmed overall. That blood demon art of his is pretty troublesome. It's a good thing I took the time to recharge my energy, Tanjiro thought while following the demon. Tanjiro was also able to pick up Shinobu's scent in the trees. She was likely jumping over them at high speed. Man, I can't believe how fast Master Shinobu is even though she's only human. I guess that's a Hashira for you. Tanjiro shook his head and focused on the mission. Tanjiro felt this chase and gone on long enough and reached out his right hand. Suddenly, a line of fire shot out of his hand and reached the enemy demon before wrapping around his leg. Blood demon art, Sun Conqueror, Crimson Flare Chain. Tanjiro pulled on the line of fire and pulled his surprised foe towards him. The jacket-wearing demon noticed the line around his leg and launched a punch towards it. It didn't connect, but the punch caused the demon's hand to explode, which launched a strong gust of wind which broke the fiery chain. Blood demon art, Blood Wind Force. From what Tanjiro could gather, the demon seemed to be able to force his blood to burst out of his body in the form of heavy wind pressure, sending anyone flying back or even breaking their bones. It wasn't that different from Tanjiro's blood demon art besides the fact that he used fire made from solar energy. The wind demon landed in front of Tanjiro and launched another punch at Tanjiro's face, this time choosing not to use his power. The reason was rather obvious. The gusts of wind he fires blows up his limbs, which is part of why the attack is so strong. The problem was that it took at least half a minute for the demon to regenerate his hands and feet. If the demon was allowed to consume more people, not only would it gain faster regeneration and be able to use his BDA more, but his BDA would also be stronger. The amount of potential this demon had was scary. All the more reason to stop him from hurting others. Tanjiro continued dodging blows from the wind demon. After ducking a right hook, he threw out his left leg and swept his opponent's feet. The hostile demon fell back as Tanjiro grabbed his leg and threw him into a nearby tree. He then leaped at the demon and swung his sword at the monster's neck. The wind demon saw this and threw out another punch with his other hand while his left hand was almost healed. Tanjiro was pushed back by wind pressure and lost his grip on his sword, his back hitting a tree. Tanjiro saw the wind demon leaping towards him with his left hand reeled back. The demon punched Tanjiro in the face only for his image to distort and disappear into a rainbow. Hinakami Kagura, fake rainbow. The wind demon looked around before hearing footsteps behind him. He turned around and was greeted with the sight of a hand pushing his head against the tree. Blood demon art, sun conqueror, scorching blast. Those were the last words the demon heard before having his head blown off by a burst of fire. Tanjiro stepped back and admired his handiwork while trying to catch his breath. Tanjiro fell on one knee and put his hands together. Rest in peace. Ugh. Tanjiro's eyes widened at the second inner voice. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Can you shut the hell up that, man? Tanjiro gritted his teeth at the mocking voice of his inner demon. Excuse me for paying respects to someone who was forced to hurt innocent people and suffer. It doesn't matter if they were forced, dumbass. Doesn't change the fact that they're going to hell. Well, then I'll pray that they don't turn into demons in the next life. Hell isn't permanent and neither is heaven. When we die, we will all be reborn again until you reach nirvana. Yeah, I know how your fucking religion works. Same body, same mind, remember. I'm glad you understand, now kindly leave. See, that right there is why you're a bitch. You're trying to show manners to a fucking demon. Tanjiro tuned out his demonic self and walked over to his sword. Ever since Yachimata, Tanjiro's demon side has become more vocal. Every once in a while, it will attempt to communicate with the boy and make sure to insult him at every possible chance. I mean, come on. What's the point of being polite to a man-eating monster, especially when you're about to kill them? It's like a police officer sharing a cup of tea with a rapist before he gets hanged. How naive, hey, don't you fucking ignore me. But Tanjiro did exactly that. He sheathed his sword before his eyelids started to feel heavy. He laid against a tree and let his fatigue take him into unconsciousness. The last thing he saw was Shinobu landing in front of him. Shinobu Kacho, Demon Slayer HQ. 2 days later, morning. Kamado is improving at a quicker pace than most demon slayers. His mastery of Hinokami Kagura and his blood demon art are also coming along nicely. Shinobu stood in front of Lord Yubayashiki, giving her weekly report on Tanjiro's progress. That is wonderful to hear. And how is young Kamado adjusting to his new home? Yubayashiki asked with a gentle smile. He's shown no sign of hostility and appears to be getting along with all the residents of the mansions, Shinobu stated. Yubayashiki nodded. And how about you and Kenny? Are you getting along with the boy? Shinobu gave a tired sigh. I'm getting along fine with him. But he and Kenny have become almost inseparable. If I didn't know any better, I'd say they were related. Yubayashiki chuckled. Yes, Tameo did say that she thought that those two would hit it off. Will that be all, master? Shinobu asked. Yes, you are dismissed. The Hashira bowed and made her way to leave the area before remembering something. Oh, before I forget. Yubayashiki nodded to Shinobu as if telling her to go ahead. Have you found anything on the Hinokami Kagura? The master of the mansion frowned and shook his head. I'm afraid not. I could not find any records about a Hinokami Kagura. What about Lord Rengoku? Shinjiro has been unresponsive lately. He is still in pain from the death of his wife. Still, Shinobu sighed. I don't mean to be insensitive, but it's been 8 years now. I understand that he needed to mourn, but his attitude has been progressively getting worse. First, he was drinking on the job. Then, he started taking less and less missions and now, he refuses to attend meetings. We've all lost loved ones. That is no excuse to shirk his responsibilities as a Hashira. Yes, I understand your concern. Lord Rengoku was once one of our strongest Hashira and it pains me to see him fall from grace, especially considering how synonymous the Rengoku family has been with the Corps. Yubayashiki sighed. Well, there's nothing we can do, I suppose. Sorry to waste your time, master. Shinobu bowed again. Yubayashiki's smile returned. Don't be, I am always happy to address the concerns of my children. You may go. Shinobu nodded and left. She started to feel bad for the Rengoku family. She heard that the eldest son joined the Corps a few years ago and was apparently helping a demon slayer in training. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Kyojiro, Butterfly Mansion. Afternoon. Shinobu walked to the front door of the mansion and was greeted by a white and red blur. Hello, master. Welcome back, Tanjiro said as he ran through the halls, scrubbing the floors as he did so. Shinobu had no words and simply stood there with wide eyes. A demon cleaning my house. Now I've seen everything. Training dojo. Shinobu and Kani stood beside each other in front of Kanao and Tanjiro who sat in Seiza, both donning their hakamas. Between the Hashira and their Tsuguko was a table with many cups of green water. Today, we're going to train your reflexes, Shinobu stated. These cups contain medicated water. For your training, you'll be competing with each other. Shinobu and Kanny both walked to one side of the table before sitting across from each other. The objective of this exercise will be to grab any one of these cups and splash them at your opponent's face. Kanny explained as she grabbed one of the cups. Shinobu then grabbed Kanny's hand before she could move. At the same time, you must keep your opponent from splashing you in the face. Also, if your opponent grabs your hand before you can lift your cup, you are not allowed to move that cup. She added. Both sisters turned to their pupils. Any questions? They asked simultaneously. No, masters. Tanjiro and Kamado answered, Kamado a bit more quietly. Soon, Tanjiro and Kamado sat at the table across from each other. Now before we begin, Kamado, Shinobu called. Yes, Shinobu took out a syringe with a purple liquid. Given your enhanced strength and speed, the risk of injury to Kamado is increased. Tanjiro's eyes widened. He apparently never thought about it. Tanjiro looked down while rubbing one arm. Why yes, Shinobu gently took Tanjiro's right arm with her left and rolled up his sleeve. That's why I created a new type of poison. Don't worry, it's not lethal, Shinobu quickly added after seeing the color drain from the boy's already pale face. Shinobu couldn't help but smile at his amusing reaction. I tested this on some demons on Mount Fujikase. It will only temporarily take away your demonic abilities, the insect Hashira explained. Tanjiro let out a sigh of relief, which made Shinobu feel guilty about what was about to come next. That said, you may feel some discomfort. Shinobu injected the poison into the blood vessel at Tanjiro's wrist. Tanjiro immediately winced. Tanjiro's pale skin soon began to develop purple spots as the boy began to breathe heavily. The poison was clearly putting a lot of tax on his body, though that was the point. After a minute, the purple spots went away and Tanjiro seemed to no longer be in anguish. Alright, Tanjiro, now hit this table as hard as you can, Shinobu ordered as she took the cups off of the table. Tanjiro hesitated but soon nodded and stared at the table. He took a deep breath and head-butted the table. Crash. The table had a huge dent in the middle that covered almost the entire area. Tanjiro on the other hand was unharmed. Kanny stood in silence. Shinobu stood in silence. Tanjiro sat in silence. Kamado was already silent. With your hand, Shinobu shut her eyes and pinched the bridge of her nose. Tanjiro snapped his head towards the Hashira. Oh, really? Tanjiro asked before blushing and looking down in shame. Sorry, Shinobu sighed and went to grab a spare table. No matter, if you still had your demonic strength, you'd have done more damage. Ergo, you've proven the point. The effects of the poison will last for at least half an hour. You won't be able to heal as fast and your pain tolerance has been lowered. You may also find your blood demon art to be inactive. At least this way, we can do this training risk-free. Shinobu finished. Tanjiro and Kamado faced each other again with their hands on their thighs as instructed. Both stared intensely at the cups that Shinobu put back on the table. And Kanny began. Now, splash. The battle was over in a second. Tanjiro barely lifted his hand before Kamado grabbed a cup and threw the water into Tanjiro's face. Tanjiro spat out the water that got in his mouth before he started wiping his face with his sleeve. Great job, Kamado, Kanny exclaimed before looking at Tanjiro with a nervous smile. Tanjiro, for effort. Shinobu immediately went and refilled the cup that Kamado threw. Again. Wait, splash. Tanjiro was still wiping his face when Shinobu said again. He lowered his arm just in time to catch another cup of water to the face. PFFT. Tanjiro started choking on more water. With the cough hell, and cough ready. Well, that was your first mistake. Demons aren't going to wait for you to be ready and neither am I, Shinobu replied as she replaced the empty cup. Now again. Tanjiro raised a finger as if he was going to speak. Splash. And earn more water to the face. His hair was now hanging in front of his eyes. This time, the boy remained silent. This would take a while. Later, Tanjiro's shirt was completely soaked by the end of it. The boy had come close to beating Kamado a few times once he actually got a chance to prepare himself. Alas, he was no match for Shinobu and Kanny's adoptive sister. Tanjiro remained silent once more. His small, nearly unnoticeable sense of pride clearly bruised. Tanjiro tried his best to give a genuine smile. That was really good, Kamado. I needed a drink anyway, so thanks. Okay, that's enough for now, Shinobu said. Kamado, why don't you go get a clean shirt and come back? Tanjiro nodded, got up, bowed to all present, and left. Kanny seemed concerned for the boy. Shinobu put a hand on her sister's shoulder. No matter how nice or selfless you are, nobody likes to lose. Even if he's mature for his age, he's still a kid. I remember getting pretty salty when you destroyed me in this exercise. Shinobu smiled at the memory, as did Kanny. When their master, God rest his soul, had them do this exercise during their training, Kanny won nearly every match. To add insult to injury, Kanny didn't splash Shinobu, but instead put the cups on her head, stating that she refused to pour stinky water on her baby sister. The young, bratty Shinobu's response was to throw every single cup on the table at Kanny. Shinobu sighed at the memory. She really did used to be a little shit. I quote him back. Tanjiro bursted into the dojo with a determined smile and a flaring nose. You really just couldn't keep the kid down. Wow, Tanjiro, Kanny exclaimed. You seem quite chipper. Tanjiro nodded. I made more fatsiest sprouts and my morale has skyrocketed. I'm ready to continue training. This kid is something else, Shinobu thought with an amused smile. Very well, then let's move on. Tanjiro, training yard. 2 weeks later, evening. Tanjiro had recovered from his last mission, but there weren't any missions for him right now, so he stayed at the mansion to train. Hinokami Kagura dance. Raging sun. Clear blue sky. Tanjiro was practicing using Hinokami Kagura in rapid succession. Thanks to his training, he could now use his techniques 10 times without getting tired and could recover very quickly as long as he sat down and rested, a luxury he would not have in battle. Setting sun transformation. Fake rainbow. Sunflower thrust. Flame dance. Fire wheel. Raging sun. Tanjiro moved across the yard at blazing speed that very few normal humans, aka those who weren't demon slayers, could match. Illusory flames decorated the yard as Tanjiro twisted and turned his body so elegantly with each technique. One might have thought he was dancing. In a way, he was. Dragon Sun Halo Head Dance. And that was 10. Tanjiro breathed heavily as he fell on his back. He was using his actual sword this time, hoping to see his sword finally change color. Sadly, it was still the same metallic color as always. Tanjiro let out a long sigh. It's not enough. I have to push myself even harder. I refuse to slack off. Tanjiro thought as he got back up. More. Tanjiro swung his sword around while using total concentration, his speed and strength slightly going up. Soon, he started using Hinokami Kagura again. Kanao Tsuyuri. Inside the butterfly mansion. After cleaning the dishes, Kanao was about to head to the training yard to get in some late-night practice. She decided this when flipping a coin. Heads for going to sleep, tails for training. Yon good night, Kanao, she heard Aoi say behind her. Kanao looked back with a smile and nodded. Kanao walked through the halls of the mansion before reaching the door to the training yard. She opened the door and was greeted by bright illusory flames. In the training yard, the demon, Tanjiro Kamado, was practicing his techniques. Kanao dropped her fake smile as her eyes widened. It looked more like Tanjiro was dancing than fighting, and it was beautiful. Kanao remembered when Kanny first brought the boy here. Kanao would often stand by his bedside when he was unconscious and observe him. Shinobu always told her that demons were monsters that should not be trusted, even those technically on their side. Kanny, on the other hand, said that only some demons were truly like that. The truth was that most demons are just the poor victims of kibutsuji who were forced to become killers and eat their loved ones. Kanny would also visit Tanjiro along with Kanao and tell her all about the boy. He may be a demon, but he has a kind heart. I hope you two can get along. Kanao took out her coin and flipped it. Heads, train with Tanjiro. Tails, train on her own in the dojo. Kanao's smile became a bit more genuine as the coin landed on heads. Tanjiro collapsed after another round of Hinokami Kagura. His lungs felt like a pair of bombs waiting to explode. Suddenly, a familiar scent touched his sensitive nostrils. He looked towards the right to see Kanao with her usual smile walking towards him with 2 wooden swords. Hello, Kanao, Tanjiro said between breaths. Did you need something? Kanao nodded. I was wondering if I could train with you for a bit. Tanjiro's eyes widened. He was not expecting Kanao to just walk up to him and ask to train with him. His shock was replaced by a smile. Sure. Just let me catch my breath. Later, the two held wooden swords and faced each other. Tanjiro decided that he would hold back as to not injure Kanao despite knowing what she was capable of. Kanao's not that strong, but she more than makes up for it in speed. I shouldn't go too hard, but at the same time, I can't underestimate her, Tanjiro thought. Tanjiro versus Kanao. I'm ready when you are, Tanjiro told Kanao, who nodded. Then, Kanao inhaled and charged at great speeds, at least for a trainee. Kanao swung her sword from her right. Tanjiro jumped over it. He threw out a left roundhouse at Kanao's head, with as little force as possible of course, which Kanao ducked under. Kanao did a backflip to get away from Tanjiro and landed on the ground and charged at her. Hinokami Kagura, Dragon Sun Halo Head Dance. Tanjiro twisted and turned his body, trying to get a hit on Kanao. However, Kanao was able to read and dodge all of Tanjiro's attacks. Eventually, Kanao unleashed her own technique and deflected Tanjiro's sword with a series of rotating sword slashes. Total concentration, flower breathing, second form, honorable shadow plum. Tanjiro was shocked that Kanao was able to meet every one of his strikes before deciding to back off. Kanao's truly amazing. I may have strength and durability on my side, but she's got me beat on skill alone, Tanjiro thought. Both combatants had advantages and disadvantages in this fight. Tanjiro's advantage was his sense of smell, which automatically foiled sneak attacks. He also had his demonic strength, speed, regeneration, and stamina. Finally, he had the Hinokami Kagura, a technique powerful enough on its own and even more powerful when combined with the strength of a demon. One could count his blood demon art, but Tanjiro had no plan to use it on Kanao. That's where the disadvantages began. Tanjiro was forced to hold back against Kanao. She wasn't like a demon. She couldn't regenerate or shrug off any blow. One blow with too much force could kill her instantly. That thought alone terrified Tanjiro. Ever since he became a demon, he'd come to realize just how fragile human lives were. Tanjiro had to hold back for Kanao's safety, but Kanao kept surprising him whenever he did, and he had to kick it up a notch to have a chance at victory. This meant he was constantly playing catch-up. Another disadvantage was ironically the Hinokami Kagura, or more specifically, the effect it has on Tanjiro's body. Hinokami Kagura is powerful, but that power comes at a cost. Whenever Tanjiro tried to use the technique as a human, keyword being tried, he would often collapse after the first or second move. He hoped that his seemingly infinite stamina could fix this problem. Sadly, even the body of a demon had its limits. After 10 consecutive moves, he was done for until he used his sword to re-energize or got some time to rest. It didn't knock him out like Sun Conqueror did, but it made his movements incredibly sluggish and weak. Kanao, on the other hand, could use her techniques as much as she wanted. Kanao's advantages were her light body, which made jumping around easier, her advanced eyesight that allowed her to track her opponent's every move, and her superior sword skills. Kanao was already skilled enough to change the color of a Nichiren sword. She also knows the first 3 forms of flower breathing and has apparently mastered them. With her eyesight, Kanao can observe and copy a person's movement and breathing pattern. Kani could show her a form and Kanao could do a rough version of it first try. Give her a few weeks and she'd have already mastered that form by then. Tanjiro, on the other hand, knew all 12 forms of Hinokami Kagura by heart. However, he has far from mastered any of them. It was a battle of quality versus quantity. Tanjiro charged at Kanao again, who prepared to swing down. Tanjiro dodged the downward slash and flipped over Kanao. He raised his sword above, technically below, his head. Hinokami Kagura, fire wheel. Tanjiro swung his sword in a circular direction as he flipped onto his feet. However, Kanao was able to roll forward in time to dodge the attack and face her opponent. Tanjiro ran at Kanao with his sword raised for a thrust. Tanjiro lunged his sword forward only for Kanao to knock it away, and swung at his neck. The wooden sword went right through Tanjiro's body as he suddenly disappeared into a rainbow-colored mist. Hinokami Kagura, fake rainbow. Kanao's eyes widened. Even with her amazing eyesight, she could not see Tanjiro move past her. He simply vanished into thin air. Suddenly, she felt something hit her shoulder. She stumbled forward and looked back to see Tanjiro, who had just whacked her shoulder with his sword. "Sorry, I hope I didn't hurt you," he said with a bright smile with a hint of concern in his eyes. "Are you okay?" Kanao stared at Tanjiro before smiling again. She nodded before raising her sword. Tanjiro did the same. The two continued their spar. Kanao. 1 hour later, Kanao found herself out of breath while Tanjiro merely collapsed from the strain on his body. They really got into their spar. Tanjiro won some rounds, Kanao won others. Kanao didn't realize how much she enjoyed the training session. She and Tanjiro sat on the ground to catch their breath. After a while, the two looked at each other and smiled. Kanao was already smiling, but it was now more genuine. They got back up and grabbed their swords. "It's getting pretty late," Tanjiro said. "Do you want to stop here and go to bed, or do you want to keep going?" Kanao kept her smile as she took out a coin and flipped. She didn't notice the disappointed look on Tanjiro's face. She did, however, notice the demon jump into the air and snatch the coin before landing right in front of her. "I didn't ask the coin, Kanao. I asked you," Tanjiro said calmly as he gently placed the coin in the surprised Kanao's hand. "Master told me about the coin, about your inability to think for yourself, and I've been wanting to talk to you about this," Tanjiro admitted. "Master Shinobu told me to leave it, but I can't. You can't let someone else make all your decisions." Kanao was not expecting things to turn out this way. "I understand that it seems easier to leave the hard choices to others, but to leave all your decisions to fate is no way to live. You have to stop listening to a coin and start listening to your heart. And my heart. Kanao put a hand on her chest where her heart was. How do I listen to a heart? Tanjiro smiled. Everyone has a voice in their heart. Yours is just too quiet, but it's still there. I can tell. I know it's scary, but you have to decide for yourself. Decide who you want to be, decide what you want to do. Can you do that, Kanao? But Kanao was absolutely stunned. She struggled to find the right words. Tanjiro, if I do what you're asking of me, wouldn't I still be letting someone else make the decision for me? Tanjiro stared intently at Kanao. I guess you have a point. Tanjiro's head hung low. He clearly hasn't thought of that. But then, Tanjiro stood up with a look that said he had an idea. I know. Tanjiro beamed. Tanjiro reached his hand out. Sorry, but can I borrow the coin? He asked. Kanao hesitated, but she soon gave in to curiosity and handed Tanjiro the coin. Tanjiro took a few steps back. Alright, we'll decide with the coin one last time. If it's heads, you listen to your heart. If it's tails, you continue to listen to the coin. Got it. Kanao nodded. Good, Tanjiro exclaimed before flipping the coin. It landed on Tanjiro's hand before he immediately covered it with his other, though Kanao had already seen which side it landed on and felt disappointed. Oh, and tails, Tanjiro said as he peeked at the coin. Oh man, Kanao accepted this outcome, but she'd be lying if she said she was okay with it. No, a small part of her wanted it to land on heads. She deeply appreciated what Tanjiro was doing, even if she herself didn't realize it. But there's no use crying over spilt milk. Kanao went to grab her coin from Tanjiro. Again. When he suddenly flipped the coin again, Tanjiro caught it and narrowed his eyes at the tail side of the coin. Again. Kanao was speechless. Why was he doing this? Damn it. Tails again. Tanjiro exclaimed in frustration before flipping the coin. This time the coin went at least 30 feet in the air. Og, I tossed it too hard. Stupid demon strength. Tanjiro muttered as the coin started to fall. I got it. I got it. Here. Tanjiro dived forward as the coin fell in his hand. He got up and looked at his hand covering the coin. He grinned like a little kid and looked at Kanao. Look, Kanao, I caught it. Kanao was still stunned by the time that Tanjiro caught the coin. I was so distracted that I didn't see which side the coin landed on. Okay, here we go. Tanjiro removed his hand and revealed that the coin had landed on heads. Tanjiro's grin widened as he jumped into the air with his fist raised. It's heads. Tanjiro immediately put the coin in Kanao's hand before holding it with both of his own. Now remember, it's the heart that drives people. Like every other muscle, it can grow and become stronger. Tanjiro let go of Kanao and smiled brightly. He turned around to walk towards his wooden sword which he dropped earlier. Wait. Kanao blurted out, catching Tanjiro's attention. Her quiet and submissive facade began to crack. Yes, why you said that if it landed on tails then I would listen to the coin. You flipped tails multiple times ... and yet you kept flipping it until it was heads. How does that make sense? You're just forcing me to do what you want. Tanjiro stared at Kanao. He then smiled again. I guess I just didn't care if the coin landed on tails because I wanted it to land on heads. So I decided to flip it until I got the result I wanted. Bump. Kanao had no words as she stared at Tanjiro, who had one of the brightest smiles she had ever seen. Kanao felt frustrated at the way Tanjiro had tricked her. But she also felt really happy. She suddenly had a warm feeling deep inside. The same feeling she had when Kanao and Shinobu had gone out of their way to save her from her abusive master. The same feeling she had when they adopted her. The same feeling she had when Kani gave her her coin. As long as you give them a chance, anyone's heart and soul can change. Someday, you'll fall in love with a boy. When you do, you will change too, Kanao. Why am I remembering that now? Ba-bump. Suddenly, Kanao's heart started beating faster. The dim lights in her eyes became much brighter. Well, you should probably get some sleep. It's getting pretty late. Tanjiro started speaking when Kanao suddenly threw her arms around his neck and hugged him. Kanao. What are you? Thank you, Kanao whispered in Tanjiro's ears before letting go. She then quickly bowed and walked away as fast as possible into the mansion. She would go to bed and lie awake, thinking about what she just did. Tanjiro was speechless. He had just been hugged by a girl who wasn't a family member or a mother, older sister figure. Tanjiro did not notice his temperature rising higher and higher, nor the increase of red on his face. His scar glowed dimly as steam began to rise from the boy's body. Ooh. Tanjiro fell onto his bottom and mumbled to himself for hours. Shinobu was walking to her room when she saw Kani looking out of a window. Good night, sister, Shinobu said. She waited for a response, but Kani never answered. I said good night, sister, Shinobu repeated, still nothing from the flower Hashira. Kenny. Shinobu walked behind Kenny and poked her shoulder until Kenny turned around. Shinobu was stunned by the serious look on her sister's face. Her eyes were covered with shadow, but one could still feel the intensity of her stare. Then, Kenny slowly began to smile while making a silent squeal. Shinobu was now confused. Kenny. Nelly. Huh? Shinobu heard her sister whisper something. Yes. Kenny jumped into the air and screamed at the top of her lungs. Shinobu barely had time to react before Kenny pulled in her for a bear hug. Yes. Finally. I was afraid this day would never come. I am so happy. That's great. Kenny. Your CC crushing my. Shinobu tried desperately to break out of Kenny's embrace. Best day ever. Kenny dropped Shinobu before skipping to their room while giggling like a little girl secretly eating sweets. After confirming that no bones were broken, Shinobu stared down the hallway that Kenny disappeared in. Curious, she looked out the window. She saw Tanjiro sitting on the ground outside with a pair of wooden swords next to him. He was staring off in the distance, looking rather flustered. Also was that steam coming off of his body. Shinobu would have asked the boy what was wrong, but she was too tired, she'd deal with it later. Tanjiro. 1 week later, noon. Begin. Tanjiro and Kenny were having another sparring match in the training yard. Against a Hashira, Tanjiro didn't have to hold back. The two swordsmen clashed swords before jumping back. Tanjiro charged forward with his wooden sword raised above his head. Tanjiro threw out a downward strike which Kenny dodged. The demon then slashed horizontally at Kenny's neck. Hinakami Kagura, Flame Dance. Kenny jumped back to avoid Tanjiro's attack. Tanjiro was improving, which meant that Kenny was able to kick it up a notch. Tanjiro continued his pursuit and slashed at Kenny multiple times, occasionally throwing in a kick and punch. However, Kenny was able to weave through all of his attacks before parrying Tanjiro's sword. She then jumped up and kicked Tanjiro's gut with both legs, sending both of them backwards. Tanjiro's feet scraped against the ground before he dropped to one knee. It's fine to press your advantage, but just throwing out attacks will not score you any points against me, never mind kill a demon, Kenny said as she landed about 10 feet away from Tanjiro. Tanjiro recovered from the earlier blow and got back up. He raised his sword and inhaled. Kenny did the same. Both fighters leaped at each other again. Tanjiro swung at Kenny while carefully watching her movements, making sure to block any attack coming his way. Tanjiro felt the adrenaline pump into his veins as he unconsciously sped up his movements. Tanjiro got lucky and parried a strike, knocking Kenny's sword out of the way. Wasting no time, Tanjiro aimed his sword at Kenny's stomach and thrusted it forward. Hinakami Kagura, Sunflower Thrust. However, Kenny managed to sidestep Tanjiro's attack and lifted her sword. Tanjiro saw this and reacted as fast as possible. He did a full 270-degree turn to the left and attempted sweep Kenny's legs. The surprised Hashira jumped into the air. Tanjiro followed Kenny and threw his sword at her like a spear before she could land. Kenny had clearly not expected this as she narrowly avoided being hit by the sword. While she was temporarily stunned, Tanjiro knew it wouldn't last long. He leaped towards the airborne Kenny and threw a right roundhouse kick to Kenny's left. Kenny was forced to block the blow with her arm, which also forced Tanjiro to lessen the strength of his attack. If he had accidentally hurt Kenny badly, he'd never forgive himself even if she would. Kenny was forced back by the blow as she landed on her feet. She took a deep breath and smiled brightly. Much better, Tanjiro. You improved quite a bit. Although, discarding your sword may not be the best move at times. Still, points for creativity. Tanjiro couldn't keep the prideful grin off of his face. He was glad to know that his training was actually paying off. It felt good, like he just accomplished an impossible task. Unfortunately, Kenny noticed the boy's cockiness and despite their friendship, she'd make sure he'd suffer for it. Alright, let's go a little bit harder, okay. Kenny got back into her stance. Tanjiro also prepared himself for whatever Kenny could throw at him, or so he thought. Shinobu, who had been spectating, yelled out, "Begin." Tanjiro didn't even have time to blink before pain racked his entire body. What the? Flower breathing, fifth form, peonies of futility. Suddenly, Kenny was right in front of the boy and unleashed 9 lightning-quick attacks on his body. The attack was more focused on the arms, weakening Tanjiro's grip on his wooden sword. Tanjiro inhaled and prepared to counterattack. Inakami, but Kenny forced his mouth shut with an upward kick to the jaw. Tanjiro lost his sword as he got launched into the air. As he fell down with his back now facing Kenny, the flower Hashira launched a strong sidekick to his back. One could hear a crack in Tanjiro's spine. Tanjiro was sent flying, his body bouncing off the ground before skidding to a stop. Tanjiro laid on his side and got back up with a bit of difficulty. Tanjiro looked at Kanny and then at his sword which was laying next to her feet. Tanjiro held out his hand as his scar began to glow. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Crimson Flare Chain. A line of fire shot out of his palm towards his sword. Kanny saw this and kicked the sword away. She prepared to swing at the chain. Tanjiro smirked. That was exactly what she wanted. Suddenly, the chain changed course and wrapped around Kanny's sword. Kanny's eyes widened as Tanjiro yanked the chain back. Kanny was pulled towards Tanjiro along with her sword. Tanjiro planned to land another soft blow while Kanny was disoriented. It seemed like his plan would work. That's when Kanny twisted her body in the air and broke through the fiery chain. The momentum carried Kanny to Tanjiro as she swung her sword around with one hand. Flower breathing, sixth form, whirling peach. Tanjiro was smacked on the left cheek by Kanny's sword and was sent flying into the wall that surrounded the butterfly mansion. Tanjiro landed on his face and groaned as he tried to get up. He could hear Kanny getting closer to him. Sorry for going rough on you, Tanjiro. As your master, it's my duty to humble you from time to time. Consider me humbled, Tanjiro muttered as he held his cheek. Kanny simply smiled. I like the way you used your blood demon art. Not only was it smart of you to grab your sword without risking being hit, but you also reacted quickly to your opponent's actions and turned things to your advantage. The only problem was that you overestimated the strength of your chain. Tanjiro nodded. He found out a week ago that he could use his blood demon art once or twice a day without getting knocked out. This allowed him to at least practice using Sun Conqueror, even if only for a little bit. Yeah, I just wish I could tell how strong it was. It would help if I knew how much sunlight I've absorbed so far, Tanjiro said while poking his scar which had stopped glowing. Kanny crossed her arms. Yes, sadly, there's no way we can tell. That's why you have to be careful with how often you use your blood demon art. There will always be a chance that you run out of energy mid-fight. Tanjiro nodded again and went to pick up his sword. Caw. Tanjiro jumped and looked to the sky to see a crow flying in circles above him. I will never get used to those things. Demon located at Kajima Village in Shizuoka Prefecture. Tanjiro Kamado is to report to the Fuji district at once. Caw. Tanjiro's eyes widened. Did he say the Fuji district? Tanjiro asked as Shinobu and Kanny stood next to him. Yes, why? Shinobu asked. Tanjiro started poking his fingers together with a slight blush. Well, the Fuji district is where Fuji-san is, right? I've always wanted to visit Fuji-san ever since I was a little kid. We just didn't have the money for a trip. Huh? No way. Tanjiro looked at Kanny who smiled brightly once again. I've been wanting to visit Fuji-san too. Tanjiro's eyes widened before his shock was replaced by excitement. Really? That's amazing. Now we can go there together. Kanny nodded, matching Tanjiro's excitement. What are we waiting for then? Let's go get ready. Right? Tanjiro replied before Shinobu came in and smacked both Kanny and Tanjiro's heads. Take this seriously. This isn't a fucking road trip. Shinobu scolded the two. Language, Kanny and Tanjiro said simultaneously while rubbing the top of their heads. She was right though, lives were in danger. Tanjiro got ready as fast as possible. Shinobu stood at the entrance to the butterfly mansion with Kanny and Tanjiro who were both ready for their mission. They were also joined by Kanao who had become more fidgety lately. Ever since Kanny's freak out and Tanjiro's body smoking, Kanao had been acting strange. First off, she appeared to be spending more time talking with Tanjiro. Well, she was mostly listening, but it was still weird. Kanao never went out of her way to interact with someone. Second, she began to smile more, if only a bit. Not that fake smile she always wore, a genuine smile. Not that Shinobu didn't like it. Mind you, it was just so out of nowhere. Did Tanjiro say something to her even though she explicitly told him not to do so? Was that why Kanny was so happy? Could it be that Kanao has fallen for? Nope. No way. Get that thought out of your head right now, Kacho. There's no way. Shinobu told herself. Shinobu had accepted that Tanjiro meant no harm. The two spend quite a bit of time together to the point where Shinobu has started to enjoy the young demon's company. However, she refused to accept that the first person to open her pupil, little sister's heart would be a demon. No matter who it was. It could be the kindest, most peaceful demon in the world and she still wouldn't let them near Kanao. Of course, this had nothing to do with demons, this was just a girl being protective of her family. Not that Shinobu would admit that. Despite Kanao's initial lack of emotion, Kanny and Shinobu had both come to love and care about Kanao like an actual sister, some might say like a daughter. It's why they were hesitant about letting her become a demon slayer. But Kanao began training of her own free will which shocked the Kacho sisters. It was one of the few times of her life that she spoke on her own behalf, and Shinobu and Kanny simply couldn't refuse such determination. DBBBC careful, Tanjiro. Kanao had spoken. UTTOO, master. G good luck. Both Tanjiro and Kani nodded. Don't worry, Kanao. We'll be back before you know it, Kani said while patting Kanao's head. I'll do my best, Tanjiro exclaimed with a bright smile. For some reason, whenever Tanjiro smiled like that, it was hard to be upset and one would often find themselves smiling as well. Shinobu smiled, secretly resisting the urge to pat Tanjiro's head. I'm sure you will, Kamado. After saying their goodbyes, Tanjiro and Kani departed. After standing around for a while, Shinobu turned to Kanao. Come, Kanao, let's continue training. She walked back to the mansion, followed closely by Kanao. That night, Kajima Village, Shizuoka, a middle-aged man with long black hair tied into a ponytail, green eyes, and a blue yukata was running for his life down a long alley. He was limping as his right ankle had been broken. Help, for God's sake, someone help me. He yelled as he ran towards the light at the end of the tunnel where everyone was minding their own business, their voices drowning out his cries for help. Suddenly, the man felt a pull on his torso and was sent flying back. He landed on his back and gasped for air. He rolled over and got on his knees. Ring, ring. The man's eyes widened as he heard something bouncing off of the ground, followed by a ring. It was the sound of a temari. Please don't kill me. I'm begging you. I have a family. The man pleaded as two figures stepped towards him. One was a pale-skinned girl with an orange kimono, hazel eyes with cat-like pupils, black hair with orange-colored ends, and two temari in her hands. The other was a young pale man with short black hair, eyes that he constantly kept shut, orange eyes with arrow-shaped pupils on his palms, and a green kimono with a dark gray haori. You hear that, Yahaba? This guy has a family, the girl said with a sadistic smile on her face. The man named Yahaba seemed more sane in comparison but was still quite menacing. Hell, if I had 10 yen for every time I heard that. When will these humans realize that we don't need to hear about their personal lives? The victim of these two demons was paralyzed in fear, tears falling from his eyes. But he soon found enough courage to turn around and reach to the light. Splat! That's when a temari hit his head with crushing force, causing it to explode. The temari returned to the girl's hand. She giggled with delight. That was fun. I just wish we could play some more. Yahaba put a hand on his companion's shoulder with a malicious smirk. Oh, don't worry, Suzumaru. There are plenty of playmates to have fun with. The two demons laughed before dragging off the headless body of their victim. Tanjiro, Fuji District. 4 days later, day. Tanjiro and Kani walked through the crowded streets of Kajima Village. Once again, Kani had to hold Tanjiro's hand. The village wasn't as advanced or as bright as Asakusa. It had fewer tall buildings, but there were way more people walking around. It was only natural that a lot of people would come here considering that this region was home to one of the most famous mountains in the world, and it sure lived up to that reputation. The village stood right at the base of Mount Fuji and was simply amazing. Both Kani and Tanjiro had stars in their eyes as they stopped and looked up at the giant mountain. I can't believe how huge it is, Tanjiro exclaimed. I know, it's magnificent. Oh, I wish the girls were here to see this, Kani said. Hearing those words made Tanjiro think of his family. Nezuko, Takeo, and the others always wanted to visit this place. Tanjiro smiled sadly to himself. Hey, big brother. Tanjiro jumped before turning around to see a little girl trying to get the attention of a boy who looked to be Shinobu's age. The boy looked at the girl who Tanjiro assumed was his little sister and smiled. Yes, Fumiko, the boy asked. The girl named Fumiko pointed to a nearby stand that happened to be selling a bunch of sweets. I want coffee jelly. Can I have some, big bro? Please. The young man chuckled and so did Tanjiro. Well, since you asked so nicely, come on. He then picked up his sister and lifted her up high as she laughed playfully. The scene warmed Tanjiro's heart, but that warmth did nothing to help his homesickness. Suddenly the young man and her sister were replaced in Tanjiro's mind by him and Shidru. He could still picture his family's faces so clearly. Tanjiro frowned. He took out the picture of his family. Memories poured through him, memories that he never wanted to end, memories of a time where he was happy. Tanjiro really wanted to go home. Tanjiro jumped, hid the picture in his pocket, and looked next to him. Kani had been looking at him with a worried expression. Are you okay? Tanjiro felt guilty. He didn't mean to make Kani worry. He put on a fake smile and nodded. Faking his expressions was much easier than straight-up lying. Not that it helped. Kani obviously wasn't convinced. She sighed and ruffled Tanjiro's hair. Tanjiro, no offense, but you're a horrible liar, she said with a sad smile. Tanjiro blushed before Kani took both of his hands and held them in front of her chest with a serious expression. Tanjiro, don't feel like you have to take on this burden alone. If something is bothering you, I want you to tell me so I can help. You're not just my pupil, you're my friend, and friends help each other even in the darkest times, especially in the darkest times. Kenny's smile returned. Just know, if anything truly bad happens, I will protect you, even if you don't need it. I'll protect you because I hate seeing a friend in pain. Tanjiro was shocked. He didn't think Kenny actually cared about him that much. It was nice to know, though. Tanjiro returned Kenny's smile. Thank you, Kenny. I'll protect you too. I'll protect all of Japan and beat Kibutsuji. That's a promise, Tanjiro said with relit determination. Kenny stared at Tanjiro before giggling. That's great, I'm sure you will, but let's just focus on protecting this town first, okay? Tanjiro's determination had returned and now so did his tomato red face. Why yes, ma'am. Tanjiro blurted out nervously. Kenny giggled again. Come on, we've still got time on our hands and I want to try that new coffee jelly I keep hearing about. Kenny dragged Tanjiro to the sweet stand they saw earlier. After getting 2 cups, Kenny handed one to Tanjiro. Here, thanks. Tanjiro took it and took a bite, as did Kenny. Both of them had widened eyes before their shock was replaced with heavenly joy. Delicious, they said simultaneously. After that, they got more. Many hours later, Tanjiro was walking through the streets by himself, trying to blend in with the crowd while trying to pick up any demon scent or the smell of blood. He carried his sword inside of his hakama to not raise suspicion. He also wore a black cloak to hide the writing on his back. It was very loud. A lot of people were celebrating or just hanging out. There are especially a lot of grown men who were acting weird. They were also blushing for some reason. People also kept bumping into him. He apologized every time. But only 1 in 5 would return the apology or say it was fine. The rest would curse him out or just outright ignore him. Calm down. Focus on why you're here. Tanjiro sniffed the air. No blood or demon. Tanjiro was beginning to get frustrated. He's been at this for 3 hours already. The sounds were getting louder. His head was starting to ring. He has to get out of there. Tanjiro made his way to the nearest alley, making sure no one was making out there, and hid there for a bit to blow off some steam. The irony was that he didn't notice the steam rising from his body. Why is it so hot all of a sudden? Tanjiro thought as he wiped sweat from his head. Sniff, sniff. Tanjiro's eyes widened. This scent, could it be? Tanjiro shot up to his feet and took out his sword, retying the sheath to his hip. The scent was coming from further down the alley. It was very far away. Demon ... but no blood. Good, I can still make it if I hurry. I won't let them hurt anyone this time. Tanjiro ran down the alley until he was sure no one saw him. He looked up the tall walls on his sides and started to climb them. He jumped from wall to wall, getting higher each time until he reached the building rooftops. Sniff, sniff. Tanjiro's blood froze. Blood. Tanjiro leaped from building to building, leaving cracks in all of them from the force of his jumps. With each jump, he must have covered 30 feet at least. It wasn't long before he made his way to a 4-way intersection of alleys, away from where all the lights and people were. The place was illuminated by moonlight. Tanjiro looked down from the roof to see 2 people, a young man and a little girl. Tanjiro's eyes widened. He recognized these 2. I want coffee jelly. Can I have some, big bro? Please. Well, since you asked so nicely. Come on. It was those 2 from before, and what's worse, the brother was missing an arm. Big brother. Tanjiro heard the girl that he remembered was named Fumiko. Gah, Fumiko. You have to run, forget me. The brother begged with tears in his eyes while holding his bleeding stub. Fumiko shook her head. No, I'm not leaving you. Tanjiro stood there frozen. This scene. Where had he seen this before? Suddenly, he was back in the forest on Mount Kumodori, standing in front of Nezuko. Please, Nezuko. Forget. Me. Monster. Stop it. Don't say that. That's not true. It's never been true and you know it. Come on, let's go home. Tanjiro. Behind yo. Tanjiro held a hand to his neck and started hyperventilating. No, I refuse to let that happen to anyone else. You should listen to your brother, kid. Tanjiro looked down to the 2 siblings again and saw a smiling demon in an orange kimono approach them. Unless you want to die along with him, that is. Tanjiro's instincts kicked in and he jumped off of the roof. The demon below took out a temari and chucked it at Fumiko, who stood in front of her brother. Fumiko, run away. The brother yelled. Before Tanjiro landed on the ground, he tore the skin on his right arm with his claws. He then flicked his arm downward, sending the blood near the siblings. Blood demon art, Sun Conqueror, Hinakami's protection. The skyward blood started glowing before erupting into flames that quickly surrounded the human siblings and deflected the temari. Tanjiro landed on the ground, his face covered in shadow excluding his glowing scar and bright red eyes. The Temari demon's eyes widened as she caught the deflected Temari. Who the hell are you? Tanjiro glared at the Temari demon, pointing his sword at her. I'm Tanjiro Kamado, a demon slayer in training. I'm here to put an end to your killing spree. The Temari demon stared at him. You're H-O-H-O-H-O-H-O. She started laughing. H-O-H-O-H-O-H-O. You hear that, Yahaba? This kid's a demon slayer in training. Suddenly, another demon appeared out of the shadows and stood next to her. His eyes were closed and he wore a green kimono. I have ears, Suzumaru, Yahaba said. What I'm more interested in is the fact that this brat is a demon protecting humans. Suzumaru took out a second Temari and started bouncing them off the ground. Then that makes him a traitor, let's punish him and save Master the Headache. Careful, Suzumaru. There's something about his blood demon art, those flames seem dangerous, Yahaba said. Suzumaru stared at her partner. Huh? What's fire gonna do to us? We're demons, we can regenerate from any burn that isn't caused by sunlight. Yahaba hummed as his eyebrows narrowed. He held out his hand, revealing an eye on his palm that caught Tanjiro off guard. What is that thing? It's so creepy. Tanjiro then saw two red arrows shoot past him. His eyes widened as he saw the arrow head towards the fire dome protecting the two humans from earlier. No, he cried out before the arrows met the flames and burned up immediately. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief, remembering that his blood demon art can negate other blood demon arts. Suzumaru looked shocked. Huh? How did he? As I thought. Yahaba lowered his hand. I just tried to use my arrows on the two in that fire bubble, but they got burnt to ash. Suzumaru looked shocked by this information while Tanjiro was confused. What was that arrow? What do they do? Tanjiro shook his head. Focus, now's not the time for questions. Tanjiro versus Yahaba and Suzumaru. Tanjiro charged at the two enemy demons. He inhaled and prepared a technique. Suzumaru saw this and threw 5 Temari at him, pulling each one out of thin air. Tanjiro stopped in his tracks and swung his sword in a circular motion, cutting through all 5 Temari. Hinakami Kagura, Burning Bones, Summer Sun. The Temari were all cut in half, but then they began to float in the air. Tanjiro was confused by this until he saw the arrows going through them and pointing at his body. The cut-up Temari crashed into Tanjiro's body, causing him to grunt. The blow wasn't that strong, but it sure wasn't painless either. Damn, I let my guard down, but I think I understand. Those arrows ... they can carry whatever and possibly whoever they pierce in the direction they're pointing in. Almost like an object being dragged away by a rope. The Temari disappeared into a bloody mist as Tanjiro looked at his opponents. Suzumaru threw 2 more balls. Tanjiro responded with a vertical slash followed by a horizontal slash. Hinakami Kagura, Flame Dance. Tanjiro cut through the first Temari and was about to cut the second one when an arrow appeared on the ground and went under Tanjiro's feet. Tanjiro felt his body get dragged away, just enough so that his second attack missed the second Temari. Tanjiro was shocked as the second Temari raced towards his head. Tanjiro tried to dodge but was only able to tilt his head enough to the right that he lost only a chunk of the left side of his face including his left eye. A third Temari came for him. Tanjiro reacted quickly despite the shock of having just lost an eye. He gripped his sword with his right hand and pierced the Temari with a powerful thrust. Hinakami Kagura, Sunflower Thrust. Tanjiro managed to stop the Temari from moving, but he only earned a laugh from Suzumaru. Huh, you're so stupid. Did you really think you could stop it with an insignificant thrust? She said. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the ball and aimed towards Tanjiro's head. Tanjiro felt himself lose control of his sword as the Temari moved towards him with his sword still stuck to it. Tanjiro recoiled as the Temari hit his head multiple times, like someone hitting themselves with a hammer. Frustrated, Tanjiro grabbed the Temari with his free hand and let fire shoot out of his palm. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Scorching Blast. The Temari and arrow were burned to ash. Tanjiro felt his left eye starting to regrow, and rushed the enemy again. Suzumaru grinned as she started to undo the top of her kimono, revealing a black sarashi covering her chest. This is getting interesting. You might be more fun than I thought, she said as 2 sets of arms sprouted from her torso under her original arms. 6 arms ... of course, Tanjiro thought, but didn't let that stop him as he cut his hand with his sword and rubbed the blood on it. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Red Hot Blade. Yahaba narrowed his eyebrows at the sight of Tanjiro's blade erupting into flames. So he can ignite his own blood and use it to burn his enemies. And since he's a demon, he can see my arrows. This boy may be more formidable than we thought, he thought as a sweat drop moved down his head. If those flames can really burn our blood demon arts, then he can now cut through them. The only way to stop him is to outmaneuver his flames. Suzumaru, Yahaba called out. Get ready to let loose. Suzumaru grinned devilishly as she summoned Temari in all 6 of her hands. Way ahead of Ya, Suzumaru threw dozens of Temari at rapid speeds. They all went towards Tanjiro. The young swordsman easily cut through the first 3, flipped over and cut 2, landed and sliced through 5. Then 6 more were burned away as Tanjiro inches towards them. Suzumaru continued her volley as Yahaba held out his hands. The eyes on the palms blinked before multiple arrows spawned and took some of Suzumaru's Temari with them. Tanjiro noticed this while slashing through Temari after Temari. Some of the Temari strayed from their current path and went around Tanjiro, aiming for his backside. Tanjiro took up a special stance and spun in the air, slashing through all Temari in a vortex of fire. Inakami Kagura, Beneficent Radiance. Yahaba and Suzumaru were surprised by the powerful attack. This heat, it's unbearable. Yahaba thought. What the hell is that breathing technique? It's too hot. Suzumaru whined in her head. Tanjiro charged in while the 2 demons were distracted. He was getting closer to Suzumaru until Yahaba reacted first. Tanjiro was now in front of Suzumaru. Tanjiro was about to cut her head off as Suzumaru realized what was happening. However, she was pulled back by one of Yahaba's arrows. Tanjiro held out his hand and a line of fire shot out of his palm. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Crimson Flare Chain. The chain wrapped around Suzumaru's waist, pulling her back towards Tanjiro, who stuck his sword in the ground to keep himself in place. Tanjiro and Yahaba engaged in a tug-o-war. Suzumaru screamed in pain as she felt the chain burn through her skin. She grabbed the chain with her 6 hands and ripped it apart with all her force, causing her to be thrown back by Yahaba's arrow. Tanjiro wasted no time. He recovered and rushed at Yahaba. Yahaba gritted his teeth and held out his hand saying, "Stay the hell away from me, trash." The eye on his palm blinked. 3 arrows came at Tanjiro from different sides. Tanjiro sidestepped the first arrow, cut through the second, and ducked under the third. The first and third arrows turned around and aimed for Tanjiro's back. Tanjiro turned around and slashed at the first arrow. As the third arrow neared him, Tanjiro saw the flames on his sword dying. Yahaba noticed this too and kept his arrow at a distance until Tanjiro's sword returned to normal. Before that happened, Tanjiro chased after Yahaba to decapitate him. I have to get rid of this guy first. After that, the Temari woman will be easier to deal with, he thought. Tanjiro was close to cutting the demon's head off before a Temari that Suzumaru's threw crashed between them and forced Tanjiro back. Tanjiro cursed internally as the flames on his blade vanished. He tried to cover his sword in more blood, but suddenly felt his sword arm get pulled back by the arrow Yahaba kept around. Tanjiro was lifted into the air as he tried to pull his sword away. Before Tanjiro could burn the arrow with Sun Conqueror, Suzumaru threw another Temari at Tanjiro that managed to cut off his right arm, separating him from his weapon. Tanjiro did not expect that and was shocked to see the other arrow moving towards him as he fell to the ground. Yahaba smirked and blinked his eyes multiple times. We got him. Tanjiro was impaled by the arrow and carried into a wall. He bounced off the wall before another arrow came and carried him into another wall. This repeated many times before an arrow carried a bloodied Tanjiro above the rooftops, moving rapidly in random directions. So fast. Getting dizzy. Can't focus. Tanjiro thought. Damn kid, you're getting fucked up pretty good. Damn it, not now. Hey, chill, man. I was just saying. I don't need this right now, go away. TCH, least you drop the goody-goody act. Look, I have a proposition. Not interested. As much as I love seeing you get thrown around like a toy, I'm in a pretty generous mood. Let me take control, and I'll make short work of these fools. How stupid do you think I am? Well, I can do this without your help, so leave me alone. Before Tanjiro could finish his inner dialogue, the arrow dragged him down the side of a building before sending him crashing into the ground. The impact kicked up a small fog of dust with Tanjiro in the middle. Blood covered his left eye and scar. His hakama was adorned with large cuts and stained with blood. His right arm had regenerated while he was in the air. The poor boy's ears were ringing and he couldn't see in the dust cloud, leaving him to rely on scent. Sniff, sniff. I don't smell those 2 siblings. Did they get away? That's good, at least. Hopefully, they'll warn everyone else about this place. Tanjiro thought in a brief moment of relief, emphasis on brief. Tanjiro's eyes widened as he picked up the scent of multiple Temari. He ducked, dodging 6 Temari aimed at him. Tanjiro smelled an arrow coming for him and he jumped. That's when he smelled another Temari coming from his right. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Fire Claw. Tanjiro sent solar energy to his right hand, igniting his sharp nails, and slashed the ball to pieces. Before Tanjiro could celebrate his small victory, an arrow snatched him out of the air and pushed him into a wall. Tanjiro groaned in pain, but jumped from the wall as fast as possible, narrowly avoiding another temari. He rolled onto the ground, his back hitting another wall as he tried to get up. 2 more temari came out of nowhere. Tanjiro lifted his left leg and set it on fire. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Flaming Kick. With a fiery roundhouse, Tanjiro disposed of the temari before falling to his knees and breathing heavily. His vision became blurry, his eyelids were getting heavy. Not good. I'm exhausted. Have to get my sword and re-energize. He thought. Oh, feeling tired. I know the perfect pick-me-up. If you want, I can shoo Yao. Tanjiro's inner demon said in a sing-song voice. Enough. I can do this. Tanjiro snapped. He was now at his wit's end. He got up to dodge another arrow before jumping onto and off of a wall as 4 more temari with arrows chased him down. Come on, kid. I'm just trying to help. I said, enough already. Stop being stubborn. You'll never win the way you are now. Don't you get it? You're a loser. Stop it. Tanjiro got distracted while dodging temari and got his left ankle blown off in the process. He fell on his face and rolled away from 2 more temari. He got up on one leg and barely moved his head back enough to dodge a temari that came from the ground. He jumped up, followed by a swarm of arrow temari. You think you can control this power given to you, but you can't. You've barely scratched the surface of your true power. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Dragon Breath. Tanjiro sent solar energy to his throat and let out a wave of fire from his mouth. At least, he tried to. He only ended up spitting out a few small embers that died immediately. Tanjiro was confused before his body was bombarded by temari. His legs, blown straight to hell, his right arm, gone again, left arm, barely hanging on and totally broken. His face, covered in cuts and missing small chunks, his torso, riddled with holes. You want to be some kind of hero. Don't make me laugh. You're just a stupid little boy swinging around a large stick. Tanjiro saw the temari go above him and start to go back down, though those demons planned to finish him with a storm. Your family's probably better off without you anyway. Shut up. Crash. Looks like we got him, Suzumaru said with a proud grin. Yahaba stood beside her as the dust cloud cleared away. Yes, his blood demon art and breathing techniques were formidable, but in the end, that little shit was all talk. They both stared down at the crater where the remains of Tanjiro's body lay, his damaged clothes and torso along with his neck and lower jaw barely attached. Yahaba frowned as he looked at his own clothes. Still, what a pain. My kimono is now covered in dust. Did you have to be so fucking reckless? Suzumaru rolled her eyes and groaned. Oh, get over yourself. You look fine. She then smiled and lifted Tanjiro's sword. Let's kill him with his own sword. Wait, Suzumaru. We should take him to our lord. He might be interested in this boy. Yahaba stated. Just imagine it. He may reward us for taking care of this traitor. Think of all the blood he'd give us. We'd have a guaranteed spot in the Kazuki. Suzumaru's eyes widened as she realized Yahaba's point and become giddy. Ha. Then what the hell are we waiting for? Suzumaru dropped the sword and went to grab Tanjiro's body, which had already regrown its limbs. Careful, you fool. We don't know if he's truly unconscious. Yahaba warned. Suzumaru grabbed Tanjiro's collar when suddenly she felt a hand on her face. MMRGH. Suzumaru instinctively grabbed the arm holding her with her top arms. She was about to use her other arms to push back her captor when she suddenly felt very cold. Ice began to form in her body. Soon, she felt so cold that she couldn't move her body. What the? Why? Why is it so cold? Suzumaru began to panic. She started clawing at the arm which she realized now belonged to the brat, Tanjiro. She could barely feel anything. Her extra arms had turned to ice and broke off. No, that's not it. He's absorbing my body heat. She realized, but she realized much too late. She turned her head with pleading eyes toward her partner, but despair filled her as she saw Yahaba pierced by multiple black fiery chains that wrapped around his arms and the eyes on his palms. Tanjiro's orange flames became a dark black. Yahaba had one of his actual eyes open. His other eye had been pierced, revealing shocked red eyes with cat-like pupils. Suzumaru, tears now filling her eyes, turned towards the headless Tanjiro, whose body was covered in black flames and began to regenerate completely. Tanjiro's head grew back, but it was much different. His skin was even more pale, almost white. His eyes were now blood red and menacing. His burgundy tips were gone, leaving only black hair. The most notable change was his red scar, which was replaced by a black mark in the shape of flames. His clothes were different too. The white top of his hakama was colored a dark red and his dark blue bottom was plain black. He smiled at Suzumaru cruelly, enjoying her agony as her body froze. Multiple chains were shooting out from his right shoulder to Yahaba. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Heat Thief. Hello. Sorry to interrupt, but I saw you guys playing and couldn't help but join the fun. Hope you don't mind, Tanjiro said. Suzumaru's eyes began to freeze, her sclere becoming redder. She felt Tanjiro's hand heat up. She knew what was coming. Someone ... help me. Help me. I don't want to die. Blood Demon Art. Yahaba. Lord Muzan. Anyone. Sun Conqueror. Sumair. Suzumaru's eyes widened as a scene flashed in her mind. There was a beautiful woman with reddish eyes and a kind-looking man with brown eyes. The woman had a temari in her hand and handed it to her. Let's play, Sumair. Play. I wanna play with the Mary, Mama. Hey, what about me? Can I play too? Yeah, Papa play too. Tears fell down Suzumaru's cheeks before they were burned by the black flames covering her face. Mama, Papa, scorching blast. Tanjiro. Tanjiro stood over the headless body of the temari demon. He then turned his attention to the arrow demon hanging in the air. Yahaba was it, he said with an innocent smile. That's one hell of a blood demon art you got there. I'm almost jealous. Yahaba glared at the young demon with his hood eye. Bastard. He used his chains to cover up my palms. I can't use my blood demon art. And what the hell is with those black flames and that attitude? He's like a completely different person. While he thought over that, Tanjiro continued speaking with him. That said, you're pretty weak in the physical department. I'd barely used any solar energy to form those chains. Most of the demons I've seen so far could easily break out of it. Anyway, I think I've already figured out how to copy it, he said. Yahaba's eye widened. What ... did he say? Copy? Tanjiro held out his hand and summoned black flames. You see, these flames. At first glance, that's all they are. However, what no one knows is that I can command these flames to do whatever I want. There are only two limits, the amount of solar energy I have in my imagination. The flames in Tanjiro's hand started morphing into a sphere-like shape. Tanjiro then threw the sphere onto the ground and it bounced right back into his hand. Yahaba was speechless. Did he just copy Suzumaru's blood demon art with his fire? Tanjiro bounced the fire temari in a couple times with a satisfied look. He then grabbed the ball and threw in the air before drawing his right leg back. The ball almost met the ground before Tanjiro kicked the ball in Yahaba's direction. The ball hit Yahaba's right arm and blew it off. Gah! Yahaba screamed from the burn he felt. Tanjiro simply laughed his ass off. Hahaha, I got it, a perfect copy, he said proudly. Now, let's see if my second idea will work. Another chain popped out of his back and grabbed Yahaba's severed arm with it. He took the arm from the chain and absorbed its heat. The demon boy dropped the now frozen arm and held out his right hand again with his palm facing Yahaba. He then made an O shape with his left hand and put it in front of his right palm. Yahaba could only watch as Tanjiro prepared his attack. Is he going to copy mine? No, that's impossible. Tanjiro fired a scorching blast that went through his left hand and formed a black, fiery arrow. The arrow pierced Yahaba's chest before a line of fire wrapped around his torso. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Arrow of Apollo. The chains around Yahaba's body were forced to let go of him as the fire arrow carried him into a wall, and then another wall, and then another, until he was sent crashing down to the ground. Yahaba struggled to get up as he coughed up blood. He then felt a hand on his remaining arm. He looked up to see Tanjiro looking him in the face with a sadistic smile that made Suzumaru look sane. Another perfect copy. I must thank you for this opportunity, he said before sniffing the air and frowning. Sadly, I don't have time. Looks like she's coming soon, he said, confusing and terrifying Yahaba. I wonder, Tanjiro the thought, can I really hope to take on a Hashira? Maybe if I use that technique. If I absorb this guy's body heat, I should be able to get over 40%. He smiled to himself and looked down at Yahaba. Hey, want to see something cool? Think of it as a thanks for the inspiration you gave me, he said mischievously. Yahaba couldn't bring himself to speak. He felt paralyzed as he felt his arm go cold. It wasn't long before his body froze up to his neck. Tanjiro stepped back and breathed in. Steam began to rise from his body. Behold, this is but a fraction of Sun Conqueror's true abilities. The young demon's nails began to grow slightly longer. His skin became even more pale. Black veins appeared across his body and around his left eye. His hair stood up a bit higher and waved around like flames. His fire-shaped mark grew larger and neared his left eye. Other flame marks appeared on the edges of his face. Finally, a single, black horn bursted out of the right side of Tanjiro's forehead. Yahaba couldn't move his body, no matter how much he screamed at it to do so. The last thing he saw ... was that boy's face smiling like a madman. Blood Demon Art, Sun Conqueror, Awakening. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through What If Demon Tanjiro Conquered the Sun with special ability. I hope you found it as intriguing and thought-provoking as we did. A big shout out to OMG4 for crafting such a compelling story. Don't forget to check out their profile on fanfiction.net for more amazing works. The link is in the description below. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to Quirky What If for more fascinating explorations into the world of fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we're always excited to hear your thoughts and suggestions in the comments section. See you guys in the next video.